All right. I almost did the all right. Okay. I wanted to welcome everybody to day two. It's great to have everybody on. We're so excited to be here. From the Los Angeles Tribune, we've got right now on Alicia and Donna and Julianne, and it's exciting because it's about education and information. We just finished an amazing interview, which you'll be seeing later in the month at another show we'll be doing, and it's the kind of thing where I learned so much. Part of my joy of doing what I get to do is that it's a constant learning state, right? I'm constantly learning because the people we're interviewing, you've got to think about what you're doing. You've got to think about what is that next great question, but you also have to listen to the same time to what they're saying. So you have to be plugged in and tuned in. So everybody out there right now, I want you to do a couple things. And this is an ask. It's called an ask. Everybody say what? An ask. And when you do an ask, it's very simple. I would love all of you just to take something in today, something you're going to learn. We have a power-packed day. We are going to kick it off here eventually with, we've kicked off already, but with Joseph McClendon. And many of you have seen him on stage with Tony Robbins for the last 30 years. And the energy will just be piling on. And then we move right into the mindset and the entrepreneurial side with Marshall Silver. And then we're going to have Jonathan Trowan, who was actually Los Angeles. Everybody knows LA Live downtown. Well, LA Live concert series, that was his company in the 80s and 90s. And he's interviewed everybody on the planet, but he's taken it another level and another direction. And then you're going to see a trainer who used to train with peak potentials and so many other things. Then we have AI. It's, and we're really going to be looking at that science in the mind. And then you're going to hear about the Vietnam Journal, and you're going to have people within that community, tremendous movie directors, producers, those that are making a difference in the world. And then we're going to be AI, and tech, because that's really what we're about. But it's about also learning the other side. And tomorrow is just even more amazing. There's going to be a panel of women authors that really how this is all working. We're going to have Maurice Bernard, who's been on General Hospital for 30 years, and All My Children. Yes, he was Nico, for all those that you remember, with Luke and Laura. And he talks about mindset and the mind. And we're going to move into Craig Duswalt, who was with Guns N' Roses. And then we're going to have Mr. Craig Bruce's mindset, and Sandy, who's a top podcaster, and then AI people and a worldwide podcast, and Mr. Bill Walsh. It just goes on and on and on. So that's what you have. That's what you have to look forward to still with 2 days to go. And I wanted to just welcome everybody. We're excited to be here. My name is Michael Silvers, the Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. All that means is that I get to enjoy what I do because I love this. I love what we do, and it's learning every single day. So with that, obviously the three beautiful ladies on with me who are just exceptional in what they do, I'm going to just ask, how are you excited and what are you looking forward to today? Alicia.
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of LA Tech and Everyday Life. Excited for everyone that's in the audience right now, tuning in, joining in with us to learn about how tech is evolving and to learn about what I think I've loved about day 1 is the mindset aspect of technology. Like the technology is there, but what are our emotions around it? What are our fears around it? What interests us? What intrigues us? What don't we know that we want to learn more about? And that is what it's really about. It's what are the emerging technologies? How are people actually using it? How is it impacting their lives? What are they hesitant about so we can learn from everyone else's journey? And what do we get to be excited about? I'm going to say what Michael said a little bit earlier today, AI. It is a buzzword that we hear very, very often, but we get to hear from people who are experiencing AI in different perspectives, whether they're working on the technology, trying to figure out if they want to incorporate it in their business, using it more for their personal life. There are so many applications. So for all of you that are tuning in live with us today, get in the comments. Please share where you're tuning in from. If you find the information that you're hearing today relevant, please share this event with individuals in your community. And most importantly, for those of you that are tuning in live, ask your questions and share your reflections in the chat. We will bring them up. This is an interactive experience for you all and with you all. So just delighted to be here for day 2. Really excited for our open with Joseph. And today we're also going to hear about a little bit more about how do you stay authentic in a world where AI is starting to really take over? And, what is the human aspect of evolving in this world of technology? And how can we continue to be true to ourselves when AI can do a lot? So delighted today Donna, how about you?
Yes, I'm so excited because technology is always evolving and it's always changing. And yes, yesterday we got to learn a little bit more about the mindset of it all. But I was thinking to myself yesterday, how long have we been using some of these technologies and we just weren't aware of it? And I think of my own daughter, who since March of 2020 has been doing online school because of the way the whole environment and the world shifted. And so we had to shift and change. So from there, she went into a tech school that was science and technology based. I absolutely love it. If I could go to school all over again, I want to do her program. But it took me another 2 years to realize that it was AI based. Even though there was videos and her teachers were right there and she can communicate, it was all ran by AI. So they don't get to progress along unless they pass the different units. So she's getting a world-class education, making sure she fully understands all of the information. And so, what I truly love about the world that we're in right now is we've been doing things, we've been using it, we just weren't aware of it. And now that we have the awareness of it, we can put in the intention and start taking those action steps to integrate it into our lives. And as you do, you start to grow, you start to expand, you start to accelerate because life becomes easier. And that's my new philosophy. It's making my life easier, not anything I'm hesitant about. I'll dive right in. I'm an early adopter now. Show it to me. We'll see how I can utilize it because it's really bringing in the assistance that I need in the world that I'm in. So I love it. I love it. So, Julianne.
Thank you, Donna. Just to build on what you said, it is something that is here to stay. It is growing. It is changing constantly. And this event is really breaking down some of these stereotypical barriers about women in tech, for example. Look, there's 3 women on the screen right now. Michael, you're a lucky man. But also, this is for everyone. This is for everyone, no matter where you are. And instead of being fearful of this technology and AI, we can adapt and adopt it and use it to our advantage as long as and we talked about this yesterday, as long as we're being true to ourselves and authentic to our brand and use it to our advantage so we can utilize our energy in other places that will serve humanity in a bigger, greater way. And so I'm just excited because today is definitely going to build on yesterday. We have so many amazing guests popping on, and I can hardly wait.
The great thing about this is that it's the mindset, right? And, Mo and I just got off a big mindset call, but it is that mindset piece. I think that's the piece that is so critical. It's how do it's adapting is one thing, but just how do I let it in? And I talked about that. I don't remember who yesterday I was on with, but it's, if you look at the history, like, excuse me, of the microwave. And when the microwave came forward, everybody was like, I mean, my grandmother was one of those. It's the devil. It's literally 10 years later, I don't think she cooked anything without the microwave. I mean, anything that could get shoved in that microwave, and it's that adaptation piece. And you just look at the history of the microwave. It's actually pretty incredible. But it's how do I let it in? And how do I move that mindset from fear to, okay, let's take a look at what is it really? What does it mean for my life? What does it mean for my kids, my grandkids, my nieces, my nephews, everybody around me? And how do I come to life with a little bit more of the attitude of openness? And it's going back to that, for everybody on here, it's going back to that, what works, what doesn't work, and what am I going to do next time? Right? The old feedback sandwich, and do that with all of your learning. And by the way, for all of you on here, it's great to have everybody on, but if you can take this stream and share it with at least one other person, what you've done is you've changed their life, because there's a learning in there, and maybe they'll watch it, maybe they won't. That's their decision. But as you get on this stream, the biggest thing is to share. to give it to other people. It's going out to the world, right? We have 23 countries watch us. We have people all over the world. We have villages watch us. We have communities watch us. We have people who are probably surfing down in Newport Beach watch us, right? You never know. But it's about that education and information and getting to really be powerful within what we do. And that's why we have the shows at the Tribune. That's why it's complimentary, because we don't want any barrier to entry. We don't want, somebody said to me, my gosh, I watched your whole show and I thought it would just be a sales fest. You didn't sell anything. We're information, and we're information to enrich and enhance your life. We're information to bring you that maybe positive part of your day. Maybe there's something you learned. And that's the beauty of all of us on here doing what we do in the work and community we're in. And Marissa, I love that. People are watching on planes, trains, and automobiles. I love it. And keep the comments rolling in, because this is not what we call television. It's interactive. We're interactive with you. We will watch for the comments. We will watch to see what's going on out there. And we also watch who comments, because we build communities. We've had people who comment so much, we've brought them on our shows. It's like, okay, you commented all day long. You must have learned something. Let's have you on one of our shows. And that's where we're a community. And I think that makes a big difference. And I think that's that biggest piece. So, and Alicia, you and I are part of this every day, right? We are looking, and all the shows that we're doing, it's always about how are we bettering the community. And we have a big one coming up, don't we, with Jane Goodall?
Yes,
we have Jane Goodall, right? We're doing a live event. Talk about your excitement about that.
I'm so excited. We have a Day of Peace event. Please, if you're tuning in live, register at latech2024.com. But we have a Day of Peace event with Jane Goodall. It's her 90th birthday. We're celebrating all of the work, the phenomenal work that she's done. We have individuals joining us that have really impacted the world, really worked with children to create and curate safe spaces, and really just done more to bring peace into the world. And that's what it's all about here. We're here focused on initiatives, people, entrepreneurs that are really elevating humanity and elevating consciousness. So stay tuned. We'll be live with Jane Goodall for not just one event, but two events. We have a virtual event where we have individuals that are part of the Jane Goodall Institute that will be coming to speak and share with you all, individuals that run nonprofits around the US and around the world. And then the part two of that is that we'll actually be doing live coverage of the Jane Goodall Peace Day, a celebration of Jane Goodall's birthday. And that's going to be September 21st. We'll be kicking off at 10 a.m. So stay tuned, but that's what it's all about. There are so many other exciting events that are coming up, and stay tuned. Keep watching today because we'll be talking about them. Though we have events with authors, podcasters, individuals that are entertainment, where we'll be celebrating books and storytelling. And we have a special event that's coming up with a special announcement that Michael will be sharing a little bit later today. So continue to stay tuned. But as Michael mentioned, today is meant to be interactive, because if you haven't learned anything else yet about the Los Angeles Tribune, we're all about community. It is community coming together to learn together, to enrich each other's lives together. And you all get to be a very, very special part of that experience. So register for today's event, share today's event with a friend, and stay tuned because the Los Angeles Tribune has so many more excited initiatives coming up for you all. Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, it's great because we do have so much going on. And, talk a little bit about sort of that excitement of being at a live event, because these are live events, and being part of it. And I'm going to go grab our other speaker really quickly, and I'll be right back.
Amazing. So what's amazing about the Los Angeles Tribune is that we're doing things in a different way. We have a live event that's going to be coming up in October with authors. It is at the Los Angeles The Grove Barnes and Nobles, and we're celebrating, as I mentioned earlier, authors, podcasters, individuals that are in entertainment. It's going to be a live event, so if you're in the LA area, come in and join us. You're going to hear from Deepa Sandhu, who will be joining us later today to talk about authenticity in an AI world. But at that event, she'll be talking about her book that was recently named a Los Angeles Tribune bestseller, Hello Universe, It's Me, How I Scheduled My Breakdown and Manifest My New Life, and how you can too. Very, very interesting dialogue. You'll hear a little bit more from Deepa later today, but she'll be joining us at Barnes & Noble's. And what's amazing about that event is that it's going to be a hybrid event. So if you're in person, you can join us. And if you're tuning in online, you can join us as well. And we'll be celebrating books. You'll hear tomorrow a panel about books, but if you haven't known already, the Los Angeles Tribune has recently expanded our LA Tribune bestseller experience, and it's meant to be interactive, where you as readers have an opportunity to nominate your favorite book. If you'd like to learn more, visit us at latribunebestseller.com so you can nominate your favorite book. And books change lives, storytelling changes lives. Storytelling through data and technology is a trend that you've heard about if you tune in for day one, and you'll continue to hear about over today and tomorrow. So we're just delighted to be here with you all. I know Michael is back, and our keynote speaker is here. You are in for such a treat, so stay tuned. Michael, back to you.
All right, fantastic. I wanted to thank everybody, and so we're gonna transition. So Donna and Alicia, we will see you later. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna there we go. All right, Julianne, you ready? You ready for some power? You ready for some, so this next gentleman, I'm not even going to do like the big formal intro because he intros himself, and he's sitting down there and watching us, and we can say anything we want at the moment, which is the great part about this. It's like being in full control. But it's great that this show, we've had so many brilliant people on so far, and it's been such an amazing show, because we've launched so many journals, and we've launched so much, and we're doing the Barnes & Noble Live on October 24th, and we're at the SAG Awards, and we've been invited to do all these events. We're doing the Grammys, we're doing the NAACPs, and it's all, and we're doing Thought Leader, and we're doing neuroscience. And with that, and with tech, it's your mindset and your brain and how it works. And this next gentleman, I couldn't think of anybody better. I'm going to just bring him up, and then I'll do the fun. I'd like to introduce to everybody Mr. Joseph McClendon III. Give him a big thunderous round of applause out there.
Thank you. Stop. Come on, stop.
And if any of you don't know who he is, not only with his own business and what he's created, but it's around the world to millions and millions, as Mary would say, and millions and millions and millions of students. And the thing about Joseph, what you do, and the audience knows you because we've talked a lot about you yesterday too, but the great thing about what you do is that you don't, and we had a call earlier today on neuroscience with a gentleman really well. You'll be hearing more from him, Jim Quick. He says you're amazing. But it is, we've talked a lot about tech and AI and where it's going, and there's fears, but that stops us from anything. Yes. I talked about the whole story of the microwave and how that was in the beginning. And like my grandmother, who would never, ever use a microwave, then literally at the end of her life, I think she microwaved everything we ever ate. So, I mean, seriously. But it is. And so I'm really excited to have you on because this really anchors the day where we're going to do a lot of tech later. We're going to do a lot of AI, but we're going to get into the ethics of what's going on and how it's affecting our lives and the fears. But can you talk a little, you've seen this in your career, how people fear and they shy away. They won't go. They stop. They freeze. They're not open. It's going to affect me. It's going to hurt me. Can you talk a little bit about that and how you handle that?
Absolutely. And first and foremost, thank you again for allowing me to be on your program here. I've been looking forward to this for some time because I get to work with some of my favorite people. I don't see her here, but my dear friend Mary Glorfield is out there as well.
She is, and she's listening, and she says you're amazing. And by the way, just so I didn't, Julianne Meyer is one of our co-hosts. She's been co-hosting for years with the Tribune. She has her own show with over 1 million people, and she just, having her on with me, with you, this is like a pleasure in my life. So Joseph, back to you.
It is my honor. And I will just kind of jump into it because I don't even know how much time I have here. So you're going to have to keep me honest and just tell me to shut up when it's time.
It's okay. You got about 30 minutes. Just go.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. So I'll talk to you about what you were talking about with regard to, the tech and where things are right now. And there's never been more opportunity and better opportunity for people to succeed in all areas of their life than right now. We have technology that supports us. We have knowledge that supports us. We have everything that you could possibly imagine. And the difference, and I guess this is my expertise, if you will, the difference in those that achieve and sustain success and those that don't and dabble is, you call it mindset, I call it our psychology. And it's a big word, but all it means is the internal thoughts that we have consciously and unconsciously about ourselves, other people, and the world around us. That's it, to make it simple. And so kind of to start from the beginning, I'll share with you a little bit about myself. My background is I'm a neuropsychologist, and that's my profession. And by trade, I'm what's known as an ultimate performance specialist. And I have the privilege of coaching, as you know, Michael. I've coached and mentored A-list celebrities and Academy Award winners and Grammy winners and major sports figures and billionaires and millionaires and everything in between. And the one thing that I realize is this. Number one, you got to simplify, because knowledge is not power. See, especially with technology, you're going to get a lot of people get a lot of technology and get overwhelmed with it. And it's not their fault, because our human brain is not designed to deal with just knowledge. That's not going to produce results. What's going to produce the results is that gap between wanting something and knowing something and getting something. And that gap in between there, you nailed it. And that is it. What stops us is fear. There's only 10 things that stop us and 3 things that move us forward. And I'll tell you what those 10 things are. And I encourage anybody to listen, that's listening, write them down. And I'll go through them slowly at first. And as I do, when I hit one that hits a nerve, and it will, because if you're human, it will, type either a 1, I don't know if you guys can respond, or go, that's me. Because one of them, if not all of them, are going to hit you if you're human. Here they are. Number 1, procrastination. That's going to get most everybody, okay? Number 2, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. Those are the toxic 10. Those are the ones that creep into anytime it's time for, I always like to use the example. Now I use examples like making money or maybe losing weight, because that's low hanging fruit, but it's synonymous with any and everything that you want to do or you want. So suppose you decide that you're going to go on a diet tomorrow. Okay. And you look at yourself, you're dissatisfied, and you go, I need to feel better. I want to have better health. Tomorrow, I am going to start my diet. I'm only going to drink water, and I'm only going to eat kale until, maybe 5 o'clock or whatever, whatever your diet is. And you go, I'm going to do that. In the moment, we have the knowledge of what to do. We have the knowledge that what we should do. And we even have the feeling that we want to do it. And I always tell people that the knowledge is not power. It's not. Because people that want to lose weight, if there's anybody out there that's ever lose weight, it's not because you don't know how to lose weight. You quit putting so much food in this hole and move your body and you'll lose weight. It's that simple. But it's not always easy, because what happens in between there is you have the want and the desire and the need and the knowledge in the moment to do it. But then when tomorrow comes and it's time to do it, you forgot about something, and that's called hunger pangs. You forgot about something called cravings for cake or whatever. And so what happens in our psychology is our brain starts going, you should just do this tomorrow, because, if you just eat a little bit, then you're going to be okay. Or whatever goes through, you're not good enough or whatever. That's what our brain is doing constantly. And that's just fear. That's just fear. And that will cause us to procrastinate. And then from the procrastination comes, then we'll hesitate in doing something. And then from that, we'll feel bad about ourselves. And so the only way to get out of that pain is to eat the cake. The only way to get out of that pain is to lay on the couch and watch Netflix or do something else other than the thing that's causing you the pain in the moment. And so that's the simplest way that I can look at it. So those things, I go through them really fast: procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm. Just say that's fear. And that fear is just an emotion. And instead of going, okay, well, what's wrong with me? And why don't I do this? Instead of that, let's do something about the fear. You know, I'm a neuropsychologist. I had a practice in Los Angeles for many, many years. And I always tell people, it's the truth. If you come into my office and you got a fear of dogs, take a guess what's going to be in my office. There's going to be a dog. And the reason being is because we're going to deal with it right now. I'm not going to go through the process of it right now, but we're going to deal with it right now. And within a half hour's time or less, you're going to be holding that dog, petting that dog, in love with that dog, and looking for other ways to be around dogs. Now, switch that dog with money, switch that dog with fitness, switch that dog with anything else in your life. So instead of putting that stuff off, instead of wondering about it, instead of asking why, instead of going through all of the stuff about what I can and I can't do, how about let's just go right to the core, interrupt that pattern, and replace it with something that serves you. And so that's the real quick, 10,000 foot view of over there, because everything with me and the reason for my success in being able to help as many people as I have been able to is I believe that it's process over knowledge. You can know all of us know people that know less than us that are more successful than us. All of us know people that the ball seems to bounce in their favor all the time. They seem luckier than us. Well, what if luck is manufactured? What if all of those things are things that you can create yourself? And so from that, what I teach people to do, and not just teach people to do, is something I call neuroencoding. And neuroencoding is a big word for programming oneself and other people. If you're a coach or you're a mentor or something like that, or you're a life coach or anything like that, helping other people program themselves so that they automatically default to their best behavior, their best thoughts, their best emotions, and their behaviors, because that's when it becomes real. That's when you get up early, stay up late, do the extra stuff, and do it happily, and do it with a smile on your face, and do it with joy. So I said there's 10 things that stop you. There's only 3 things that keep us going. And by the way, I make things so ridiculously simple, everybody can understand it. So that if you understand it, then guess what? You're more likely to do it. So here's the 3 things. I call it, and everybody write this down, please. It's called the 60-20-20 rule of further, faster. But the first question I want to ask, and I think I saw that people can type in. So I want to type in here and just type a 1 or a yes if you want what you want sooner rather than later. I'll wait.
I'm putting my 1 up right now.
Everybody. Now, it doesn't mean you can't take your time and enjoy and smell the roses and things like that. But in terms of the things that you want them sooner rather than later. Well, everybody says yes, but here's the question. What do you want? What do you want? Because people go, yeah, I want what I want. I want more money. I want more of that. Here's what you want. And please write this down because I want to make it simple so we're all on the same page. Because if I say dog, you may be thinking of a Rottweiler or a Chihuahua. I'm thinking of a Corgi, okay? So we're all thinking of the same thing, but we're not on the same page. So that we can be on the same page, again, type a 1 if you agree with me that this is what you want. Now, first off, when I say this, here's what I want you to do. I want you to notice what happens to you when I say this word, because a lot of people have fear around this word. The word is you want to be wealthy, okay? Type a 1 if that's what you want. Now, no doubt, somebody out there is going, well, it's not about the money, Joseph. It's not all about the money and everything. Well, you don't know what I mean when I say wealthy. Okay, it's just like the dog. So let me tell you what my definition of wealthy is. And then you type a 1 if you go, because here's what you're going to do. When I say it, you're going to go, yeah, he's right. Here's what wealthy means in neuroencoding. Wealthy means to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. Type a 1 if that's what you want. Now, by the way, I'm doing something with you right now. I'm encoding you right now. The way I'm speaking to you is getting you to go, aha. And as soon as that happens, then guess what? That sinks deeper in your nervous system than me just giving you some knowledge. Wealthy is to be healthy, happy, and that's what everybody wants. And all of the subsets underneath there. So to be wealthy, here are the 3 things to rapidly go further, faster. Number 1, it's 60% psychology. And I already told you what psychology is. And the number 1 thing is what you think of yourself. Okay. So if we can help you adjust your psychology, program your psychology, the two other things will automatically happen. Number one, your electricity. I'm sorry that I gave it away. That is the second thing. I used to say energy, but I'm going to say electricity now because energy connotates get up and go energy. But I'm saying the literal electrical impulses that go through every cell in your body when your psychology is up. When your psychology is when you're thinking great thoughts about yourself, when you're identifying yourself as being amazing, when you're identifying yourself as being possible, when you're identifying yourself as being something that is above and beyond somebody that's thinking of themselves as being worthless or on the other end of it. And as soon as that happens, if I hooked you up to an EEG or EKG machine, which measures the amount of electricity that goes through that your body is generating in the moment, you would be high. It would be high if you've got a good psychology. If you don't, if you're afraid, your electricity is low. And so just that alone changes everything, because here's now that's the second thing. It's 60% psychology, 20% electricity. Now, when your psychology is up, and by the way, you can do it right now. Everybody do this. Here's what I want you to do. Let's try something. Can I mess with them a little bit, Michael?
Absolutely.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. Everybody, I want you to look down and I want you to think of something that makes you either fearful or upset or scared or something that is not good. Notice what it is. Notice how it feels. Okay. Now, all I want you to do is put a smile on your face and look up at the ceiling. Smile on your face, big smile on your face, look up at the ceiling and breathe deeply. Now, staying like that, smile on your face, breathing deeply. I want you to get as depressed as you were a second ago without changing that. You can't do it, can you? You can't do it. Now, it's because when we change it, because I can physically help you change your physical body, which will change what you think, which will change how you feel, which will change the electricity that goes up. If I hooked you up to an EEG or EKG machine right now, your electricity would be up. Now, here's the beauty of it. Now, by the way, it is that simple, and there's process to make that happen automatically. Here's the beauty of the whole thing. As soon as that happens and your electricity goes up, the other 20% kicks in, and that is the other 20% is something called magnetism. Now, just so you know, this is not the laws of attraction or unicorns and crystals and rainbows. This is science. Now, Michael, you know that I taught at UCLA for many, many years, and I taught to engineers. So anything that I say, I had to prove. And this was back in the olden days before the internet. And so what happens with us as human beings, a magnet is just a piece of steel imbued with electrons. Well, check this out, kids. Everything on the planet, every single thing on the planet is made of these three things: protons, neutrons, and wait for it, electrons. Electrons. The higher the electrons, the more magnetic that thing becomes. The biggest evidence of that is the earth that we stand on. Gravity is just magnetism. It's just the earth pulling you towards it, pulling everything towards it. So if the earth is made of neutrons, protons, and electrons, and so are you, doesn't it make sense that if you have more electrons going in you, you'll become more magnetic? Well, hell yeah. By the way, this is my secret weapon. I didn't say this. Sorry, I get excited about this. I'm what's known as, and here's a new word for you guys, what's known as a megapreneur. And it's what I teach people to do. An entrepreneur is somebody who chooses to and actively pursues creating income, lifestyle, and all of that through means other than the traditional employer-employee relationship. There's nothing wrong with having a job. And if you want to be an entrepreneur, you got to have a business. You got to do something other than that. But entrepreneurs, most of them barely succeed, if succeed at all. But a megapreneur is an entrepreneur who succeeds in the upper 3 to 5%. And at the risk of sounding arrogant, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a megapreneur, and I show other people how to do that. I've been very successful in 5 and more different areas of my life. My first was real estate. You know, in my mid to late 20s, I just went to a course. I went to a course and there's lots of courses out there. I took a course on how to buy houses and flip them. Out of 300 people, I was the only one who actually, I think one other person bought 2 houses. I bought 26 of them in less than a year and a half's time. It ain't because I'm so cute or because I'm so funny or because I'm smart. It's because I have this 60-20-20 rule, the magnetism side of it. Number two, I wanted to be a musician. That was my deal back in the olden days. And in less than, it took me about 2.5 years from the time that I started doing it. I got a recording deal with CBS Records. Think of how many people try that and don't get it. And again, it wasn't because I was such a great musician or any of that stuff. It's because I apply this process. Number two, the third thing I wanted to do was I wanted to make some more money and have residual money. So I joined a network marketing company. Now, the name of the company is irrelevant because the name of the product is irrelevant. It's the person behind it that did it. I rose to the top of that company's pay schedule and their what they call levels. And I got a 6-figure income that I still get today. And I've not done that for almost 14 years now. The next thing I wanted to do was I wanted to impact people. And I have it right here. My very first book, I wanted to impact people more because somebody did that for me. I was homeless once in my life and somebody changed my life by giving me a book. So I wrote this book. I wrote it with my dear friend, Tony Robbins. I never wrote a book before. By the way, I had to write the book. I never wrote a book before. And the book became a New York Times bestseller. And it ain't because I'm such a great writer. It's because I've got magnetism. The fourth thing is doing what I do now. I've had the privilege of impacting over 6 million people by now for the past almost 40 years. And the sixth thing, I've just started saying this, that everybody needs to know. And again, I hope this doesn't sound arrogant. I'm saying this because I want everybody to know that what I say is real. The sixth thing is, and it's the reason I took my jacket off, wait for it, back up, back up, back up. This year, and as a matter of fact, in 3 months, I'm going to be 71 years old. 71 years old. And I say that again, not to brag or to boast, just to let you know that what I'm talking about works, period, bottom line. And it's not just for me, it's other people. I saw what somebody just said there. Yes, it's true. 71 years old. So having said that, magnetism means that you turn yourself into a magnet and you magnetize what you want, because two magnets are attracted to each other faster, easier, better, quicker than a magnet and steel. Now, type of one, if you've ever sabotaged yourself, you wanted something, you knew you needed to do something, but you sabotaged yourself. You ate that cake, or you didn't make that phone call, you did whatever. All of us have. Well, and if I had the time, I would show you. But magnetism means this. It's just like gravity. When you want something, if you put let me give you a perfect example. Here's this. I love this example. Have you ever been sitting in your car and you feel somebody looking at you, and you look over and there they are looking at you? The answer is yes. Or you look at somebody else and they catch your silly ass looking at them. The answer is yes. So understand this. This is science. 4 things happen when that happens. And I want you to relate this to any and everything else that you want. Number 1, when you put your attention and intention on somebody else, remember what I said about your emotion, remember your thoughts. As soon as you get curious, as soon as your eyebrows go up like that, dopamine, endorphins, and oxytocin floods your system at some level. And when that happens, your electromagnetic energy goes up, your electricity goes up. And as soon as that happens, let's just say your electromagnetic energy glows. You can see it on Carillion photography. The second thing that happens is that which you're looking at, which you're putting your attention on, feels it. That means that person feels it. And by the way, I'm saying human beings now, but it's synonymous with any and everything that you want, because we're all made of the same stuff. The third thing that happens is because they feel it, they go, oh, what is that? And I'm exaggerating. They go, what is that? And what happens to their freaking electricity? Theirs goes up. So you made them a magnet. And what happens to two magnets? The fourth thing is you become attracted to each other. That's why you look at each other. But watch this. What happens every single time when you catch each other looking at each other? What happens? You look away. You look away. And that is just your fear. And your fear of rejection, your fear of, oh, they're going to think I'm a creep, your fear. And as soon as that happens, understand this. You literally flip the polarity in your magnet and you push it away. That is why, that's what we do that with life as well. It's just like if you take 2 magnets and you put them together, they're going to stick. But if you turn one of them over, it's going to push it away. I have a demonstration I like to show people that do that. And that's all you're doing. So dismantle the belief or the concern that, the laws of attraction say that which you think about is what you bring about. So people would automatically think, well, if I'm thinking about bad things and I'm scared, then I'm bringing that around. No, that's not the way that it works. What it is you're flipping the magnet over and you're pushing it away. That's called sabotage. So knowing what you want and getting your psychology right, and it's really simple. It's so unbelievably simple. And then it automatically makes your electricity go up. And as your electricity goes up, then that which you want becomes magnetized as well. And here's the two things. Not only does it move towards you, what is that old saying? Once one decides, mighty forces will come to your aid to assist you in creating your desired outcome. Now, I paraphrase that. It's a longer quote. But the truth of the matter is, mighty forces are out there all the time. You can't see electricity, but it works. You can't see gravity, but it works. You can't see the physical embodiment of you literally magnetizing something towards you, but it works. You can't see your thoughts impacting your nervous system to make your heart beat, to make your hair grow, to make your pulse beat, all of those things, but it happens. All I'm saying is there's a process in science, I call it neuroencoding, to not just master it, but utilize it and make it work for you. But then I've yacked long enough. I'll bet you have another question.
I do have a question, Joseph. First of all, thank you for explaining some things that I've known intuitively, but I'm like you. I need to know the science behind it. I don't want I want to know why it works. So I truly appreciate you explaining things that have baffled me for a long time. But my question is, you've helped over 6 million people. So my question is, how is it that not more people are megapreneurs and more people are not self-sabotaging? I mean, is this something that we have to practice, or is it when they work with you, it just becomes, like you said, the default?
Well, I'm going to answer it front to back, okay? Why aren't more people? Because I'm only on this show every couple months. That's why. Because more people don't know about it, okay? Second answer, now, all kidding aside, the second answer is this. It's process. If you don't do the process, you won't get the result. You won't get the result because you can know something all day long. And just like this, I only have a few minutes with you. And oftentimes I'll have just if you come to work with me personally, obviously, you're going to be a megapreneur no matter what. You come to one of my seminars, one of my workshops, I'm going to give you the process and we're going to get a result right then and there. And so the answer is those that do it get the results. Those that don't. Some people just take stuff in and it's just knowledge. Some people it takes 3, 4, 5 times before they make it happen. If you're around me, okay, let me give you an example. I just did it with you guys, okay? Let me see if I can find this, okay? I'm going to change your life here in just a moment. Forever, okay? Let me find this. And as I talk, when I said with you before, I said, look up and try and feel bad. You can't do it, okay? So now watch this. I am going to change your life forever, and you'll never be the same again. And this is it's not just a metaphor. It's an example of how quickly you can change your psychology, because it's always, look at this. It's always how we think will determine how we feel. How we feel will determine what we do, and what we do will determine what we have. It is that simple. So everybody, if you know this, and if I've done it with you before, you'll get it right away. But I can see it in the chat here. Type of 1 if you've ever seen the FedEx logo. Everybody, okay? So here's the question. Here it is, by the way. Okay? So here's the question. Which direction, if you're facing it, does the arrow face? Left or right? Type of 1 if you say that it's left. Type of 2 if you say that it's right. Now, being honest, how many of you are going, what arrow? Now watch this. The rest of your life. Okay, here's the FedEx sign. Let me see if I can get it clear. Okay, look between the E and the X. See it? Okay, now for the rest of your life, every time you see that, guess what's going to happen? You're going to see that arrow. Matter of fact, you're going to see it first. You're not even going to, because you've seen the FedEx your whole life. For the rest of your life, you're going to see that first. Literally, I know this is unbelievably simple, but this is how I work, is in not just metaphor, but example. Now watch this. Which direction does the spoon face? The spoon. How many of you say left? How many of you say right? How many of you are going, what spoon, you freak? Watch, okay? Look underneath the dot in the E. See the spoon? Okay, now for the rest of your life, not for a little while, for the rest of your life, every time you see that truck, every time you see, you're gonna go, look at that spoon, look at that arrow. So that methodology that I just did with you right now, from a purely physiological and psychological standpoint, here's what happened to you. You're looking at it like this, and watch me, I'm exaggerating. You're looking at it like this, and as soon as you saw the arrow, you went, oh, isn't that? And as soon as that happened, dopamine, endorphins, and oxytocin go through your system, and your brain goes, what just happened before I got that hit of feel-good juice? And the brain goes, I saw that arrow. And it changes you for the rest of your life. And so part of my methodology is not just to tell you things, but to have you experience things that you do it. See, if I tell you something, you might believe me. But if you tell you something, then you will believe you. That's what changes your life. Long answer to your question, my dear. However, it all comes down to those that do get the result. Those that don't stagnate and circle the drain. Now, you know, for me, you know, I always say this. Yeah, I'm here, and I didn't say this. I intimated it, but I'm here right now, and I get to do what I do because somebody did this for me at the worst time in my life. I was homeless when I was a teenager, and I was homeless not because I had a bad upbringing. I had a great upbringing. But I was homeless because when I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And it wasn't just what they did to me. It's what they said to me that destroyed my, wait for it, psychology. And I became homeless. And what changed my life was somebody, a kind person that I didn't know, gave me a book. The book was called Think and Grow Rich. Now, most everybody has read the book. But if I was to poll everybody, because it happens all the time, how many of you did what the book said? Most people read it and went, oh, that's good knowledge. That makes sense. And you didn't do what the book said. I was desperate. I read the book. I did the book, and my life changed. But here's the reason I share that with you. When I went back to the man that gave me the book and I said, you know, how do I thank you? How do I thank you for what you've done for me? He said, Joseph, you thank me by doing the same thing that I've done for you for as many people as you possibly can for the rest of your life. And that's why I'm here with you right now. And again, I cannot thank you enough for allowing me to be here and share this stuff with you, because this part that I'm sharing with you goes hand in hand. Matter of fact, it needs to be the foundation of all the technology that you're going to talk about, all the wisdom, all of the other stuff. If we change how we think, and it can be as simple as me just showing you that FedEx sign. Obviously, there's more to it. You change how you think, then you'll change how you feel, and then you'll change what you do. Then you'll do the technology. Then you'll do the stuff.
That is beautiful. You know, something that I want to point out too, that was my kind of question too about it's Think and Grow Rich. How many people have read it and not become millionaires? For me, it's like, it's so simple. The answer is so simple. So most people don't do it because they're like, that's too simple. They make it way harder than it is. So what is something else that you find that people overthink and self-sabotage because they think it should be harder than it is?
Everything. There's not one thing. If you're not doing something, whatever it is, it's because you're overthinking it. And remember, it always goes like this. If I was to say, here's how you function as a human being, it goes simply like this. As we think, so we feel. Our thoughts make us feel certain things. And how we feel will determine what we're going to do. And what we do will determine what we get. And so if a person, not you personally, but if any human being is not doing what they could, should, would, want to do, then it's because those toxic 10 have creeped in. And the toxic 10, it's not your fault. As a matter of fact, don't get me started, Julie. Do not get me started. Okay. This thing that I just showed you is in my opinion, it's going to be a huge, it already is a huge problem, but it's going to be a huge problem going forward, because what it does is it allows you to get out of the pain of the toxic 10. Distractions in our lives. Distractions are what, and this thing is designed to distract you. It's like this. As a matter of fact, most people don't admit it, but I'll bet 90% of the people here take this thing into the toilet with them. Matter of fact, and by the way, I don't teach theory, meaning I don't teach something that I don't do myself. And what I mean by that is I'm human as well, and I go through these things as well. And I realized I had a phone addiction a while ago. This is TMI, but it's just the truth. I realized that I was spending too much time on my phone. And it happened because I had this long trip, and I finally got home, and I had to go to the bathroom bad. This is where the TMI comes in. I had to go bad. And I pulled in my garage, let the garage door down, jumped out of the car, was running up the stairs to go to the bathroom. And then I realized I didn't have my phone with me. I literally turned around, and I had to go bad, ran back downstairs and went into the car. And as I did, I went, oh, I've got an addiction. This is, I can't even go to the bathroom without it. And so I used what's called neuroencoding and by the way, it doesn't mean I have to get rid of it. I use it as it's meant to be, as a tool. So I say that because, to answer your question, the people that don't do it are the people that don't have the knowledge of the process to do it. And the process doesn't take that long. The neuroencoding processes don't take that long, compared to the full lifetime that you've gotten to build up these bad habits.
Do you remember when we talked about it was if you have more time, by the way, our next speaker's having mic trouble, so I'd love to continue with you if you've got.
Yeah, as long as I appreciate you, so as long as you need me, I'll be here. Okay. But we talk about all the time from that perspective of fear, right? And this fear always comes into everything we're doing. And as you said, you use the phone as a tool, but you made a great point there, because we used to tell people, social media is a tool. These are things that are a tool. What happens is when it becomes your life, when it becomes, oh my gosh, my phone is going on. I can't live. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because we hear that all the time, especially entrepreneurs. They literally live by their phone. I'm like, but what's happened to Jim Quick just talked about? Do you walk outside? What do you do for you? How do you disconnect a little bit from that, but at the same time, still it's part of your life, and make it okay? Yeah, you've got to, that's a great question. You've got to disconnect from the unresourceful things, the things that phone is doing to you. There's a term, and I just learned it, my son told me. It's called doom scrolling. Mm-hmm. And that is, what's next and what's next. But here's what I want you to know real quickly, and you'd shut me off when it's time. Okay. I was hired years ago. I can't tell you the name of the company because I signed NDAs to do that. But this company is back in the cable television days. And this company was a company that it's called syndication. They would buy already existing programs, and then they would air them on their cable show, and that's how they'd make money. They didn't create their own content. Well, this company, which now is a huge company, if I told you the name, you'd go, holy crap. But when they started, they weren't. And remember, this is cable. And so they hired me to study, because they wanted to start creating their own content. But they said, let's see what it is that the content that's already being made that is addictive already. What are the things that are psychologically binding that cause people to keep on watching those shows? And so I studied the shows that were there, and I came up with 12 what I call markers. And these markers are the things that do what I did with the FedEx sign to you. And I'll give you an example. And everybody, I'm just going to give you two of them, but these are the simple ones. Number one is a cliffhanger. Okay. They do cliffhangers, but you think it's only done in commercials. It's done over and over and over again. And that is, they build you up, and they go, we'll tell you here in a minute. Okay. And what does that do? That makes you go, it makes you fear of loss. And that's fear of loss and fear of rejection are the two biggest fears that we have as human beings. And it might be micro dosing, but over time, you cannot stop watching it. The second thing that I'll tell you about is all of us, and I want you to recognize this. I want you to go do this tonight, everybody. And that is that so that is one, the cliffhanger. The other is canned laughter and canned response. And what that means is this: I'll use laughter as an example. Watch your favorite, I don't care whether it's Friends or Seinfeld or whatever, watch your favorite sitcom and notice how many times you actually laugh. Doesn't happen. Every once in a while you'll go, but for the most part you don't. But the canned laughter in the back is going, ah! They're laughing like crazy. Now what that does to you, and by the way that the dialogue is set up is in what they call beats. Anybody that's an actor knows there are beats. It goes da 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 da. The dialogue goes da 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 da, and then they'll throw in big laughter, and then they'll do it again da 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 da, and then laughter. And what it's programming you to do is anticipate that laughter coming up and feeling good, even though you're not feeling it. And what happens is, again, I exaggerated, you go like this, and as soon as that happens, dopamine releases. So they're literally, and there's 12 of them, by the way, they're literally hooking you into this. Well, social media does it on steroids. On steroids. So the answer to the question with regard to how you separate yourself is, number one, you got to work on that craving, and you got to neuro encode that craving. And once you get that out of the way and replace it with something else that is empowering, because that's the thing. You can want something all day and get rid of something all day long, but if you don't replace it with something, then you're going to go back to it. You don't have any other choice. So what we do is, like I said, if you get a fear of dogs, I'm going to replace it with love and excitement and joy and all of those things, so that when you see the dog, that triggers you to go after it. So now when you see your phone triggers you to go, oh, let me go use it as a tool. And as soon as it stops being a tool, you're rid of it. You're down. You're done with it. Now, does that mean you don't get to, scroll sometime? No, you do. But internally, you start to become more responsible versus responding to what's there.
I love that. I used to actually work in addiction recovery, and I'm telling you right now, people are more addicted to their phones because we take them away for a minimum of 30 days. They freak out over that. Not the drugs so much, but the phones they had a problem with. So I love that you're sharing this, and that there is a way to live with something without it being your entire life and your entire existence. That's really remarkable.
In my opinion, cell phones are the #1 addiction of the world right now, of the world.
100%. I have a question, and this is has to go back to this idea of pattern interrupting. I know that a lot of us, sometimes we get in that hamster wheel of the negativity, and if we want to change our thoughts, what are some things that you do personally that gets you out of when you notice it and you think, okay, I gotta stop?
Yeah. Well, first off, I don't wait till I notice it. See just what happened to you? What just happened to you? It's just like your lights went on and your dopamine release goes through, and I hope everybody else as well. Here's the formula for changing anything. Number one, first off, I call it kill the monster while it's a baby. That's not number one. But no, number one is you got to know what you want. You got to know what you would replace it with. In other words, instead of procrastinating, what do you want? Because I ask people, what do you want all the time? They go, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. No, what do you want? And so know what you want. So let's just assume that we know what we want, okay? Lose weight, make more money, be wealthy, all that stuff, okay? Next question is, what stops you from getting it, okay? What stops you from getting it is what you notice later, what you said. You notice. I caught myself procrastinating. I caught myself doing that. So don't wait. The steps are this. Feel bad on purpose. Feel bad on purpose. Don't wait for it. Make yourself feel bad. Just like I did with you a little while ago. I said, look down and feel bad. You can do it in an instant. Number two, interrupt that pattern, because it's just a pattern of your body, what you're focusing on, and what you're saying to yourself. And how you interrupt that pattern is most of the time you just stand up or you shake yourself out or whatever. Because when you do, well, let me give you this real quick analogy. We've all done this. You're sitting in your house and you go, oh, I got to go in the kitchen and get an ink pen or whatever. Now you're in a pattern of your physical body is like this, and you're thinking ink pen, and you know where it is. And you stand up and you go in the kitchen, and there you are in the kitchen going like, what the hell did I come in here for? Okay. Now what happened was you interrupted that pattern and you created what's called a scotoma. A scotoma is a vacuum in the brain, and a vacuum always wants to be filled up. So when you feel bad and then interrupt that pattern and create that scotoma, the third step is to feel good. Why? Because the brain will take that in, the feel good. And feeling good can be as simple as can be just smiling. Why? Dopamine, endorphins, oxytocin goes into that hole right there. And the last thing is you got to praise yourself. I'm going through all this stuff really, really fast, but these are the steps. And when you do that enough times, the very thing that caused you to feel bad will be the thing that triggers you to feel good.
Yeah, what's great about that is there's when we all started NLP way back, right? Not that you and I are older than some of the people here, but
I am.
me too. But it was interesting to start to see, because coming from psychology, and like the reason you had clients for 10 years is it paid the rent. It was great. It paid the mortgage. But then we were doing things in 3 months and 2 months and making these pattern changes. And you're even taking all that science and taking it that next step, taking it to that anybody can do this, that there's no reason not to, right? It's all our fears. But the one thing that I hear all the time, and we'll be wrapping soon, but I think that's really important, is I always hear about the morning. The morning is always the challenge, the routines in the morning. I just don't keep my routine. I don't even know what routine it's like, first of all, you opened your eyes. That's a good thing. It's a good start of the day. Can you talk a little bit about morning routines? We hear that all the time.
Yeah. First off, throw that word out, routine. Get rid of it. Routine has such a negative connotation to it. Nobody wants to do a routine. Okay. There are 3 things. There are rituals, habits, and rejoices. Okay. Rituals, habits, and rejoices. Okay. Now, there's also, now, by the way, people say, well, what about bad habits? No, you don't have bad habits. You have addictions. Addictions are the things that we do habitually, or we have a craving for or a yearning for, to do something that does not serve you. Just make it simple. That's an addiction. A habit are the cravings, yearnings, compulsions to do something that serve you. That's it. If you make it that simple, then you get to go to the next thing. So addictions, let's put that over here to the side. Okay. Now, what makes a habit is a ritual. Now, a ritual isn't just doing something over and over again, because you can create a habit of doing something over and over again. A ritual is doing something over and over again. Wait for it, ladies and gentlemen, because here's some simplicity coming towards your ass that you never even thought about. And that is this: doing something and rejoicing and praising yourself and getting excited about it when it's over, even if you've got to make it up. And that means, like for example, here's a ritual that you're all going to thank me for tomorrow. Okay. Take a glass of water and put it by the nightstand before you go to sleep. 1 glass of water. And when you wake up in the morning, all I want you to do is drink that glass of water. 90% of the people on the planet hate waking up in the morning. And most people wake up to an alarm clock. And we wake up and it's like, I need more sleep. And you don't want to get out of bed. And you certainly don't want to get up and go exercise or do anything. So don't. Here's what I want you to do. When you wake up, drink that glass of water. Why? Number 1, water conducts what? Electricity, right? So it raises your electricity in your body. And then when you do, I dare you, you cannot go back to sleep. You'll try and go back to sleep, but it's starting to brew inside of you. And then all I want you to do is watch real close, because this is the real hard part. Go like this. Go. Smile. Why? Dopamines, endorphins, oxytocin goes through your system. And then for me, I sit there and I just go through gratefulness. I just say, okay, what am I grateful for? What am I excited about for the day? It couldn't be simpler than that. And now you have the energy to do it. Okay. Now, here's the best part about it. You got to pee. So you got to get out of the bed. And once you stand up, then you get a rush of energy. And then there's a little more to it, but that's a ritual that is so simple to do. Drink a glass of water in the morning. How can you? And then when you're done, pat yourself on the back, shake your ass, do whatever it takes to go, I did just that. It doesn't have to be some big, thing. And then what happens is that becomes a habit. That becomes a habit for you with little or no effort. And then because that's something that serves you in all the ways that I said you. And then what happens is your psychology, that third thing that I just said, praise in your brain starts to go, well, I did that. I can do this. I can do that. And you don't have to convince it. It starts to do it on its own. You're thinking differently. And then when you approach something, you go, well, I did that. I didn't. I'm intellectualizing it now, but you're not always conscious of it. It's changing your psychology, and your psychology is going, let's go do this. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. Last thing, ritual. When you lay your head on the pillow, first off, shut this off an hour, or any screens off an hour before you go to sleep. And then when you go to sleep, when you lay your head on the pillow, watch real closely because it's difficult. Lay your head on the pillow and go like this. What was great about today? That's it. That's it. It peppers your dreams. It makes you feel accomplished and all of those things. That's a ritual. That's a praise ritual. And what happens is it becomes part of who you are.
That's, this has been a blessing. This is, no, I mean, and not that Mary's texting anything like that, but this is because our audience is, right, there's always something new. There's always something to learn. And part of what you're doing is we're with somebody who is changing the planet. We're with somebody who is, when you talk about legacy, and part of what I do is for my grandchildren, right? And I know part of what you're doing is going to make a better world for them. Well, and I think that's the honor of why we get to work together and be together and do this together. Is really, we look at you as part of the Los Angeles Tribune's family. Because you've said yes when we need you there, and our audience is always like, can he come back again? We're like, we'll ask, of course. And I just from myself and Julianne and Alicia is a big part of the Tribune. She does our red carpets, she does our business development, she does so much. And I wanted to bring her up just so you can get to know her for a minute. And she's a brilliant light in our universe. So,
well, very nice to meet you, Alicia. I actually was listening to you a little bit before we came on. Very nice to meet you. And again, as somebody that is steeped in this, making a difference in people's lives, I appreciate you being on my team. And if I may be so bold as to say, I appreciate you allowing me to be on your team.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a wonderful segment. It's great to meet you, Joseph. Took so many notes. I have to say, I see FedEx trucks all the time. And once you see the arrow, you can't unsee it. But what I love so much about that exercise is it caused a big reflection in me of like, what are so many of the other experiences in my life where it's just a minute mind shift? And how can I ask myself the questions when Joseph is not there to say, what else can I see here? And really just rewire and re-switch in that moment. And it's such a practical shift. And once you see it, you literally cannot unsee it. You can't
unsee it. And that's just seeing it.
Right.
See, I'm a neuropsychologist, and traditional psychology is just my words to your ears. Neuropsychology is my words to all 5 of your senses. All 5 of your senses. We just talked about one, but yeah, I like what you just said there with regard to what else in my life can, I put it this, what else in my life can I apply this to so I can notice more of, so that it becomes automatic.
Yeah.
Joseph, from us, the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, Ava, Emmanuel, Alicia, myself, and Julianne, let's give you a big thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much.
If you'll allow me, can I give everybody a
yes.
gift?
Yes, and I've also posted so they can type it while they go. Please do.
It is my absolute pleasure. And if you would, and I know you guys are going to post it up later, but I have, what changed my life was somebody gave me a book. I'm in my library here now, and you can see that, I'm an avid reader, and you don't have to read a lot, but I'd like to give you a book, and the book is called Dare to Be Magnificent. Now, understand this. Everything that I say has a reason and a purpose, even the words that I use. Magnificence, to me, the definition of magnificence means to magnify the essence of who you already are. To magnify the essence, and who you are is you came into this world with a spark of life. You came into this world with some electricity, and let's magnify that. And so if you would, let me go here. And I send it to you guys as well.
We've actually posted it right in the comments down below.
Okay,
they'll see it. They'll all see it on the comments and also on our feed.
Yeah, if you click there, I'd love to give you this book for absolute free, as well as I want to invite you to, could you imagine 3 days with me? And I'll take you through a bunch of stuff. I'm having something called the Neuroencoding Challenge coming up here. I don't even know the date. No, they gave me the date. Hang on. October 8th. 9th, and 10th. It's absolutely free. It is my gift to you. The book is free. Go there and just fill it out. They'll email you the book. It'll be digital. You don't have to pay for anything. It's there. And it'll also put you in for this event. I'm going to spend like 3 days, 3 hours a day. And I'm bringing some of my amazing friends with me, Les Brown and Malcolm Jamal Warner and Beverly Johnson, and the list goes on and on. So I'm bringing some other people with me as well. And my whole outcome in that is to give you the tools that you're going to need, that you can make these changes. You've heard me talk about all these things, but actually we're going to do it right there. So I just want to say thank you. Go there, click on that link. It is, what did they say? And have it. It's neuroencoding.com/book or whatever you put there.
That's exactly what it is. I just was going to say it. Perfect.
And yeah, there it is right there. Click on that, take a picture of it, whatever. And it is my gift to you. The reason I'm doing that is because the reason I do what I do is because I made that promise to somebody else. And lastly, I want to just really, I'm from my heart to yours. Anytime you need me, I'm here for you. And that is at this stage in my career, it's always been, but this stage in my career, I want to pass it on. I want other people to do what I do in whatever form and to be more wealthy. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much from the Los Angeles Tribune, again, and our family and everybody here in LA Tech, and so much more to do. And you'll be on with us again. I can tell you that right now. Let's give Joseph McClendon a big thunderous round of applause. Put 5s in the chat. Joseph, thank you so much. Have a brilliant day. Mary says, from her heart to yours, a huge thank you again.
Mary Garfield is the absolute best. I love you, Mary.
Chief.
I love everybody out there. And lastly, I want to say that I always say lastly, and it's never lastly. This time it will be. Remember this. Life is always exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. And so the trick to life is to boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. I love you, and I will see you at the top.
Awesome. Thank you, Joseph. Have a wonderful, brilliant day. Is he just not like I almost said the light of my life, but then I got to talk to my wife out there. But, it just, for our audience, first of all, the comments, I mean, if I look, we probably had 300 comments. That's incredible. And there's probably there's more coming in right now. Here they go. They keep going. But Joseph, what he does is, and then we're going to move right into Jonathan here in 3 minutes. But what Joseph does is he gives himself. He gives fully himself 1000%. There's no holding back. I don't have to guess who he is. I don't have to guess what he's about. And for an audience, that just creates a comfort and a know, like, and trust, and it makes a huge difference. And Julianne, what'd you think of that?
I was absolutely blown away. It doesn't have to be hard. And the thing that really resonates with me is asking better questions and gaining clarity and coming from a place of wanting versus fearing. And ultimately, your entire life can change with just a couple simple steps.
It is those simple steps because we complicate things all the time. And here it's about the simple steps and making it so we all understand it from that perspective. Alicia, what'd you think?
What a phenomenal conversations. I took so many notes. Something that really stuck out is no more routines, rituals. And how can you set yourself up for success even the prior day? And doing something that can seem as simple as smiling, but how can you really reset your energy before you even start the day? So I know that tomorrow I want to try having that glass of water by my bed, smiling. And I love to practice gratitude in the morning, but I never thought to just smile at the beginning of the day. And all of those impacts. And something that Joseph said really stuck out is that you can't see electricity, but it works, right? And so what are all the other invisibles, intangibles that we can't see, right? We can't maybe necessarily feel, but they're working. And how can we be more cognizant of it? And what I thought was really profound about that last segment, there were so many actionable steps that we can take today. Yeah. Right? Like, yeah. What is our relationship with our phones? Like, I don't like to be on my phone on Sundays. I call them protective Sundays because I do like to unplug. But what are the actionable steps that we can actually take today? And I can only imagine that doing a workshop with Joseph, you learn so much more. So there were so many gems. If you're just tuning in now to LA Tech and Everyday Life, we just had Joseph McClendon on. If you didn't hear his segment, highly recommend that you watch the replay so you can catch some gems. And for those of you that are just tuning in, we encourage you to register at latech2024.com. Each day, we are sending out recaps, summaries, and key quotes from the days with all of the replay links on our engagement resource hub. So highly recommend that you register so you can get access to that information. We are continuing to move along through LA Tech. And Michael, I'd love to hand it back to you to introduce our next guest.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Julianne, for being part of that. Thank you, Alicia, for everything that you do. It's just a great day. All right, here we go. All right, so our next amazing guest, and by the way, don't forget to share this with everybody you know. Don't forget to give this out. Don't forget to be, you're part of something bigger. And I think that's always a bigger piece here. Because we're making a difference every single day. And we're doing those things that truly help us become better than we are and become, more sort of from the level of the impact. And I think that just makes a difference. I've been we've been on interviews all morning. This is great. But it's just great to see everybody on. It's great to have all of you here. And here we go. So this next gentleman I am going to bring up. By the way, if you're sitting in the green room, we have a panel coming up a little bit later. So we just need everybody you could always watch us on Facebook, but if you're sitting in our green room, we'll just thank you all so much. And we need you to fade off the green room so we can bring up everybody later. All right, fantastic. Here we go. So this next gentleman who's sitting next to me, and we're going to get a little feedback probably because you got your speaker live. I can hear a little bit. It's amazing because he comes from he comes from radio. He created a LA Live concert series. He's interviewed every basically rock and roll star on the planet. He had a life transition, and now he's really changing the planet from a mindset, a spirituality, a body. It's the mind-body connection. It's putting it all together. And I promise, Jonathan, I won't just talk about rock and roll because I just saw ELO the other night and still one of my favorite. The first concert I ever saw in 1974 was ELO at the Universal Amphitheater. But anyways.
Hey, I'll talk about rock and roll all day long. That's okay.
I'll tell you, it was just Jeff Lynne. Thank you so much for all the years you did with, and especially with George Harrison. But, it's really, this is the LA Tech Show. What's been really interesting, we've been dealing a lot with tech and how it works and AI, but then also that mind-body connection and what it's doing to us there and how we also learn, right? It's from a learning perspective and how we drive ourselves to the next level. So a couple things. Number one, tell the audience a little bit about yourself, because part of being on here now, many of you have seen him before. He plays with us. He's on his shows. He's going to be with us at Barnes & Noble in October on the 24th. So I'm really excited for that. We have a live show. We have Jane Goodall, which is a live show. Then that will be next month, September 21st in San Pedro, California. And then we'll be at the Barnes & Noble on October 24th. And that's really, any of you will have tickets for that. And please come out and join us, the Los Angeles Tribune live show at the Barnes & Noble in the Grove in Los Angeles. And we'll be broadcasting also. So it's great to have you there. But tell the audience a little bit about yourself.
Well, Michael, first, thank you for having me here. Mo, behind the scenes there. I know you're listening somewhere, Mo. Thank you so much. Ava, thank you so much. It really is cool to be here. And, this is LA Tech, right? And I work a lot in the emotional intelligence space, in the self-awareness space, and the self-love space. But here's the thing. So back in the 90s, when, people were still programming in HTML 1.0, I started one of the very first online music companies. It was called LA Live. And like you were saying, we worked with everybody. We broadcast all the big bands, all the little bands, everybody in between, had tons of fun doing it. And even then, technology was changing quickly. But now, with AI and everything that's going on, technology is it's running at us faster than we can keep up. We're being brought out of ourselves because we have to learn something new. Right? Every other day there's a new chat GPT update or a Claude AI update, or there's a new way to make your videos through AI, and all of this is changing so quick, and we have not evolved to keep up with it. And people are burning out, people are getting exhausted, people are losing their relationships with themselves, with others. So the reason that this is so important to me to be on something like LA Tech is because while it's really important, right? Look, you either fight AI because you think it's going to ruin everything, or you just go, okay, it's either going to run me or I'm going to help run it, right? So I'm on the side of let's learn this, figure it out, and we're going to figure out how to use it to make a better world. And if you lose that connection with yourself, if you lose that connection with others, what's it all for anyway? So that's why I'm here. And that's a little bit about what I do.
Had to click the right button. It is that we talked about that a lot. It's really having that connection. And I think having that connection is so critical because it's sort of how we address life, right? And if you look at sort of the change that you made, and you went through a transition. So I have another friend that did that too. He was actually the head of AMC, and he was head of comedy at Paramount, and he had a physical that he thought was going to kill him. It changed everything. It just changed the way he looked at life, to change the way he does what he does. It changed to be really of service. But can you walk the audience through some steps to help them, not only with AI and tech and everything that's coming on, but help them even, we talked about Joseph, the getting up in the morning, and really that morning, he said, get the word routine out of there. Mornings are that issue, but then there's the afternoon, and nobody ever addresses that. So two things. First of all, can you give the audience a little bit of how do I get from stuck to unstuck? And then also, do you have a delightful afternoon routine that we're going to forget the word routine. Do you have a delightful way we can make the afternoon not more impactful? Because we know nap is a good thing, right? All the studies show a little nap is okay. Can you walk that through a little bit, what your afternoons look like?
Yeah, I don't call it a routine. I call it a ritual, because routine is like, oh, I got to do this again. I remember I had a client, and one of the things we work on, it's going to sound cliche, folks, but it's gratitude, right? If you talk to anybody who's successful, they talk about gratitude. And I remember I'm talking to him, and he has a big distribution company, out in LA, and they're doing great. And I was actually surprised he came to me as a client, because he's one of the most successful people I know, but that was success on the outside, not inside. And he says, oh yeah, I do my gratitude. And I said, so, how do you do it? What do you do? He goes, well, I write down a few things that I'm grateful for, and, then I check that off the list. And that's what routines turn into, whether it's gratitude or anything else. It's another thing to check off the list. So we need to start turning these into rituals so they become meaningful to us, important to us. So what are my rituals in the afternoon? I'll share what my old ritual was, and then I'm going to share what my new ritual is.
That'd be great.
Because it really did change things. Here was my old ritual. I at the end of the day, I would look in the mirror and I would review the day, and I would think about everything that went wrong, and I beat myself up for it. And it didn't matter if I had just interviewed The Who or Tony Bennett or Cher or Green Day, whoever it was, right? It didn't matter what great success I had, or just closed this show with someone I really wanted to work with. Like, great stuff would happen, but I would review, but you messed that up, or you asked a question wrong, or that got edited wrong, or whatever it was. And then I go to bed with all these thoughts about how crappy I was and how not enough I was and all this stuff. And here's what you have to understand. Every day is a mix of things that go the way you want them to and things that don't go the way you want them to. Every single day has both of those components. Yes, some days there's more good and some days there's more difficult, but every day you have the two of those, things that went well, things that didn't. So here's my new ritual is I look myself in the mirror and I review everything that went great. You woke up this morning, you got your son ready to go to school, you were a good dad today, you showed up here for LA Tech, you shared some great stuff with people, you inspired some people. These are the kind of things I review. Now, I could review this and go, oh, you slurred your words, your Boston accent came out, all this kind of stuff, right? Because, sometimes I go into my fast Boston slur, all that. So I can either focus on those kind of things at the end of the day or focus on, hey, how did you show up today? How many people? I literally, in the morning, I ask, who can I help today? I don't look for an answer. I just put the question out to the universe, right? Joseph spoke about the questions you ask. Better questions give you better answers. So I just ask the question. The universe always supplies an answer. And then throughout the day, I help as many people as I can in a professional role, in a personal role, in a random role at the supermarket or on the freeway. And I look back. Okay, what's everything great that you did today? How many people did you help today? And I re-feel the experience of being with those people, of helping those people, right? We own a mindfulness studio here in Austin also. So I picture the people who walk through the doors either for the first time or for the 1,000th time. And yes, we have people that have been through those doors over 1,000 times in our 10 years, definitely more than 1,000 times, many of them. And that's the ritual. Now, to be clear, I add the ritual. While I do that, I add the ritual of gratitude, right? For the opportunity to do all these things. And of course, for my house, for the plants that are budding outside. It rained the other day. We're in Austin. It's been really dry. It rained the other day. And all of a sudden, these huge flower buds started coming out in August in Austin. And it was beautiful. Wow, for gratitude for that. Because it was amazing. Here's a big one too, ritual. Forgiveness. I forgive myself for all the things that did go wrong. And then I forgive everybody else that may have done something to hurt or offend me or bother me or not return a phone call or just irked me. Forgiveness is huge. So those are the new rituals. So then when you either show up, walk through the door for your family, or now you're getting ready for bed, you go to bed with these thoughts of kindness, of compassion, of forgiveness, of celebration. And you have a great night's sleep. You're not rolling around with all these thoughts in your head. Oh my God, I got to wake up the next day and do this all over again. I was living the life of my dreams back then, but I still would wake up. Oh my God, I have to go through this again. Even though I was hugely successful. It's just lucky that, I didn't have access to the drugs and help that people like Matt Perry had. Could have easily been there. It's so sad that those things happen. They don't have to happen if we simply change some of our rituals of celebrating ourselves, of honoring ourselves, and yes, of forgiving ourselves too. And that's all a part of the emotional intelligence experience, right? The Harvard study came out. Your number one predictor of future success, not who your parents were, not your SAT scores, not your grades, emotional intelligence. So this is all about emotional intelligence and becoming friends with the emotions that are running through your body. So I kind of started going off there, but that's my ritual in the afternoon and the evening. And
Yeah.
it's powerful.
But you know what's great about that is that you're giving somebody something that they can use immediately, right? You're giving them the idea, and I love it that part of the ritual you talked about forgiveness. You've talked about, because that gets stuck in us, that part of ourselves. And even when we do something wrong on our phone, right, or we text the wrong thing, or there's all these physiological effects that it holds on to. And I want to let everybody know that Jonathan and I are working on something very powerful, and you'll be seeing more from us in a couple weeks. So watch out for those emails from myself. And because we want you to get through this, we want you to be able to take everything that you have and take that to the next level without those blocks that we all have. So Jonathan and I are the same as all of you. And success is not about success is what it is for you. Success for me is the planet that I leave for my grandchildren. So success has its many different ways you look at it, but we're going to come to you with a way to be part of a move to take your entrepreneur side, your learning side, your learning state, and take that to where it should be. But because of the stuff we have in ourselves, we hold back. And I think that piece that you just said about forgiveness is such a critical piece. What audiences love to know is, as you do this routine, see, as you do this ritual, I was moving through that.
Don't do this routine. You'll check it.
Yes,
I forgave today. Check it off the list.
Yep.
Get rid of all your routines.
Yeah,
Rituals.
as you do your ritual, and you keep doing this ritual, that little piece on forgiveness, what has it done for you?
Oh my God. I really started forgiveness as a ritual probably about 5 years ago. And I can say it is the biggest change in my life out of anything I have done. All the personal development work I've done, the yoga, I started doing yoga in 1999. I started coaching people in 2008. Forgiveness was the biggest game changer, because think about it. Think about the stories that you replay in your head. And some of them are from yesterday, and some of them are from last month, and some of them are from last year, and some of them are from 10 and 20 and 30 years ago. I've worked with people that are beating themselves up for things that happened when they were 4 years old. A kite got stuck in a tree. Someone made this person feel bad about that. And this person has been beating themselves up ever since. 4 years old. We hold on to these stories. And what this does is it chains us to the past. And we keep reliving this past over and over in our heads. And we think, if only that was different, if only I was different that day, or if only somebody else did something different that day. Right? So here's the definition of forgiveness that I use. I didn't make this up. Forgiveness is giving up hope that the past can be different. I'll say it again. Forgiveness is giving up hope that the past can be different. And when we look at forgiveness that way, right, people always ask, well, do you have to forgive? With that definition, now you don't always have to forgive right now, today, when it's so raw and this just happened to you. But the past can't be different. And it doesn't matter how many times you imagine that your life would be different if only that happened differently 10, 20 years ago. It's true. Your whole life would be different if that didn't happen, but it did. Forgiveness releases us from the past. It unchains us from the past. We live in this jail cell of the past. Forgiveness opens the cell doors. It allows us to walk through them, and it frees us to create a brand new future for ourselves, a future that we want. So every day when I wake up, I have my morning rituals too. It's a brand new day. I can create a new future because I am no longer, I used to be, well, that person did that yesterday and screw them. They left a cup in the sink after I cleaned it. Damn them. Don't tell me you guys haven't thought of that ever. Yeah, I know I'm not alone on that one. I've spoken to enough people. Yeah, you let all that stuff go. All of it is gone. So you can wake up in the morning and, as Joseph said, ask the right questions so that you can be bold and create this amazing, powerful day where you help people in the world and help yourself while doing it.
Yeah. The great thing about it, it ties into what we're also doing, because with Jane Goodall, it's a day of peace.
Yeah.
And it's a day, it's her day of peace. It's a worldwide event. We happen to have her live in San Pedro. And in San Pedro, it's September 21st. We'll all be down there. So hopefully if you're in an area, you can come, anybody who's there. But it's for her Roots and Shoots. It's actually for the children. It's for her worldwide organization for children. And that to teach them forgiveness, to bring that forgiveness into the next generation. And the day before, we're doing a day of peace in a virtual broadcast. That's all this is about. And not only does it make you better internally and everything, but it also allows you to be a better business person, father, mother, aunt, uncle, right? It allows you to be a better podcaster. It allows you to be better at everything that you do. And you keep healing yourself internally. So we just have a couple of minutes. Karen actually posted something just to you directly. Just keep healing the world, Jonathan.
Thank you, Karen. We love you.
You guys are the best.
Here's the way to think of it, Michael. Yeah. Think of a pot of water that's filled up to the top, and you put on the flame underneath it. You light the stove. The water starts boiling over. It's overflowing now. Well, that's how we are with all this stuff coming at us. We are filled to the top. And the slightest thing that happens, whether it's someone has a different political point of view, whether someone cuts you off the road, whether someone looks at you the wrong way because they're afraid of something, you don't even know what's going on with them, you explode. You're overflowing. And what these practices do, this celebrating of yourself, this forgiveness, this gratitude, this connecting with you and your emotions and your fear and your sadness and all of it, what it does is it makes room in your pot. So you can put on the flame and these things will still come at you. But you have room in your pot, in your body, in your life, and it won't flow over. You won't explode anymore. And that's why you can be a better parent, a better dad, a better mom, a better podcaster, a better coach, a better speaker, a better human. This is how it works.
Yeah. Oh, this is brilliant. Jonathan, it's been amazing the time with you. I want to thank you so much for just everything that you bring. Everybody, just know you're going to be seeing some information for myself. Jonathan and I are going to bring something to you that is going to impact your life immediately and moving forward. And we can't wait for it. So Jonathan, for myself and the Tribune and the whole team, we give you a thunderous round of applause.
Thank you guys so
much. No, and thank you. And you have a brilliant day. Go be with your son, because family first. It's all I teach. Family first, whatever it takes.
Always.
So, and
love you guys.
Love you too. All right, Jonathan, have a good one. All right. Look at me, little. Look at that. Wait. Let's see. Hold on. Let's play with the screen. There we go. Let's do it again. Alicia, welcome back. And I'm going to turn it over to you and be quiet. I'll be back in 10 minutes. But what a great day. What a great day. Because with Joseph McClendon, I said, we have some extra time. He's like, let's roll. And to have Joseph McClendon, he was just on fire. We've had him with us for a year now. And every time we say, Joseph, we've got a show, he's like, I'm there. I'm there, and does anything for us. And obviously, always mentions, and we should do a shout out to the Mary Glorfield
Yes.
for being my business partner now for almost 7 years. But just again, if you don't know who she was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years and did 82 countries with Tony, and then 12 years with T. Harv Eker. Mary Glorfield is a shining light in this universe. She's one of Joseph, obviously, closest 30 years now working together. And Joseph just lit up the sky, as I say. So amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll be back in 9 minutes.
That's great. And what a great session that we just had with Jonathan. I think it's particularly important to remember relationships and self-love and forgiveness and themes of connection as we talk about how technology is evolving and taking over our lives. How do we stay grounded and present in the moment? Gratitude is something that came up so much today, particularly with Joseph and with Jonathan. And when we think about tools like AI, do they have feelings? Do they understand what it means to be grateful? Is that something that we as humans will never be able to allow technology to take over for ourselves, because technology can't take over your own emotions? So it's been such a delight here at LA Tech. We are continuing with the conversations. I want to bring up Ava V. Manuel, our editor-in-chief, who has also joined us today. Hello, Ava. How are you?
Amazing. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Alicia. And yes, it's been a wonderful, wonderful morning already, just between Joseph McClendon III and Jonathan Throwen. Oh my gosh, it's a way to balance, definitely, between tech and emotions, emotional intelligence. And when it comes to emotions, there isn't anything out there probably more nerve-wracking than jumping into entrepreneurship, right? Like, as entrepreneurs, we have big dreams and we live at the skinny branches, and we envision how a world perfect would be, and then we go out and make it happen. So I love that we have this very, very short snippet of business solutions. With everything that's going out, Alicia, we're looking at different tech innovations and AI. What does the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions do in terms of like tying this all together?
Yes. So, we've heard about so many tools that are available for everyone to use from a technology perspective during this summit, and some of the struggles that entrepreneurs have as it relates to trying to manage every aspect of their business, and should they. So we at the Los Angeles Tribune have a business solutions division that's all about helping our clients with their visibility, but also their digital footprints, and really helping them to put a strategy together that works for their business so that they can expand and enhance their digital footprint, understand how automations and systems can actually help them manage their business so they can do what it is that they do best. When we were talking to Aaron yesterday during LA Tech, he said, just because you can do things doesn't mean you should. What does it mean to have a team? But also, what does it mean to have systems and tools that can support you and your business so you can focus on what it is that you do best? So that's what we do here at the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions division. And we have such a great time working with our clients, some of whom you've already seen on the show, but really figure out, okay, there are so many tools out there. What is my strategy? What is my story, and how do I get my story out there to the world in a way that helps our clients enhance communications and build relationships with the people that they're serving?
Thanks, Alicia. So let me just ground our audience. We've got hundreds of people in our virtual auditorium who's probably hearing it for the first time that the Los Angeles Tribune has a business solutions division. Definitely for a newspaper media company, this is a first. And you probably wonder, like, how did a newspaper media company end up with business solutions, and what is business solutions? Alicia just answered that, but let me give you a little bit of a background. As a newspaper and media company, we have the ability to elevate people's visibility and elevate their credibility, right? So I always, as an editor-in-chief, I've been sitting with entrepreneurs, and oftentimes I would see gaps in their business systems in a way that even if we advertise it for them, the advertisement won't help them because there isn't a seamless way to turn eyeballs into dollars, or followers into clients. Like, what's that process for you? Like, you've got more followers, for example, let's think about Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn. Oh, I just grew my follower into 10 years, but how does that convert into a client? And this isn't just a financial conversation. Entrepreneurs, I believe 100%, are out here to make a difference. We're putting in, our hearts and our bank account on the line right here because we believe that we can impact the world. And our dream, personally, my dream in the Los Angeles Tribune is to be able to like really help these entrepreneurs make that dream of creating a big impact, making a big difference, creating the change that they want to do in the world a reality. But then how does that visibility, really turn into being able to fully 100% support someone instead of just like them watching your little posts or watch them, give you your little videos and your snips, but how can you really serve them and make the difference that you could make in their life? And that's where business solutions came in. I've advised many entrepreneurs and say, when you've done this, when you've changed or aligned your message in your website, come back and then we can advertise. Because I didn't want people to advertise with the Los Angeles Tribune, and it turns out they would say like, well, I really didn't make anything much out of advertising with LA Tribune. Well, you can't, not when you don't have a seamless system to turn followers, eyeballs into clients or customers or transformed lives. So Alicia, what is it like when we come across entrepreneurs who would, for example, say, hey, I want to increase my visibility, I wanted to be able, whether it's a book or it's a podcast or it's a coaching program or it's consultancy speaking, on stages, and they say, I'd like to be able to get my my footprint, my digital footprint bigger so that I'm easily searchable, I'm findable, that that algorithm can easily find me. What's that process like for people to like even explore that with the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions?
Ava, I love that question. And, the answer is that the journey is unique for everybody, but it starts at, where are you right now, right? What is your digital footprint? What does your website look like? What does your email signature look like? On your website, are there call to actions that are clear to the individuals that are connecting with you? If you're inviting them to your website, is there a way that they can subscribe to learn more so that you can now follow up with them? And so I just love to see that light shine on someone's face when we can meet with them and have a session to say, where are you now? And we always share gems in that first meeting of things that they can implement today and then figure out what that looks like. And so for some clients, they have a strong digital footprint, but it's creating more calls to actions and making sure that they have a system in place to be able to follow up with their clients. For other individuals, it's, what does your digital footprint look like? Do you have one? Do you have a website? Is it clear? Like yesterday, we had Deval talking about startups and investors, and it's about the story that you're telling, and is that resonating? So with entrepreneurs, what you're putting out there to the world, is that resonating with your target audience? And if it isn't, how can you adjust your messaging so that you're still staying true to your authentic brand voice, but you're able to make connections? Because it's really about connections. It's not always about the sell, right? It eventually can get there, but it's about how are you establishing a connection with your audience and how are you expanding so that you do get more visibility? And then what are the systems that you have in place, like you mentioned, Ava, earlier, so you can turn those eyeballs into dollars, because now you have a way to engage with the people that are connecting with you in a way that's meaningful and impactful to your business, but also to their business as well.
You know, and I'm going to just jump in just for a second. That's exactly right. We just came from the world's largest podcasting convention, and the biggest thing they said was the systems. What are your systems? What is that part behind it? Because most of them are so afraid of it that they don't have it. And so what you're talking about is exactly what we heard from this biggest convention that they all need.
Yeah. The systems.
Mic drop moment, Michael. And Mike, I'm excited also that you're back, because I know that thank you for giving us that affirmation that we're in the right direction in the Los Angeles Tribune. As you know, in the Los Angeles Tribune, we love entrepreneurs. It's part of our CEO Mo Rock. You know, he's an entrepreneur, you know, before he turned 18, and has done multiple entrepreneurship prior to like really being the steward of the Los Angeles Tribune. So we love entrepreneurs, you know, dreamers out there who do big things. And there's a difference between entrepreneurs and small businesses. Entrepreneurs dream big and they take risks. And so that's who we're here to serve. So with that, you know, Michael, Karen, I love that you both are here, and we're transitioning to the next segment.
Fantastic. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Give you guys a round of applause. Just amazing work. It's great to be part of. By the way, everybody out there, when you find a great team, stay with a great team. When you find a great team, work with each other. And when you find a great team, make sure you break bread once in a while. I think that's just really a really important component. All right, you two, I'll see you in half an hour or less. All right. All right, Karen, you having a great day?
Yes, having a great day.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's funny. So, right, we kicked off, we had the big, and then all of it, then we brought up Joseph and Joseph, I mean, it's a little bit of energy with Joseph always. And he's been with us for a year now, right? Every time there's a show, he's like, I'm on. What do you need? Just tell me when, I'll work it out. I'll figure my schedule out. I'm like, but you're on stage with Tony. He's like, I'll get it worked out. Don't worry about it. And that's really that commitment, because we're in a 5 to 10 year build of these big virtual shows. We're going to be kicking off a huge one in November. Our one in May had 1.7 million viewers. January, we have the big year. And then we have the live events, right? We do the live events at Barnes & Nobles. We do the red carpets at the Grammys and at the NAACPs and at many other. We're doing Jane Goodall's live, red carpet. And it's really building for that big piece. Well, let me tell you the big buildup. The big buildup is the Olympics, but we'll talk more about that because it's in LA. And we also obviously have the World Cup. So there's so much going on from the sports side. And everybody out there, you'll be hearing much more about that over the next year. We'll have our own studios. And podcasters, if you're not podcasting right now, you jump on that bandwagon. We've got the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. We're tied into all the major sports teams. We're tied into Mindset. We have the entrepreneurs. We have the events. We do the virtuals. We're in 23 countries. We have trainers around the world, and life is just good. But with that being said, without wasting any more time, this next gentleman I'm about to bring up, I have seen on stage more than once. In other countries. And I'm going to let him he knows how to do this best, because he's also trained trainers more than many people I know, most people I know. And he knows how to what's called ETR, earn the right. And what he does is he brings brilliance of message. He brings brilliance of how you bring out your own message. He teaches you how to get through those. And I've also seen him at some camps, which just took my breath away and also changed many of the people around me. So without any further ado, let's give it up for Dr. Dennis Cummins.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Michael. Hi, Karen.
Hey, how you doing? Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's and meet also
and doing some great stuff today.
Yeah, we always have too much fun. Meet Karen Hall too. She's one of our lead trainers, and she's just a major part of the team, and it's just an amazing day. So, Dennis, tell the audience a little bit about yourself.
So I have been, as Michael knows, we worked together in the past in several countries and all around the world as a trainer. So I started out my career basically, though, as a chiropractor. But I always loved learning. I loved attending programs and courses. And in the course of doing that, somebody said, hey, did you ever think of teaching or training for us? And I was like, well, not really, but what would that take and what would it look like? And I started to do that. And I realized, and this is really the cool part, like, if any of you listening right now, if you've ever done something and you just knew it was the right thing for you, like, that's what happened for me the first time I ever got up on a stage. Scared out of my mind, terrified. Like, if you put a lump of coal between my butt cheeks, I would have given you a diamond a couple minutes later. But despite how scared and frightened I was, I realized, like, this is what I'm supposed to do with my life. And it was really, I feel truly blessed to have done that. And over the next, it's been over almost 20 years now, I've been on thousands of stages in over 50 countries around the world. And I've learned the importance of how you communicate the value of what you do. How do you communicate the value of the gifts that you have to share as business owners and as human beings and individuals with the rest of the planet? And now I work with companies helping them do just that, get better at telling the prospective clients and customers what exactly they do and how they can help. And by doing so, we make a much bigger difference in the world. And we also improve our own world, right? We improve our profitability, we improve our sales, we improve our marketing effectiveness, all of the things that are necessary to create change, both for ourselves and for others.
You know, it's that great piece of change, right? It makes all the difference. We're doing the Los Angeles Tribune Tech event. We've talked about tech and AI, and we've had a lot of leaders in the industry. We've also had a lot of mindset because of that fear that comes in. And that's part of what you've done is you've shifted for millions of students that fear. You've shifted that ability to be able to, take us from one step to the other. And actually, one of our trainers and students out in Singapore just went through a course you taught many times with trainers. And I told her about you coming on. She's on right now, actually making comments. So, but at the same time, tell us a little bit about what you're currently doing and also how technology fits into your life and how do you get over the fears of it?
Great. Well, when I was asked to do this, I'm friends with Mary Glorfield as well, who, as you said before, is truly amazing and a world changer of a human being. So grateful to have her as a friend and a colleague of mine. But, when we talk about, I knew that we were going to be talking about AI, and everybody talks about artificial intelligence. The one thing that I really believe that AI should not be is abdicative intelligence. I have seen too many people when they to how am I going to do my marketing? How am I going to do my sales? How am I going to create more profitability? And what they do is they just turn it over to AI, and they forget that we are human beings and we interact and we have stories to tell and we have ways to connect with people that AI will never really be able to do to the extent necessary to be truly successful. So don't abdicate all of your creative juices and talents and skills to an artificial intelligence system or process or program. Make sure that, you keep yourself. So that's number one I wanted to start with. And how do you enroll that in there? So if I can, Michael, I'd like to tell you a little story and a little bit about what I'm doing. So
yes,
right now, when I keynote and when I train with other companies and sales organizations, what I teach is something that I've coined the word for. I call it invitational selling. Everybody thinks about selling as I've got this, I'm going to push it out there. I'm going to advertise, I'm going to market it. I'm going to put it in you 1,000,000 times until finally you're going to buy it or unsubscribe or something like that. And I don't think sales needs to be like that. I believe that we all have gifts to share, right? And gifts could be, your genius, your insight, your focus, your talent, your services, your products. So those gifts, we have gifts to share with this world. And when we don't share those gifts, I believe we cause suffering because there are people that need our help. So one of the biggest things that I work with clients is I help them kind of reframe sales from, I'm not trying to sell you something, I'm trying to share one of my gifts with you, something that can help transform your life. And when you do that, then that sale process transforms from a push to an invitation, to a pull. I'm just going to invite you in. if you want it, then that's great. I'm just extending my hand to help you up. If you want to get up and you'd like my help, just grab my hand. And if you think about sales like that, it's super easy. So the little story that I wanted to share was when my children were younger, my son Christopher and Lauren had gone to the beach. It was a 4th of July weekend, and they were gonna sell stuff. My kids were very entrepreneurial at the time. My son Christopher was older. He was going to go up with his cousins and sell seashells up on the boardwalk. They were going to paint little clamshells and sell them, and that was their thing. Now, my daughter Lauren had some health challenges. She had lost her vision, so she was completely blind. She had difficulty walking, and she and I were going to go around the beach. Lauren created these acrylic bead bracelets. Let me grab one for you. It's right up on here. You can see that it's always right up on my desk. Now, this one is all hearts, but she used to make these bead bracelets that had stars, butterflies, and hearts. And she said that she put love, energy, and power into every bead. So Lauren had a bunch of the bracelets that she and her cousins had made for her, and she was going to sell those on the beach. So we would walk, she and I walked on the beach. Now, Lauren couldn't see, so she held onto my elbow, and I would tell her, hey, Lauren, we're coming up to a blanket, and there's a dad and 2 ladies there. Or I would say, hey, Lauren, we're coming up to a blanket. It's 2 young girls. They look like they're about 15 years old. And I would tell her what was going on. And we would get to the blanket, and then that would be it. Lauren would let go of my elbow, and she would hold it up, and she would go, and literally this is exactly what she would say. She goes, hi, my name is Lauren. I make these bracelets. I put love, energy, and power in every bead. How many would you like? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot a part. She said they're $10 each. How many would you like? And that was her pitch, her sales presentation, right? And I've never forgotten like her approach. Now, whether she learned some of that from me, that's giving myself a lot of credit, but she was just intuitively aware of how to interact with people and what was important. Now, in about 20 minutes, she had sold all of her bracelets. She made $85. There were some bulk discounts given, so that's why it's not an even number. 3 hours later, my son had come off the boardwalk, sweaty and clammy, and he and his 3 cousins had made a total of $3.30. So, $85 in 20 minutes or $1 in 3 hours. Her sales process worked. So that's what I kind of teach, like, what did you learn from that? So number one is, market awareness, like who are you talking to? Are you aware of your market? And are you clear about what it is that you do, right? So number one, her market awareness, her market research for that time on the beach, that was me. I would look, analyze who we were approaching and let Lauren know, hey, we're meeting a dad, we're meeting a woman. It's an older woman. She looks like she might be a grandma and she's got some grandkids there. There's 2 girls, they're teenagers. They look like they're having a lot of fun. And I let Lauren know what that is. Well, I do a lot of market research with AI. Now, I'm not going to get into which programs you should use and how you should use them. I'm sure you've got tons of people on this program doing that. And aside from that, any program that I mentioned, there'll be a new one in about 27 minutes from now because they're popping up everywhere. But you can use that AI to help you refine or identify or locate your target markets, which makes life a lot easier. Now, then the other part, the really great way to use AI is, for Lauren and I, we roamed around the beach and whoever we came upon, I just let Lauren know who that was so that we could target the message. If it was just a guy, Lauren would say something like, hey, would you like one of these for your wife? Or she would ask questions, do you have any daughters? Do you have any kids? How many would you like for your children? Well, we can use AI to help identify, well, number one, if you know who your target market is, AI can help you identify their needs. What do they need? How can you help serve a little bit more? What product, service, talent, your gifts, what genius, what insight, what level of focus, what talent, service, product you have that could help support them and help them grow better. You can use AI to help identify those things and move forward with that. The other great thing, the other great way to use AI is, do you have that, and I get this phrase gets used over and over again, but it's your unique selling proposition. A key component of that, of my invitational selling process, is that you're able to communicate your uniqueness. What is it about you that makes you different than everybody else? You know, I go into rooms where I do either train the trainer or I do sales trainings, and I ask people, you know, I ask people in a room of 600 people, and I say, how many of you do something that nobody else does? And, you know, they all raised a whole bunch of people raised their hands. And I followed it up with, no, you don't, because there's 1,000 other people that do what you do. I have never met a single person in 20 years that I couldn't think of somebody else that does what they do. Now, I will give them this, and I'll give that to all of you that are listening right now. Number one, please understand, there are other people that do what you do. And now that the internet is available and there's global interaction and competition for your goods and services, there's a lot of people competing for that same space. Here's what makes it unique, is that there is no one that does it the same way that you do that. I believe the key for sales, the key for success in promoting your products and your goods and your services is to demonstrate your uniqueness, to be able to clearly say why you or why that is different. Now, Lauren was selling a little bead bracelet, acrylic beads on a plastic string. Those are not unique. You can find them in any dollar store. You can find them on Etsy. You can find them on Hobby Lobby and all those kinds of places. They're everywhere. But what was her uniqueness? These are my bead bracelets. They have stars, butterflies, and hearts. And I put love, energy, and power in every single bead. Oh, it just melts your heart. Like now, you know what? I've fallen in love with the idea. I've fallen in love. It's just a little plastic bead that's got the value of maybe 1/20th of 1 cent in mass production. And yet it's worth 1,000 times that.
What was kind of interesting to me is I think they fell in love with her, and
yes. And Karen, that's a great point, because that's why the way you share your story, the way you talk to people about what you do is absolutely critical to the success. It's not so much what you do, right? So it's not what you do at all. There's a lot of people that do what you do. Number one, it's what you do will do for them. That, first of all, you have to really focus on what are the benefits of what you do, the features of what you do. That's a whole other story. But the more important thing is, how do you explain that to people so that they understand why you, the seller, me, the seller, care about that, and why you should care as well. Like, because they feel the energy, they feel like you give a darn, and that you're really involved and committed to the success and the successful utilization, let's just say, of your products and services. Right? I don't need more stuff. I need change. I need something that's going to make a difference for me. Is it going to make me happier? Is it going to give me more time? Is it going to help me amass more funds? Is it going to help me move to the house that I've dreamed of? Is it help me travel the world the way that I've always wanted to? Like, what is doing this going to do for me? And how do you know this? And all of that comes through in the story that we tell about our gifts. Right? Our genius, our insights, our focus, our talents, our services, our products.
Oh, I love that.
If you don't tell that story, then people don't get it. And AI does not know that. Now, you can train it and it can get kind of good at it, but it's never going to reach the same level that we have the ability to do when we're communicating these values. And that's what I mean. Don't abdicate your story to that intelligence. Right. Always make sure that you're placing yourself in there somewhere. Right? Now, listen, there's a lot of things where I help brainstorm and I help get some ideas. Maybe I wanted to, give me a list of optional words to use. But it always starts with my story and what is my mission and what are my goals and what do I want to get across. So, that the AI is a very useful tool. Let's just not give it all the way to AI.
Right.
And let's use who we are, right?
So if
And
you,
the other,
I was going to say,
go ahead, Karen.
how do you teach people to communicate that value? Because you said that's one of the things that you do, is to help people communicate their gifts and their unique, way of delivering those gifts and giving those benefits to people. How do you teach people to do that?
First of all, the number one thing is mindset. Of the thousands of salespeople and business owners that I've worked with, I would say the vast majority have an issue with the concept of selling.
Right.
They have a negative connotation which they attach to selling. So the number one thing is to change their mindset. And I know Joseph McClintock always talks about mindset and things like that, but there's a mindset about selling. Instead of selling, why don't you think about sharing and then offering? And then if they want, they can say yes or no. But I believe when we don't share our gifts, we cause suffering. And here's the kicker. This is the part that usually really converts people I work with. I tell them that if you don't share your gifts, you're selfish. Because nobody wants to be selfish. But think about it. If you had a service, if you had a talent, if you had a skill or a product or a software that could really help somebody, and you knew that person was struggling, and you intentionally didn't tell them about how you could help them, how would you feel about yourself? Right? Because that's really a very selfish way to think about it. But here's what happens. Because we don't want to appear salesy and we don't want to feel pushy, we don't tell those people about what we've got to offer, or we don't do it well. We don't invest the time in doing that. And because we don't share it, because we don't want to feel pushy or salesy, they never even have the opportunity to utilize that product or service. And because of that, they continue to suffer. I don't think that's okay.
Right.
And Lauren's mission, like that little girl had been through 4 courses of chemotherapy, radiation treatment, and 27 brain surgeries at that point in her life. And yet she was still positive, and her mission was to make people smile, to share love, energy, and power. And she didn't worry what people thought. And there were people that said, no, thank you. Okay, that's all right. We have to be okay with no thank you. And just realize there's a lot of people out there. We live on a planet with 8 billion people, and they need help. They need great people with great minds. Like everybody at the LA Tribune, like Michael Silvers, like Mary Glorfield, like you, Karen. They need people with empathy. They need people with the ability to say, I can help. Here's what we do to work together, and then be okay with whatever the answer is. It's pretty simple.
Well, I love that energy that comes across, because it really is caring about you. If I care about you enough to have the courage to share my message and to really want to help you, to share those gifts, and I often say that if I can help one person not to suffer the way I have, then I feel like my suffering has not been in vain. And I hear that in what you're saying, is that is a motivation, for you in your sharing your message and your gifts.
Yeah, just invite people to follow along. And if they, if they want to, they will. And if they don't, they won't. And, that's their choice. But I think our responsibility is, if you have something that of value, that you do have to share it. Like I believe my gift is in helping people get better at sharing their message. So I'm not the tech guy. I'm not going to help you place Google ads, and I'm not going to help you improve your SEO. That is not what I do. What I am very good at, though, is helping you tell your story more effectively in a way that taps into who you really are. And part of that process is, when we work together, is I want to find out more about you. I want to find more about, what do you do? What's important for you? Why do you do this kind of work? And then I help you get better at languaging that. How do you put the words to that so that people can connect to you when it boils down to the end? We buy from people you've heard that we know, like, and trust. the way you learn about somebody is by listening to them talk to you. Michael, you talked about, podcasting is so huge. It's a great way to build your business, and social media can be, but again, it's not about the number of connections. It's about the number of influential interactions that you create from those connections. Like, I don't care if you've got 27 million subscribers, if none of them are going to do business with you, or none of them have way to move forward, or you've never even considered having a call to action because you don't want to lose subscribers. I don't want subscribers. I don't need more friends on Facebook, right? I don't need more connections on LinkedIn. I want more people who want to change, not just themselves, but the world. And I want to help them get better at doing that. And there's a difference there. I don't really, I'm not all about the likes. I'm more about the influential opportunities. And I think that's a big difference that people miss.
Well, it's a huge thing. We always talked of course, in our industry, we talked about buyers, right? It's buyers in the room, but it's building the relationships. And I think that's the whole point that you're saying. It is truly, who do I have a relationship with? And at the same time, because we talked about this right at the big podcasting we have those who have millions of followers. But if you told them all, donate $1 to your favorite charity today, how many would really do it? Just $1. And it's about engagement. It's about the raving fan. It's about the know, like, and trust, but it's about the relationship that you currently have with them. And we only have a couple more minutes. Tell us just, you literally have been on stages for millions of people around the world. You have trained, because what you've also done is you've trained tens of thousands of speakers that have gone out and also taught people. So you've had it from both sides. You've been able to really move that. What is the biggest thing right now in your life that you're currently doing that you're excited by?
The next big process is the new book that's coming out called Invitational Selling. Basically, invitational selling. How many would you like? How many people would you like to help? How much money would you like to make? How many houses would you like to own? How many places would you like to travel to? And sharing that message, because, I always loved, chiropractor in my past careers. I had a few offices, but, if I helped somebody, well, that's great. I helped their back, but if I help trainers and business owners, it's not just them that I help, it's all the people that they touch. And that's what really kind of excites me these days, is creating that bigger reach, if you will, that having that greater influence, that it's not just about that 1 and 2, using AI, using technology. It gives us this amazing opportunity to really expand our reach. But I think we have to start, and we have to do it from here, from a place of our hearts, where we're willing to communicate openly and honestly and vulnerably. And AI doesn't do those things, in my humble opinion, right? I think we lose of that heart. We lose the vulnerability. We lose the integrity and the honesty of the communication when we abdicate all of it to AI. I think AI is useful. I use it. I think everyone should use it, especially if you're own or want to promote a business. But I think we have to remember to always be able to incorporate the message that comes from us as part of that.
That's exactly right. And that is that piece that is so powerful and impactful. And that's really, and part of it too is, because Mary and I talk about this all the time, to leave the legacy. Excuse me,
Yeah.
to leave that part, to leave that, because for us, it's the grandkids, right? It's when am I leaving? What's that? And Karen and I are both, it's being the grandparents. What's that legacy we're leaving? And it's also, it's for parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles, and what is that legacy that I leave? And I love everything that you've done. I've known you a long time. I won't tell you, a couple times Dennis I remember talking to you. I was on Walden's Pond or whatever and I was talking to you, and you were at a camp, and you were doing GMP and you and I had that. I will never forget that conversation. With your thousands of events, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's just us doing this together as a partnership. And I look at everything as a long-term partnership and everything we're building. We look forward to actually having you on again. We have a huge show coming up. We have everybody just listening to this. You'll get to know Dennis over time, because I'll be talking about him more with everything we're building. He doesn't even know that yet. I've already texted Mary, but there's a lot going on, and we have obviously coming up. We have the Jane Goodall event. We have the SAG Awards event. We'll actually be at Les Brown's event. We're going to be at the Barnes and Noble. We do our show 4 times a year live from the Grove. We have a big marketing show. We have our New Year's show. We have our leadership show, on and on and on and on. And we have all the live shows we're doing now in LA. And I look forward to
follow Mr. McClint. I'm going to follow Mr. McClintock's response.
McClendon. That's it. McClendon. Yes. Thank you very much. That's what I like. That's what he does for us now. He just says, okay, just tell me where. So we really look forward. Dennis, thank you so much for spending your time. Thank you so much for just being here. So,
yes. And thank you for your mission to help others to share their gifts. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And thank you, Michael. I really appreciate your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll be talking soon. Mary's texting you probably already. All right, everybody. Bye, Dennis. Dennis knows how I work. It's just, we don't mess around. So, it's just great. This has been a great morning, and we're now going into an amazing afternoon. So I'm going to turn the show over back to Alicia. Karen, thank you so much for assisting with everything you do. We've got AI coming up in tech and thought, and we have the Vietnam Journal coming up and the panel, and it's going to be a great afternoon. Stay with us. Make sure that you're sharing the show to everybody you know. Make sure that you're sharing everything that we're doing. I look forward to seeing all of you soon. And Alicia, over to you.
Thank you to all of you that are tuning in. You are live watching LA Tech and Everyday Life. And this program is so special because we're talking about technology in personal lives and professional lives, but you get to have a dialogue with the speakers that are joining us to hear from so many different perspectives. You just heard from Dennis around sales and the story and understanding your audience and what does that mean. He was talking about, the experience with his daughter and, pointing people out to say, I'm going to let you know who this is and how to craft your message. And so delighted that we have Yashvi Tipperwell joining us today. Yashvi is an experienced product marketer building cutting edge technology. She's at the center of technology, media, and AI. She's currently leading product marketing at Gigaverse, but she has so much experience with product marketing as well as building communities through the solutions that she's bringing out to the world. She worked at Ipsy for a while, and I have so many questions around what that experience is like with Ipsy, which is a beauty company. And I'm delighted to invite Yashvi to LA Tech. If you are joining us live, tune in, share your thoughts and your questions in the comments, and don't forget to register at latech2024.com. But Yashvi, thank you so much for joining us today. It is a pleasure to have you on. I just mentioned a little bit about the work that you have done and are doing, but would love for you to introduce yourself to our audience in your own words, in the you that you felt like you were when you woke up this morning. Over to you, Yashvi.
Of course. Well, thank you, Alicia. Thank you, LA Tribune, for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I think you covered a lot of key points. I am currently leading product marketing at a company called Gigaverse that wants to build communities around live events. Before this, I was at Ipsy doing growth marketing for them, which is kind of a company about building community around beauty and empowering communities in the beauty space. And I come from an academic background that was centered in fandom and digital community online. Actually, I studied communication at USC. So my heart is kind of in just building community connection through various vehicles.
That's so wonderful. And community building through organizations is something that we've talked a little bit about during LA Tech, but would love for you to really share with our audience that's tuning in. What does it truly mean to build community in the online world from the perspective that you built community at Ipsy and Gigaverse and even through fandom?
Yeah, totally. Well, this is a very big, loaded question. I feel like community is such a ambiguous word. I think
it really is.
different ways. Yeah, the way that I like to think about it is ultimately it boils down to the feeling of connecting with other people. And a community is just when that feeling exists amongst multiple people in multiple ways. If you think about it as a web, people are connected to each other in a multitude of ways with an overlap of one person connected to several or connected to several other. And in my mind, that is this big amorphous thing that we call community. And when it comes to building that feeling, what I've really learned over the past couple of years, just doing this through, the Gigaverse that I'm working on now, Ipsy, which was very beauty, and then this fandom world that I have studied quite deeply, is that organizations and topics are often just the thing that people use to connect with each other. It is the vehicle. And what really makes a community click is when those people connect over a primary thing and then find a secondary layer that they relate with each other on. So an interesting thing that I learned when I was studying fandom, and one of my favorite things that I love to bring up, is that even if the type of content is what you're connecting over, so in the 60s, for example, it was Star Trek. There was this huge cohort of women that were Star Trek fans, and the primary thing they connected on was Star Trek. However, the secondary thing that they connected on was the experience of being housewives in the 50s at the time. And that is kind of what made that community really connect with each other. So effective community building to me allows connection over that primary piece of content or that organization or that more explicit thing that you are connecting on, plus a reveal of this underlying secondary thing that people can connect over to really deepen that relationship and build community.
That's really interesting because when you think about community, what you're sharing is that you're breaking it down into certain layers. How do you understand and it was interesting, we had Abhishek on during day one of our program, and he was talking about Zoom and the virtual background and how originally when it was created, it was to mask sensitive information behind the speaker, but it has evolved to the ways that we all use virtual backgrounds to create a theme or to join in celebrations or just to imagine that we're at a beach or in a different office. But that was kind of secondary. They didn't anticipate that, but that use case kind of appeared. So when you think about community and the various levels of community, how do you really figure out what that second level or third level is where people that you're bringing together will connect in a way that you may or may not have anticipated?
That's a good question. And honestly, I think the answer is simple. You watch, you observe, you notice patterns, and you learn from there. Oftentimes, it's not obvious what the secondary layer is because it is such an emotional identity thing often. Sometimes it can be completely unrelated to that first layer, whatever it may be, whether it is Star Trek, whether it is beauty, whether it is even an intellectual conversation. That secondary thing that this group has in common oftentimes does not reveal itself on its own. And especially as someone who is an outsider in my working capacity, you just have to observe what is coming out in the group in itself and go from there.
Wow. It's all about observing and paying attention, which is something that, like technology evolves, but the feedback, right? Listening to the feedback is so important. Parisa Rose has joined us. I'm going to bring her in to join in on our conversation today. Hello, Parisa. How are you?
Hello. It is good to be back. Hello, LA Tribune. Hey, guys. Good to be back. I don't want to interrupt. Continue on.
All right, great. Well, Parisa, it's awesome to have you joining us today, and know that you know Yashvi and speak so highly of just the perspective that she brings to her work. Yashvi, you're part of the team that's building Gigaverse. When you think about creating community around live events, what are like maybe the top 3 kind of themes that you've really been thinking about as you've observed how you built community in the past, but also you think about where Gigaverse is going? There are so many pioneers on the Gigaverse team that have done things that have not been done before. So how are you guys bringing that into the fold?
That's a good question. To be honest, I think I've touched on a few of these things already. The first is that idea of community being about individuals connecting with each other this is something I actually spent a lot of time speaking to Parisa with. And one of our discussions, we talked about the idea of links, that people are connected to each other via links. She's smiling because this was a very big conversation that was really exciting, at least for me. There was a lot of good energy in it. But as we build Gigaverse, we've been thinking about this concept of links. You connect people to each other. As those connections multiply and evolve, that is what becomes this feeling of community. So that is definitely one. That second one is about what are the other things a community has in common? If you have gathered together to talk about this primary topic, what is the secondary thing that can reveal itself that will deepen those connections and also help build those links? And the third thing, which again, all kind of the same thing, connected to each other. Internally on the team, we've been talking a lot about like cross-community connection, because that is just a way in our mind of strengthening those two things that I spoke about, finding more people that you want to link with and finding more people who have in common with you the very different pieces of yourself. I think we all have different pieces of ourselves that create a whole that is us. And the more overlap that you can find, the deeper those community bonds can go.
I love that. So Yashi, I'm going to jump in and ask you a question. It might be loaded, but it came to me right now. So I'm just going with my intuition on it. And here we go.
Okay.
So all of the things that are on this buffet table of platforms, of emerging tech, of all of these conversations that are being had at the same time. I'm not going to say why Gigaverse, but like why these features as it's labeled Gigaverse at this time? Like why?
That, you're right. That is a loaded question. Always coming in with the incredible questions, but I'm really glad that you asked that. It's something that I think we have been thinking about a lot, something we've been talking about a lot internally on our team, but even just me. Honestly, my honest answer is Gigaverse is currently being built around live moments, whereas every other conversation I think that's being had is building around a more asynchronous, like interest-based group of people, which is absolutely needed. We need it in this world. And those are the problems I think that other platforms have solved pretty well. Something about live to me feels very special because it is how I build community in my own life. I think live music events, live conventions, live conferences, to me, the intentionality that people show up with when they are present for a moment is much higher than when they show up in places that is a brief check-in and check-out. No comment on whether that is good or bad, but if I am checking in on a Facebook group that I'm part of, or even if I'm checking, like back when I was a student, an academic school page, that is an interruption to my day. I'm kind of briefly going in and out. However, when I show up to a live experience, I'm there, present, whole, with the only intention of experiencing this moment that is happening live. There's this feeling of it being fleeting. So at Gigaverse, our entire company, the entire product, the entire brand at this point, we believe that a live moment is a place to connect. A live moment is where community can be born from and built around. So I guess my answer is really that it's that live element that I believe right now, especially, is just wonderful to connect over.
Right. So awesome answer. No answer is a wrong or a bad answer on that one because it is so loaded and it is very subjective. However, I think the magic that people, I'm not going to say communities, that people really experience is in those live moments. Earlier today on the broadcast, I was on YouTube watching and I was commenting on YouTube, and then I see Karen hopping in on YouTube and she's commenting, we're commenting back and forth, and it was live in that moment. We weren't even on screen with one another. We were in the comments, in the chat. And did I feel connected then? Yes, I actually did. And I've made so many friends in the comments. So there's your cue, guys. Make sure you're commenting. Make sure you're connecting in these comments because it's real. I've actually made real, genuine friends in the comments. And the comments are exactly the live element. So spot on. I think that there's a lot of magic to be experienced there. And you are incredible. I love hearing your mind. And I love the way you think about things, because not to put you on the spot, but you are Gen Z, and a lot of these platforms, a lot of the content being experienced on any element isn't necessarily led by Gen Z at the moment. I mean, this broadcast is not led by Gen Z at the moment. So there's a lot to learn. We get to learn from one another.
So much to learn too, because when you think about it and think about how different people engage with technology and platforms, you engage based on what you experienced. And so if you grew up in the generation where technology was everywhere, like social media existed, right? It wasn't something that was new and nascent. How do we get involved? But it existed. How are you interacting? And when you think about product development, technology development, and thinking about your end user, you need so many different perspectives because people will interact with it differently based on how they were first introduced to it or what they're used to or not. So it's great to have that perspective. Yash, we would love to learn how you curated and created community through Ipsy. For those of you that don't know, and I'm sure Yashvi will explain this better, but it is a beauty company where you're sending a box that has different items to individuals on a monthly basis. They get to explore products. Shout out to Ava. I've actually been able to explore some products through her Ipsy box, but would love to learn how, yesterday we closed out the segment talking about physical products, right? And how you actually market physical products. But that perspective of how do you build community through a physical product where someone may not be interacting with you each moment of the day, but they still get to enjoy, the products that you're bringing to them. And they're not products that Ipsy has designed, right? You're curating an experience. So would love for you to share.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to answer that question, the first thing that I want to share is the kind of early philosophy that Ipsy was built around. This is much before I worked there, but I think it is so central to how community was built around the company and these physical products. In the early years of Ipsy, it was founded by Michelle Phan, who is credited as the first beauty YouTuber from back in the day. I watched her when I was a kid. She's incredible. But she had the idea that beauty at the time was decided, dictated, and led by publications, the runway, this like elite cohort of people in society that we had deemed, you guys tell us what is beautiful and we have no say and we just follow what you set. And in the first few years of Ipsy, it was about democratizing the concept of beauty, which is something that the internet had made possible. Beauty vloggers online were regular folks who were going online and sharing their beauty tips, sharing what made them feel beautiful. I'm sure it was largely also impacted by the fact that Michelle Phan was an Asian woman living in the US, and she had a lot to say about what beauty meant to her online. So the entire ethos of the company was kind of built around the idea that beauty is defined by you. It does not have a singular definition, and it can look different and feel different to different people. So that actually led the company to quite early on create a Facebook page for all of their subscribers who are getting these beauty products. And the way that Ipsy is set up is you get 5 sample-sized beauty products that you can try, and you get them every month. Now, what happened when they created this Facebook page and started noticing that their subscribers were going online and sharing the things that they got, trying it on, sharing with each other what they did with the products they got, how they decided to use them, comparing what one person got to the other, they just chose to really lean in on, let's enable these connections that our subscribers are having to each other. Let's give them the places to speak to each other, and let's encourage them to compare their products, to talk about what they're doing. And I think that was a big piece of why and how there's such a strong community built around Ipsy as a company and as a physical product.
Wow. And that's a beautiful representation of what you shared earlier, is that you may not know what that second layer of community looks like until you actually put something out there, and then you observe how people are interacting with and engaging with the experience. And then you actually nurture what it is that you're observing. So you take that a level forward to say, okay, how do we nurture that community? And what Ipsy's done is really revolutionize trying makeup, right? It's very different than just going into a store and getting a sample, but you have a a say, an intentional say in what you're trying, but you get to engage with community in a unique way. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So Yashvi, would love for you to share. So it is LA Tech Week. We have our global audience in here. You do product marketing. You've done it for physical products. You're doing it in Gigaverse. How are you using technology, AI, your understanding of how to use tools in your own work, whether it is doing customer market research or building personas or whatever it may be, for those that are trying to figure out how can they enhance their own marketing practices, perhaps with the tools out there?
Yeah, this actually is a beautiful thread that continues, in that the biggest marketing lesson that I have learned overall is that it's all about observing and reacting. It is best to see what is happening and learn and go from there. So all of the tools that we have now, I think the question that I ask myself with every tool is, how can this make observations gathered more effectively? How can it present them more effectively? How can it make sense of them more effectively? So no matter what tool it is, no matter what kind of tool it is, whether it is data input, the data input is only helpful if you can have an observation come out of it that is actionable, that you can continue to learn from. So I guess my answer is really just, all of the tools should lead back to making observations that you can take action from and iterate based on.
Wow, that was profound, actually. Is anyone really all the tools should lead back to the ability to, like, that power of observation and reaction? Like, let that just land. Okay, I'm done.
I can't help but really join in this conversation, because what you just said, yes, is so powerful. My name is Ava Manuel, and I am just delighted to see, the tech, I would call this the tech titans, the ladies of the tech titans, on screen right now. And it's such a delight to be talking about marketing. I'd love to be able to give you, Yashvi, a few seconds, or whatever, a minute, however that takes. What message would you love to land to our audience, in your closing comments?
Yeah, I think my closing comments is kind of just my North Star for life, for work, for everything. It is centered around the idea of community, and that really, I believe that everything that we do is an effort to connect with others. And so maybe it's as simple as thinking about one connection at a time. That is my North Star for how I think about work, is enabling one connection at a time. And also my North Star for life is one connection at a time, day by day.
I love that. I love that. And especially as we think about technology and being true to ourselves and relationships, like connection, but being intentional about those connections and knowing that you can find community, whether it's in person or online, and then your connection can grow further. So I love that. Thank you so much, Yashvi, for joining us today and sharing your perspectives on what it's like to build community, to study, and most importantly, to observe. I think that's so critical. Sometimes you want to do, and I know a lot of, the guidance often is action-oriented, but observation is so profound because you learn so much in the silence of just watching what is actually happening out there. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Ava, what a segment, Carissa. It's so great to have you on.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. I love what you just said. I just wanted to say, I love what you said, Alicia, about, creating connections, and marketing is all about creating connections. And our next segment, I just wanted to introduce first, is going to be so exciting because it's someone who actually facilitated 100 million in sales just from creating that connection and having that community feel, like Yashvi was talking about. But first, let me bring the person who will be interviewing, this marketing expert. We're talking about the former VP of Sales, Tony Robbins, T. Harv Eker, Shanda Sumter, fellow Harvard of McLean Institute of Coaching, and currently sales director for the Cialdini Institute and Property Grid Incorporated. So we're talking about Jim Miller. Jim is an expert when it comes to persuasion and influence. I love your upcoming book, The Death of Sales, and the elevation of the art of influence. So I'm looking forward to the coming out of that book. But before we do this, Parisa and Alicia, I'd love to give you the moment to whether it is that you wanted to make a comment on the closing of the last section or what you're looking forward to in this upcoming section. Parisa, let's start with you.
I'd love to say that it's a really great experience to have multi-generation input and insight on one program, and even in one 5-minute segment. I think that a lot of the misunderstanding and disconnect that happens in the world is because we're not listening. And it's challenging at times. We're not in the habit of listening all the time. And I think it's great that we get to have so many brilliant minds, and we get to really have the moment to just sit here, listen, observe, receive, and glean from those minds that have been doing exactly that. So I'm excited for the next segment, that's for sure.
So good. Alicia.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that, Parisa, the multi-generational perspectives. If we talk about like sales, marketing, influence, but across generations and across product types, Fozzies wants to play today because there's so much that you can learn from it. There are principles that are foundational, right? But then you can build onto that based on people's experiences. So I'm delighted for Jim to introduce our next guest. I think we're going to learn a lot from our next guest. I think we learned so much from Jim as well. And the art of influence is key, right? Because you want people to opt into what you're doing, not feel like they have to opt out of it. So I'm really excited for this conversation.
Well, we're gonna take ourselves out of the screen, but before I do that, Jim, and I know Jim, you're going to be interviewing, our next amazing speaker, but let me just put the runway for this. This guy is responsible for, do you remember this ad? This ad, Here in My Garage by Ty Lopez, that made $100 million. And it's been the point of study by many. And I took one screenshot here of one of the studies, but it's been the point of study of the anatomy of a successful ad. And the promotion and the promoting of that is who's going to be on stage right now. So without further ado, Jeremy, we're going to have Jeremy Van Dyke, but Jim Miller, go ahead and introduce him.
Well, I first of all, I'm really happy to be representing the younger generation in this multi-generational conversation. But my next guest, you guys are in for a big treat because last minute we were able to get Jeremy booked into this spot right here. But Jeremy's got over 20 years. He's coming in right here, Mr. Cool. He's got 20 years experience in this industry, has had over $100 million in ad spend. He was the previous executive marketing director for companies like Pier 1 Import, Dress Barn, of course, Ty Lopez Enterprise. He's launched companies and their marketing that are in the millions and even billions of dollars in revenue for those companies. He was responsible for the promotion of that ad, and that ad has well over 1 billion views. I think it's probably one of the most viewed YouTube videos on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Jeremy, you are approaching 50 years old, still wearing torn up jeans and leather jackets. You think it's cool. I think it's delusional, but nonetheless, let me introduce you guys to my pal, my colleague, Jeremy Van Dyke. Jeremy, all yours. Say hello to everyone.
Hello, everybody. What's up, brother? I'm stoked to be getting interviewed by a legend himself. I don't know why you're interviewing me. I should be interviewing you. You're the guy who has taken, I'm not going to say any names, but it's taken massive companies, big names that are about ready to go down the toilet and have single-handedly restored them. So it's like, I should be interviewing you, brother, not you interviewing me.
Well, listen, the conversation is about a topic that is so absolutely relevant. And what I'd like, first of all, how about we do this? Because there's a lot of people that are fans of the Los Angeles Tribune that know Ty Lopez. How is it that you and Ty got hooked up together? Where does that relationship start?
Sure. Okay. It starts when we were 2 years old. Yeah. So very young. Parents were friends. I mean, we were both running around in our underoos. I think he had a Superman cape and I had a Spider-Man outfit. So the relationship goes a long, long way.
Yeah, that goes back a ways. And let me ask you this. What do you think was the most exciting thing that you and Ty did together? I mean, what was it like? Not to, in other words, what do you think Ty enjoyed most working with you about?
Okay, well, so we've been working together for decades. And even before Ty Lopez as a brand came out, we were working together. I was doing marketing back then. And we noticed that he just started writing out these long emails going over books that he was reading. And he noticed people on his list were, a lot of very like millionaires and influencers and things of that sort. And he's like, oh, okay. And they were writing how great the content was. So he decided to start launching his own brand under his name, Ty Lopez. And I remember we were up at the Hillside house where the Here in My Garage is filmed. So we're in the Hollywood Hills, and he wanted to start recording some ads for a product that he developed called the 67 Steps, and which is it's a product that goes all the way from like talking about Seneca all the way to Peter Drucker. I mean, it's the whole shebang for building a business. And so he had gotten this Lamborghini, and he was like, okay, well, maybe we should try to do some beautiful shots with Lamborghini. And I'm going to start talking about this, trying to create a video to sell this product. And so we would be going and recording the Lamborghini, getting the GoPros on the side of the Lamborghini. And so you could see the palm trees glistening off the black and stuff like this, doing all this fancy things. And his brother at the time was running YouTube ads for him. And I had a little bit of experience. So I asked, and the ads weren't performing well. So I said, so who are you targeting your ads to? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, who's the market? Like, who are you going after? And he goes, the world. So I was like, wait, so you mean to be telling me you were targeting the world for that's your audience for these ads? So I said, okay, let me take this over. So because I had just a small amount of understanding of YouTube ads, and I knew that at least you weren't supposed to target the entire planet, it was given to me to try YouTube ads out for him. I had previously had an experience in Meta, or back then it was called Facebook. And so I said, okay, let me try this. So I take it over and start figuring things out. And it starts to improve considerably. But the thing that changed it, the thing that took it from being okay results to just going to the stratosphere was Ty deciding to do what we think is actually the very first selfie ad. So all the ads that you see on YouTube now, where everyone's talking to their camera and, or their phone, and they're going around, stuff like that. Okay. So none of that was happening. So Ty I believe I could be technically wrong, but to our knowledge, he's the first one to try to pull that off. So once I got that ad and I put it on YouTube and started running ads to it, the results were just phenomenal. Okay. So I had this fairly, just above starter level of knowledge of how to run YouTube advertising. And then, next thing you know, I'm spending $50,000 a day and I'm making $150,000 back on one ad a day.
Amazing. How many out there would like your entrepreneurial venture to have that type of experience, right?
That's right. Yeah. So and we learned, we learned a lot of very valuable things. I learned a lot of valuable things. It kind of I was very fortunate. I was fortunate to be in the right place, right person, right time. And it just, after I've now spent millions and millions of dollars, you kind of pick up a thing or two. And so now I think it's fair enough to say I'm probably an expert.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I would think so. It's interesting, Jeremy, because it's the same thing in influence and persuasion, that just adjusting a word or the sequence of words will make the difference and change your closing percentage from 11% to 65%. Not saying anything different, just doing different sequencing. Same thing that exactly what Ty did, just made that type of moderation on how the ad was going to be delivered, and boom, worldwide, and it moved the entire platform, right? YouTube is nothing but selfie ads now.
Absolutely. And it really comes down to testing. I mean, that was that.
What do you mean testing? Explain that.
Yeah, sure. So in digital marketing, as in many things in life, digital marketing is included. Testing a whole range of things to see what is going to resonate with your audience. So I'm talking about, you can test the audiences that you want to reach. You can test the headlines that you want to put on your ads. You can be testing the ad copy, testing the videos, testing, the first 15-second hook that you're trying to get to engage people, right? YouTube gives you 5 seconds. So you can test a whole bunch of 5-second sequences to see, okay, what's going to resonate with people so they don't hit skip as soon as you come on, right? You've got a 5-second window to prove your point, or to capture the attention of the people. And so, I mean, it's just testing on every level is just super important. Again, it was just a difference of going from a very polished ad, same message, a polished ad, to just, he's like, I'm just gonna hold up my camera and just point at my Lamborghini, point at the bookshelves, and boom.
Pioneer. No one else had done it. Big risk, right? That's Ty. That's Ty. We had I had the honor of presenting him a Lifetime Achievement Award, the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award. But listen, we've got a lot of entrepreneurs that follow the Los Angeles Tribune, starting their own businesses, want to scale, having challenges in marketing, having challenges in generating interest in prospects. So if you were advising these young entrepreneurs, or even, people who are starting an entrepreneurial business after a long career, what would you say? Because nobody knows marketing, right? So what advice, how do you get them from the back of the line to the front of the line real quick? What's some advice that you can give, Jay?
Absolutely. So, okay, there's going to be several crucial components to launching a successful campaign. In digital marketing, the digital presence is everything. Okay, so there's several components. I know we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to try to keep this brief, but let me kind of go over some of it. Number one is the website. Okay, so, and your landing pages. Most people, most entrepreneurs, most business people, especially a lot of professionals who are trying to then get into digital leads or booked calls or whatever, and they have their website. I'm just going to send traffic to my website. Okay, that's kind of the rationale that people have. But you got to understand that 99% of businesses have designed their website simply as a means of conveying information. Okay. Right. Full stop. But if you scratch below the surface, the point of your website isn't really to just convey information. The point of your website is to create information in such a way that gets the viewer to take a specific action, an action you want. Okay. So when you look at a normal website, it's like you have all this stuff here, this there, and people kind of wander around, and there's like, so they kind of meander on and then they meander off because there's no specific mechanism for when a person goes to their website for that person to take an action. Okay. So presumably all these people, if they have their website and let's say they're trying to, get a call booked or fill out a form or making a purchase or, having them go to a physical location, get whatever the case, an opt-in, whatever the case may be.
Right.
It is super important that they start considering not just sending traffic to their website in general, but they need to start sending traffic to a landing page. So, and many people may know what this is already, but just so you know, a landing page on your website is designed to send traffic to it, where the whole point of the page is to get people to take the desired action that you want.
To book a call or to make a purchase. And I would say inside of that messaging include some sort of limiter, like there's only so many spots available. This time runs out in the next 3 days, right? This is all Cialdini work, right? Always put some sort of urgency and scarcity in it as well. Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. And a landing page really has to have some critical components. One is, what are the benefits of your service or product? Okay. A lot of people get stuck in saying, hey, we do this, we do that, we do this, we do that, which is, they're talking about the features of their company, of their product, of their service, whatever it is. People don't care. Okay. The first thing they want to know is, what's it going to do for me? Okay. So you got to make sure that right out of the gate, this is why you need to be paying attention. There needs to be some benefits immediately for them to see of what your service or your product is going to provide for them.
Okay. We got 4 minutes. Just give me your countdown.
Okay. Next thing is, why you? You need to have your own unique selling proposition. Why? Maybe it's your certifications. Maybe then you can have maybe some features like, because we have state of the art this, state of the art that.
Critical.
Right?
Then, be unique.
Exactly. The next thing is testimonials. So people that are showing that, yes, you're not full of hot air, but that what you are saying is actually true and is going to work.
Videos or written or both?
Both. As many as you can. Stack them. I'm telling you, if someone sees your website, sees your landing page, and you've got rows of people raving about you, they're gonna be like, where do I sign up?
Numbers are big.
Exactly. And then of course the other point is the call to action. So what is it you want the person to do? You got to ask them to do that.
A clear call to action.
Exactly.
Clarity is currency, right?
Absolutely. So it's no longer just a vague wandering around. Now you are actually getting people to go in the direction to take the action that you want. Okay. So I'm going to be quick because I know we got a couple minutes. So you got to have your landing page built.
Right.
You can also be doing your email copy. Okay. Make sure. I've had people send traffic to clients and they're getting all these people opting in. And I'm like, what emails are you sending them? They're like, what? I'm like,
after they opt in, email sequence.
You have to nurture your prospects to turn them into clients.
Right.
Then of course there's things like ad copy, ad images, ad videos. And then of course, so, I mean, these are all components. And then the sales team is super crucial.
Wow.
If I do say so myself.
Who can I go to? For example, if I don't know how to select the right imaging, if I don't know, or their websites or their, what would you do? How would you resource? What is the best move to make in order to make the right selections for copy, for ads, for images? What would you say?
First of all, I'm going to say there's not going to be, quote, a right selection. Okay. It's going to be, and that's point number one. Point number two is it's probably the less professional, the better. If you have a super slick polished image, people automatically go commercial, right? Social media is about engaging with real people, whether that's Meta or whether that's YouTube. People are on there for real engagement. So as soon as they see something super slick, they kind of next, versus if they see something that looks like, it doesn't have to be amateur, but it has to look genuine, then it's going to far outperform.
I think that's the best advice right there, because that's the beginning of your conversation with Ty and the end of your conversation with the world, right? Be real.
Exactly.
Yeah?
100%.
Just be real. Make it real. Powerful. Yeah. Powerful.
Yeah. Your sales team is really is going to be the best mechanism for finding out what are the pain points of the prospects.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I'm always going back to the sales team. They're always telling me these are the issues they're having. There's a problem, because then I just take, and you can also do surveys. You take what they are struggling with and you drop that into your ad copy, right? Because you know it's going to resonate with the people who are interested in your service.
Speak into their pain so they know you know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. And I don't know how much more time we got, but
keep talking, brother, till they kick us off.
Okay.
How I'll flow.
Okay. Here's the crucial thing. Okay. Testing. Okay. I want you to be testing in ads. I want you to be testing your headlines. I want you to be testing your ad copy. Try long, try short, try headline that's positive. Hey, this. Try a headline that's more negative, like if you don't, blah, blah, blah. Right. So test headlines, test your ad copy, test your hooks, test your images, test your videos, long videos, short videos, test your landing pages. And you'll start tweaking and building, see what's working, and then you can double down and start getting that success going up, up, and up.
One last thing, I'll leave with this. I remember we were all in the garage together with Ty, and he was talking to one of his graphic designers in China, Taiwan, I don't know where it was. And they spent over an hour testing at least 40 different shades of blue that he was going to include in one of his ads. I mean, it was amazing the amount of detailed attention that these guys spent on. It's like, I would go crazy.
Yeah. If you're starting out, don't do that. No. If you're starting out, do big changes.
Big changes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No shades.
No shades. Gotcha. Alicia. You muted, Alicia.
Big changes, but I do love that you made that point, Jim, because there is so much psychology around branding and color wheels and the feelings that they evoke, and there's so much that goes into marketing and positioning. Jeremy, loved you walking our audience through what to think about as they think about their digital footprint, as they think about their websites. And you said a word that I love. It was call to action. What is your call to action? And is it clear? And the people want to know why you, but how you can benefit what they have going on in their lives, not everything that you can do from a feature functionality perspective. So much insight shared in this conversation between Jim and Jeremy. And, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have a business solutions division that's all about, like we like to call, translating eyeballs into dollars, but really helping our clients figure out what their digital footprint looks like, helping them redesign their website so they get that engagement, but really thinking through, like, what is it that you do, but how do you present yourself? And Jeremy, you mentioned it, but it's a word that I think is so important in any aspect of business, but nurture. You want to nurture your community, not always ask about anything or sell to them, but really nurture and educate and provide value. So thank you so much, the both of you, for joining us today during LA Tech. I've been learning so much all day long. I've been taking notes. Jeremy, nice to see you. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm delighted.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I'm delighted to bring up our next guest, and I'm going to bring Parisa back on stage with us in just a moment. But his name is Jarrett Albertin, and I have to say, Jarrett has a great website. Jarrett, I subscribed to your website this morning. I'm going to say I liked it for 3 reasons. It was very clear what you do and why you, It was very easy to engage, very easy to subscribe, and I got to learn about you without being overwhelmed. But Jared is joining us. He is the host and founder of Big Tech Energy podcast, and he also works with workforce and higher education as an AI specialist with RightC. Jared has over 17 years of experience working in the tech industry as an enterprise software sales leader with over 40 million in sales at companies like IBM, WalkMe, and currently now at RightC. Jared launched his Big Tech Energy podcast in 2023, which came from his personal calling of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in the tech space. And I don't want to get too much into the podcast because I would love for Jared to talk more about what it is that he's doing, but you can tell, and it is very clear in his website, I must say, but that he helps individuals get into tech, get into working in tech, whether they've been there before and have the skill sets or don't. And RightC is doing so much using AI and so much innovation in the recruiting space and in the workforce development space. So I'm delighted to get into that aspect of the conversation. But before we do, welcome Jared to LA Tech. Would love for you to share a little bit more about who you are. Jared, over to you. I think you're on mute.
There it is.
There we go.
Everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Let me do this. All right, perfect. Yeah, so my name is Jared Albritton, as she mentioned before. Thank you for that really, really warm introduction. Yeah, been in tech since 2006. Passionate about helping people either transfer their skills into the tech space or just understand how to utilize AI, not only for professional reasons, but also for your personal lives to make it the great equalizer. I feel like right now, this is the industrial revolution, except everybody has access to these tools that can easily transform your business or transform your personal lives to give you more time back to spend with your family, help you make money in a shorter amount of time. And with RightC, we're focused on the higher education and workforce development space, basically helping students and job seekers get jobs more efficiently, more effectively with our support. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. But yeah, I'll stop there. Parisa, thank you so much for having me.
Wow.
So good to have you. I think this is like the perfect blend of the last segment and like the excellence of being clear on what you do, what your message is, and what you have to offer, who you're seeking. This is so good. Go for it, Alicia.
So Jared, curious, would love for you to share a little bit more about RightC and how you have all really harnessed AI technologies and capabilities to help on both the recruiting side, but also for a person that is looking for a job, but also on the other side. I mean, I studied industrial and labor relations. All of my jobs are in HR. I have written hundreds of resumes. I have reviewed hundreds of resumes, but how are you all helping people tell their story in unique ways and using AI to do that to help them be more marketable and then the job workforce space?
No, I appreciate that question. Yeah, so RightC, is basically our focus is basically helping people take resumes and cover letters and be more customized to the job descriptions and the opportunities that they're going for to help them increase the amount of interviews that they can get, et cetera. So just to give a little bit of a backstory, I've been in tech since 2006. And then during 2020, I got invited to this app called Clubhouse, where there's this room called Blacks in Tech. And I'm Black. I've been in tech for a long time. So I popped on stage and I started sharing some of the things that have helped me in my career. And then I started figuring out how to pull people up and highlight their capabilities to really amplify different areas of tech, software engineering, data science, cybersecurity. And that evolved into me putting recruiters and hiring managers on stages and having people in diverse communities shoot their shot at recruiters and hiring managers. And we got hundreds of people's jobs. I say that to say when I was growing really fast on this app, helping people connect to jobs, that's where I met the co-founders of RightC. Leander Howard had a company called Spark Your Resume, and Brandon Mitchell, the CEO, had a company called Brand Resumes. And so I was sending people to them because they had really great services and they're good people. And then, 2-3 years later, I run into them at a tech conference and let me know, hey, we have this AI powered career services platform helping people with job readiness, increasing equity across demographics, and giving people a chance to really compete. And when I saw the product, I was like, you know what, I really would love to be a part of this. And now we reach out to higher education. So like, universities, community colleges, HBCUs, as well as workforce development centers. And we provide the career services teams with this platform that they can provide to students so that if, career services is not in the office or it's over the weekend, they have an on-demand platform that can help them rewrite their resume, give them an evaluation of where there's areas that could improve their resume to fit for a job description. But the thing that I'm really excited about with the platform is our mock interview module. So basically they can put in a job description, and the job description then will turn into really detailed interview questions to prepare students or job seekers with what kind of questions they may get surprised by, might not be so confident in yet. We give them a sample response, but we also give them a advice. But now we take it to a different level where they can get on camera, interview with an AI avatar, and our AI avatar will then, at the end of the interview, provide feedback, provide some scoring in terms of verbal fluency, nonverbal communications, relevance to the answer, and then we give suggestions for improvement. And why this is important is because interviewing is the gatekeeper to getting a job. You could go to ChatGPT or any platform and have the most amazing resume, the most amazing cover letter, but if you come to the interview and you stutter, you stammer, you fumble, you're constantly going to get passed over by somebody else. So the goal of this platform is to increase confidence by giving you real preparedness with real detailed questions that maybe career services or other people might not be experienced enough to give you. And then from there, you do the practice, you mess up with AI 5-10 times. By the 15th time, you're crushing it. So when you get in front of the real life interviewer, you are out competing the competition and you have a way better chance of getting that offer. And that's the goal really, is just to get people confident and prepared. And instead of AI taking jobs from people, having AI create opportunities to be prepared to get the job. And so I want to be that balance of AI that's like doom and gloom. Oh, they're going to take my job. Not necessarily. I think people that can utilize AI are just going to be more successful. And I hope everybody in this room is motivated to get into AI, after this conversation. Real quick, because I like to, besides just kind of promoting myself, I like to give resources. So if you are looking for AI platforms in any industry, write this down. It's gpte.ai. And what it is, it's a repository of thousands of AI platforms. And just like a Google search, you can put in like real estate. It'll give you some of the top AI platforms that can help you in real estate. Even if it's like time management or something just simple for your life, you put that in and you'll find some multiple AI tools that are free. So I wanted to at least drop a resource because, maybe you're not looking for a job, but maybe you're in finance, maybe you're in marketing, maybe you're social media creator. You put in some keywords, you'll find some amazing AI tools. So yeah, let me stop there.
Oh my gosh. Love everything that you said. There were 3 phrases that you mentioned or experiences, but democratizing access and getting practice. And, like you said, like you can use AI to work on your resume. And when someone is looking for a job, that resume screen, it's a keyword match, right? They're looking to see if your resume matches what's in the job description. But what is that experience like in terms of interview practice? And not all career service, I'm a floating head today, not all career service offices are the same or experiences are the same. And so how can students and individuals actually practice those interviewing skill sets to be able to, one, immerse themselves in spaces that they may not need to have been in before, and also if they're a career switcher, get asked the questions that they may not anticipate and can imagine AI can do a lot to aid in that experience. Would love for you to share, Jarrett, with our audience, what are maybe 3 surprise use cases that may have come out of what you all are doing in Rightsy that you may not have anticipated, if there are any? We've had a lot of developed product managers on and talked about some of those unanticipated experiences. So would love to learn more from you.
Yeah, so I mean, my CEO might be a little upset that I'm sharing this, but this is a use case that we kind of came up with after talking to, educators, because obviously getting students prepared for roles and getting them placed is really important. But what's also important is connecting them to employers. And so what we found is with our mock interview module, we found that employers are interested in having their own job descriptions for open roles actually pushed out to the students that use our platforms, so that they're not just practicing to get a role, but they can say, you know what, Procter & Gamble has a mock interview that will be seen by Procter & Gamble. I'll practice, mess up, and then once I'm ready, opt to send it to Procter & Gamble. Now Procter & Gamble's HR team can now see the resumes, and they'll get familiar with university talent that they may not have thought about. So instead of them having to actually have a Procter & Gamble rep go to, University of Southern California or NYU or, Spelman College, they can now look within a database, look at these answers and say, you know what? Parisa did a really good job. I love her personality. I love her resume. I love her cover letter. All the information is there. Let me reach out to her and get her a job. So that's like the next iteration of Rightsy, is we're not just going to be a career services job preparedness platform, but we're going to be an employer relations, connecting students and schools to employers so that there's real, actual, tangible benefits to using the platform beyond just practicing.
Wow. I literally had chills as you were saying that, because that's like the number one thing that everyone always is communicating right out the gate of college, or while in college, like that disconnect of where do I go? How do I do? Like the percentage of people that are actually getting the jobs that they're wanting and connecting to those real roles that are out there. That is exactly the solution to that problem that's been around for, since we've been around. That is tremendous. Wow. Well, I hope you don't get in trouble for sharing that, because that was amazing.
Honestly, I just want to put that in the universe because, and shameless plug, like obviously follow me on Instagram. I would love for everybody to connect with me. If anybody connects with me or sends me a message, I'll send you like 10 free AI courses that you can take and get skilled up on AI. But also, if you have connections to schools and you're willing to make that connection, I would love to talk to your school about what we're doing, and then definitely compensate you for the introduction. But we really just want to spread this message out to just the community that we are trying to be innovative in helping people land jobs, because these college tuitions are extremely expensive, and we want to make sure that people are prepared and get ROI, and these tools can really help get them there. So I appreciate you asking questions about Rightsy.
I'm kind of curious with Rightsy and what I'm a floating head today. My green screen is not working. But kind of curious with the experience in Rightsy, is there anything that you're doing with AI right now around the mindset, around how to approach the interview? Like the mock interview prepares you when you're in front of the recruiter, and the resume builder prepares you to have the keywords, but kind of like the mindset of what you should be thinking about, how to be expansive, how to be confident in this new role that you're trying to walk into. I'm just a little bit curious on that confidence piece, because especially if you're career switching or you're going into a new career, there can be imposter syndrome. So I'm kind of curious if you guys are using AIs in any ways to kind of help people fight that imposter syndrome.
Yeah, that's a good question. I definitely think there's opportunities to incorporate that more. But when it comes to like the interview prep, the goal really with that, besides them getting on camera and practicing, is the advice that we give them beforehand to hopefully give them more confidence going into it. And we want to be more instructional in terms of, eye contact, et cetera, yada, yada. But in terms of mindset, I think I hopefully, help people get there with my podcast, Big Tech Energy, because that's really what my podcast is about. Is really just about, it's not just about certifications. It's not just about, networking. It's really about like, how do you show up? What are you trying to impact people with? Like my shirt is kind of like the epitome, be a good person. Like, are you really focused on solutions and making the person across from you better? Like for example, my career, I was successful because as an enterprise software salesperson, my goal wasn't how much money can I get from this customer? How can I sell this customer? It's really asking real questions about how can I make this person's job better, easier? How can I help them get a promotion? How can I alleviate their pain? And if I can't, I move on to the next person that I can. But if I can, then I'm really invested in one, finding out exactly how we can do it, executing on it, and over delivering on it, so that when they go back to their boss, they're like, man, they said we're going to do 2x increase in revenue. We did 3x. And now they're getting the promotion. And now when they leave the company, they're talking about, hey, we should engage with Jared's solution. He had a lot of success. But also, honestly, it's just about like really being intentional about showing up as great as possible in this world. And AI is great. It'll make you look good, but what's really going to make you stand out is like, what is your true intention when it comes to working with people? How are you trying to help your manager succeed? How are you trying to help your teammates succeed, your customers succeed? And don't be selfish about it. So that's kind of how we think about our product is, how can we help people feel more empowered and be their best self? But when it comes to mindset, I don't know. I feel like they need to, read books, follow people like Parisa, check out some podcasts, maybe mine or others. Unfortunately, we can't do everything, but that's a great point, though, and definitely we'll try to think of how we can help with imposter syndrome with these students and workers for sure.
I love that. Jared, I would love for you to talk a bit about your podcast. Now, the name itself, Big Tech Energy, is quite a statement. It's quite an empowering statement to start off with. So I would love for you to dive into that and some of the things that you are up to with that.
Yeah, so really it's just to highlight people that I really respect that are high performers in various fields. So I'll highlight people in UI UX or cybersecurity or data science or software engineering or tech recruiters and what do they look for. So I obviously want to talk about resources. What are the courses that you took or the certifications, or what was the path that got you to this very high paid role at Amazon or helped you raise $52 million as a CEO of Career Karma? Like, what's the journey and what can people take away from this interview and actually execute on their own? But I'll also ask about their mindset. What kind of books do you read? How do you deal with adversity? What is some of the things that you messed up on in your career that you would want to advise somebody to avoid? What are the things that have made you successful in terms of, relationships, and how do you build relationships? How do you build trust? How do you manage work-life balance? How do you stay human when you're going after all of these things? So, I don't want it to be all about like this tech, you can make so much money, get into tech, it's amazing. Like, yeah, tech is great. It's an amazing career to be in, but I'm more so about like every single person on the show, they're passionate about their impact. They're passionate about like learning and being very curious and going deep. And like, those are the things that'll make successful, not, I just want to make money. That's what I just try to highlight on the show is like, these are the characteristics that make successful and these are the resources, but really this is the mindset that got them there. And hopefully you think more from mindset than you do about how do I get a Lamborghini with a tech career.
Love that. And love the various perspectives that you bring into the conversation. On your show, you talk about inclusion and equity, right? You talk about what is going on with fashion and technology. Love what Ruben Harris and his co-founder are doing with Career Karma in the workforce development space. But what are maybe 3 of the biggest insights you've gotten from guests that have been a part of your show? Because they do all interact with tech in such different ways.
I mean, this is going to sound cliche, but they all failed a lot. They all failed a lot. And we see the shiny, present, but they all went through a lot of adversity. People that you would never expect got laid off multiple times. People that raised a ton of money went through hundreds of pitches and got told no repeatedly. And so it's just like, failure is just the necessary path to success. And so that's one of the biggest things that I took away from it. Number two is, relationships really propel people. I wouldn't be on this platform if it wasn't for relationships. And it's kind of like how people just show up organically over time. It works. And the way to get into a lot of these companies that are really hard to get into because there's hundreds of people going for the same roles at a lot of these companies is having a referral within the organization. So actually getting outside and going to conferences, going to events where like-minded people are. And the strategy that a lot of people on my show had was not going up to people being like, hey, you work at Google, can you put me on? They were like, hey, I really admire the work that you do. And I would just love to know, is there any way that I could support you? Because just being who you are has supported me in a lot of ways. And that type of mentality of leading with value makes people want to ask the question, well, shoot, what can I do for you? Like, how can I help you? And then they turn around and they're really motivated to pull that person up because they're selfless, they're leading with value. And that's the type of people want to work with. That's probably only two, but I elaborated so long, I'll just count that as three.
That was great.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is network is your net worth, and lead with value, and don't be afraid of failure. And collaboration is key. You know what I'm saying? Like you go farther together. You go fast alone, go farther together. So collaboration is key. Like really just figure out how can you help another person and how can they help you, and really lean into communities. But if you lead with value first, you might not always get the value back, but more than not, valuable people will want to bring value to you as well.
Energy reads energy. Question for you, Jarrett. You're a very active voice on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn's a platform we haven't spoken too much about during LA Tech. How have you been able to nurture relationships and build community through LinkedIn? And what are some insights you can share with those individuals tuning in that are either active on LinkedIn or trying to think about how they can be more active on LinkedIn, get more engaged?
Yeah, so I would say, figure out like, one, where are you a subject matter expert in, or where do you have some value in terms of, I have experience in this, and find groups within LinkedIn where you can add value, be a resource, share articles, whatever the case is, and like build community within these LinkedIn groups. Like for instance, I'm very into diversity and inclusion. So I joined like one of the largest diversity and inclusion groups. So if I see something with, a conference that is focused on DEI or an organization, I'll highlight them within the group. And then I'll let the, organization know like, hey, you're probably going to get some reach outs from some DEI leaders because I put you on the the Summer Jam screen in this group. But it's really just seeing where you can add value in these groups. And then within these groups, you can also get free messages. So LinkedIn has InMails where you have to pay for, but if you're in a group with somebody, you can InMail them for free. And you can just be like, hey, I love your content. I love what you're doing. I would love to, do a virtual coffee. And for me personally, I don't like to ask people for their time without giving them some value. So if it's, say, a hiring manager at a company that I'm interested in learning more about, or maybe not a hiring manager, maybe like an employee that works there and I'm interested in getting a referral, I'll lead with like, hey, I would love to take you on a virtual coffee chat and I would love to buy you coffee when we meet. Can I send you a $5 Starbucks card? Like that little bit of a gesture is going to make you stand out amongst all the other people on LinkedIn, because most people are just hitting people up being like, hey, can you help me? Can I pick your brain? And it's like, no, I want to, give you a seamless card. Let's do virtual lunch. That's a good way to stand out. And then if there's people that you want to get their attention, like really engage with their content, like their posts, congratulate them, etc. Be authentic. It's not just to be like manipulative, but but when you DM them and they see your face like multiple times, because I notice it. I notice when people like say congratulations on LinkedIn or whatever the case is. So when they reach out, it's like, I'm more interested in understanding like what you're about and like how I can support you, or maybe I'll check out your page a little more thorough. So yeah, those are a couple different ways that you can utilize LinkedIn. Yeah, I'll stop there. And then also be willing to write people references and just proactively like say, hey, Parisa, she's amazing. I worked with her here, et cetera, et cetera. Like those type of things, like just figure out how you can add value on LinkedIn and it'll come back to you.
The adding value piece, I think, is so huge because when we say that, I think we say it often, but what that actually looks like and what it translates to is like, just pay attention to the person, get to know what they're about, get to see what they post about, what they're sharing. And when you're getting to know what they're about, it's going to automatically be authentic. And this is on LinkedIn, this is across all platforms. And the energy that comes across when you're genuinely getting to know someone, when you're just paying attention to them, not in a stalker kind of way, but just a very respectful, honorable way, it is felt. Jarrett, spot on with the, offering a Starbucks card or to buy lunch on LinkedIn when you're reaching out. Yeah. And that absolutely speaks volumes. Whenever I'm, having inbound messages and I'm seeing that, yeah, it definitely speaks. It's not just because it's lunch. It's not just because it's coffee. It's the effort, it's the intention, and it's the difference that sets others apart. So quality sound advice. That was awesome.
Yes,
And
love
it's showing you value their time too. Like you gotta respect people's time. You gotta respect people's like insight, their experience. And there's an opportunity cost of giving me advice versus spending time with their kids or taking a nap or making money. So I always am intentional about like if somebody is giving me their time, like respect it and then see how I can compensate them for that time, if it's financially cool or if it's with can I connect you with somebody or whatever the case is.
Yes. Wow. Thank you so much, Jarrett, for sharing your perspectives, how you are truly impacting and elevating and democratizing access and the recruiting world, which is so key and is going to be so critical for so many kids and career switchers, people coming out of college. Would love for you to share your closing remarks with our audience. It's been a pleasure to have you on with us today to join us. Over to you, Jarrett.
Yeah, Alicia, thank you so much for your hospitality and this platform. Thank you, Parisa, as well. I appreciate you. But yeah, would love everybody to stay connected with me. LinkedIn, Jared Albritton, just feel free to send a connection request. All my first degree connections are open. I'm connected to a lot of recruiters, hiring managers, et cetera. So when you're applying for jobs, et cetera, that secondary connection could be beneficial. So let's definitely connect. Instagram, it's below Dr. J. If you DM me, I will send you some free AI resources because I feel like everybody should get skilled up on AI, about like 10 to 11 links that are free. And then if you're on YouTube, check me out on Big Tech Energy. Would love for you to be subscribed and, see where I'm up to next. I speak at a lot of conferences and, interview a lot of interesting people and share a lot of free resources. So if there's a way we can impact you, great. And then last thing, Rightsy, if you're connected to schools or you're connected to anybody that is focused on job seekers, nonprofits, professional organizations, workforce development, we'd love to connect. And just like I say, like I'm about reciprocal value. If you bring me business, we can make money together. So I don't know if I could say that, but I'm going to say it anyways, because, close mouths don't get fed.
You heard from Joseph McClendon earlier. Be bold with your ask to the universe. So thank you so much, Jarrett. It is great to have you on with us today. And, what a great segment. And Jarrett at the end was talking about AI applications, how it is so important to understand AI and understand the various use cases in AI. I would love to bring our next guest on. Nicole with a K. Nicole with a K is an expert in using AI to create graphic designs, interactive and engaging presentations. Nicole, I know that you have been tuning in. So hello. I know that you were tuning into the last segment. Would love for you to share your perspectives on what you thought of the last segment with Parisa, and then Nicole would love for you to further introduce yourself and share the exciting work and expertise that you have in the AI world. So Nicole, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. I'm very nervous and I've got my little pixel nut crew behind me. They've got my back, so I feel better. Um, I was really excited to hear him say that he just wants to like empower people to go forward and do things. And I love that because I know that a lot of people will just like hire a VA to do their graphics and like just do it, like try it. Don't just give it up. Like you give it up to somebody to do for you. Like, there's so many fun tools with AI that you can actually like create your own graphics and create your own hooks and just so much. I could show you a lot of stuff, but I will first kind of intro myself a little bit. I have been doing graphic design for 33 years. And I had a computer back before anybody had a computer. This was before babies had computers. Okay. So back in the day when it was like an Apple IIe, but even before that, I had an Atari computer. And my first website, everybody was doing like the starry night backgrounds with the rainbow divider lines. And I was doing Photoshop websites where I would take an image and slice it into segments and then link from there. So I was doing like graphically, I don't know what, I guess it's innovation. Basically, I like to find tools and use them creatively and get like, an audio clip out of this tool and go over to YouTube to get my transcripts up for free. And I upload a video, grab the transcript, then I'll put it into 11 Labs and grab a voice. And then I take that voice over to Adobe Express where I can then animate a character to where its mouth and arms move and to the audio file. So I'm doing a lot of fun things like that and just showing people how. And I started my little community of Pixel Nuts. And so if anybody is interested in learning how to do faceless content, I have this community where it's free to join it. I teach all kinds of cool little stuff in there. I have a new platform that I am pushing out, which is I've got about 50 AI apps in there. And I don't know, can I share my screen and show a couple of them?
Send me the links and I will share for you because I know that you are an expert in creating presentations.
Yeah, I would have to log in to it, but that's okay. I have a demo that I'm doing tomorrow. So if anybody's interested, they can like message me or something. How about if I put my number instead in here?
And we'll also share with the community. So for anyone that is tuning into LA Tech and Everyday Life, if you register at latech2024.com, we actually have an engagement resource hub where we're sharing gifts from our speakers and links to their presentations and their upcoming events. So Nicole, we can definitely share that for you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, and if they want to text their email to my number, that's fine. So that works also. Anyways, I will be showing it tomorrow then, but what is really cool about it is it not only creates hooks. He was the guy that was on before this last presenter was talking about their benefits, that you want to present your benefits, not just your features of what your product does, but what benefit is it to them. And so it makes benefit stacks. It gives you ideas for your bonuses. I put a lead magnet app in there. I put a series of ones. I have one called Poet Nut. So that's the one that I wanted to show, but it's so cute. And so you put in like a basic idea of what you want your poem to be about. So like I'm going to do one, and I know you can't see what I'm doing, but it's just a very simple 4-field option. So I'm going to say the Los Angeles Tribune. And then let's see, desired poetry style. Either of you want to pick a desired poet? Like I'd do like Dr. Seuss and like Shel Silverstein and fun ones because
let's do Dr. Seuss.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I do that is because then when the content comes out, it's like everybody knows Dr. Seuss. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's familiar.
So it's familiar. So we're gonna do Dr. Seuss and let's do a limerick. Okay, we're gonna do a limerick, Dr. Seuss style, about the Los Angeles Tribune. That's the only things that I put in. Okay, and it's gonna create for us It's going to do 7 of them. Now, if you don't put in limerick, it will do like a sonnet. It will do all kinds of different ones. So here we go. And I literally just put this in. Like, this is not planned. So I hope they turn out good. In the city of stars, there's a sheet with stories that never see defeat. From crime to big fame, it covers all the same in pages that many folks greet. And it just makes these little clips of content that are so cute. In LA, the Tribune sings bright with news both by day and by night. From politics to cheer, it's the world we hold dear in paper and pixels a sight. Oh, it used pixels.
I love that.
It's so fun.
Please send that to us, Nicole, because I love.
Yeah, there's actually 7 of them. I'm gonna send them to you. I will send them to you. But
Nicole, I would love you to share more about what you do with creating AI graphics, particularly using.
Okay. Yeah. So not
Canva expert. You understand how to upload Canva, how to really create different personalities, and how to bring presentations to life. So would love for you to share a little bit more about how people can use tools like Canva to kind of enrich their days and empower themselves, maybe stretch themselves a little bit in a way that they may not have expected.
Yeah. So some things that I've been doing in Canva is I took like I was talking about the voices before. So I made a little script and I got the voices, and then I went into that Express Adobe free tool, and then I made like a character. I made 2 characters. One was a little robot guy and one was a little Indian girl. And so then in Canva, I created a background in using AI, and it was just like a living room, right? And then I created a little office. So I put the robot in the living room, and then I took the office picture where the TV or the monitor was, and I erased the monitor out, and the little girl from India is standing in front of there. And then I put behind that the little living room with the robot. And then he starts talking to her about starting a marketing agency, an AI marketing agency. And then she's like, "Who are you?" And then it goes through this whole little skit. And so I've been doing that, and you have to, and the reason I started doing that is because I wanted to edit a video one day, and I could go in and use Premiere or After Effects or any of the professional tools, but it is a little bit complicated, and I know how to do it, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to try it in Canva. So I did. And I went in there and I took this video and this audio, and I made this whole little like ad for this one like affiliate product that I was promoting. And it was so amazing. And I added animation, and so I don't know if anybody knows that you can literally edit video inside of Canva. And it's so easy. It's so fun. There's so many apps in there as well that you can do, and the AI generators, and like there's all the little styles of graphics. So when you go into Canva and you have you want to make an AI image, you click on generate AI image or something like that. And then when it does that, there's images and graphics. So inside of images, there's a few categories. There's like more realistic ones. There's a dreamy style. There's one in the graphics section called scrapbook. And so it kind of looks like cut out magazine images. And so there's all these different styles. And I always loved like doing that to, like, how do I say this? Like a style guide, like a showcase. So I took every single one and I just put like white mushroom and turquoise butterfly. And I did that for every single style. And so I made 4 of them for each style, and I put them into a showcase. And I did that with Leonardo, and I did that with another one that does like your digital twin type of a website. And
Nicole,
so
hold on. It would be a disservice to describe something so visual with words. So go ahead and try the present button.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would love for you to be able to show to people, because one of the things that's so fascinating is how Nicole is such I would call her a ninja, but she calls herself a pixel nut. a ninja in really creating these amazing graphics using Canva. You would never know that Canva can do all of these things. But here's the one thing that I could tell you. One thing that I can tell you is you can register. Make sure that you register at latech2024.com. We actually have curated a site that holds resources from our speakers. So if you register at latech2024.com, we have emailed some last night. We will be emailing some tonight, and then it will keep on going. So make sure that you register, because Nicole will have, I'm sure, Nicole, I'm putting you on the spot. I like doing this. We're going to do like an exclusive Zoom class where you can really teach what you do well. I love it. It was there. You brought it already. Let's bring it up.
You ready for us?
Yeah.
Bring it up to stage. There we go.
I'm ready for you. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just go through like the presentation here. I'm going to go ahead, and I'm not going to actually present it like that because I want you to see how I did it. But so you can see my screen. Yeah. Okay, cool. So there are, this is under the photography one. There are different styles. So this is kind of a compilation of my favorite ones, but I simply used white, mushroom, turquoise, butterfly. I'm a little bit obsessed with turquoise butterflies. So this is the filmic style. And it just goes through them. This is just regular photo. This is neon. So the reason I did this is because when you want to create an image, you don't want to have to spend all the time generating the images. And if you can see, like, I like that neon style, I want to use that, then you can just look through this. I'll share this with you guys, and you can just kind of glance through it. Like this one is long exposure. This one's moody. I'm just going to go through like the basic, this is the digital art. There's a psychedelic one. I absolutely love that. There's one that sort of looks like this gradient one. It looks like those shirts you get in Hawaii when they do like the spray. I can't remember the name of it now, of course. I'm too nervous. But this is my favorite style. It's dreamy. It's really fun. So I have all of these. I'm just going to kind of skip around a little bit, but this one is playful. There's 3D model, does clay. So we didn't get our butterfly, but there's also traditional art, or what should I say, trad art? Is that how, like, I'm 50, so I don't really follow all those things that people say. But this one's watercolor. There's color pencil. This
There's
one
so
will
many
make paper cutouts. It's like so fun.
They are very fun. So Nicole, I understand that you create these images, but you also teach. So before we move into closing remarks, would love for you to just share how you teach individuals how to actually create graphics and designs using AI and using tools like Canva so that they
Okay.
can grow their business.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I have a program, and it is, let's see. Here, we could stop sharing the screen, I think, if you want. I don't know if it's still on there, but do I have to stop sharing it? There we go.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
So, let's see. I have a program that is called Design My Business Graphics. And that is exactly what I do, is I take you through the process, whether you have a business or not. We still do the same process. So if you have a logo, great. If you don't, we start with that. We create your logo, we create your brand board. We go through literally every different graphic that you would need for your business, including, and I know a lot of people use Zoom. So when you go into Zoom and you set up a Zoom meeting, and people come there and they see the little blue screen that says Zoom, that is a missed opportunity for you to share content while your people are in the waiting room. So for me, I have a cute little picture. If you ever come on Zoom with me, you'll see it. And it's a little waiting room. I have my logo in the background, kind of like blurred out. And then on the table is a little bowl of nuts with my logo on it. And it says, like, have some nuts, because the pixel nut thing. So I've seen people do videos. So I like to take you through all the things that you don't really think that you need, like Facebook, your cover image, for your group or your page. It's always cut off when you look at it on your phone or on the computer or the little icon. So I've finally cracked the code on that. I don't know if anybody else struggles with that, but I've literally struggled with it for years. And you'd think I would have figured it out by now, but I literally did. It's so amazing. And when you first look at a page, how the bottom part is only showing like this much. So you put the name of, and anyways, I have this little template in Canva, which I will also love to share so that everybody's Facebook can just be like,
For
tight,
sure,
right?
for sure. So, what I always say is, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we love to give value to the entrepreneurs. So what I want to say is, like, make sure you register, because there are resources that are going to come from Nicole. And we will also have an exclusive Zoom invite where Nicole can show you this more up close on a Zoom type meeting, in which she could demonstrate. Imagine the power of being able to create your, social media graphics, your business graphics, with AI, so that it's actually created in bulk. That's the Nicole superpower. So make sure that you register, latech2024.com. Nicole, thank you so much. We are so excited. Make sure that you message us or you email us your gift for our audience, so that we can email it to them tonight.
Okay, I will. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, you beautiful women. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you too.
So grateful. Yes.
Well, who we're bringing in next is a powerful, powerful woman who is a woman. She's the epitome of, woman of all trades. And not only is she of all trades, she masters all of them. She elevates herself as a producer, as an actress, as a dentist, as an entrepreneur, as a coach, as a mentor, as a speaker. We are talking about none other than Dr. Emily Letteran.
Hello.
Karen.
Could you hear me?
We can. Now, Dr. Emily, the only thing is, can I have your permission to remove your, well, actually, I can't rename you. Unless you come up higher, we don't want to cover your mouth, on screen. There we go. Come up a little higher. Awesome.
Okay,
I was going to rename you and remove the, or lower your camera. That works. Okay.
Yeah.
So Karen, we are delighted to see what you're bringing together with Dr. Emily. Alicia and I are going to step back. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And, I just love the way Ava just sets you up, Dr. Emily. And so I am just so excited to have you here.
I was listening to her and I wasn't sure who she's talking about.
Yes, we're talking about you. And so for our audience out there, Dr. Emily is just a woman that wears many hats, and she is very successful. And she is now launching, 13 different international journals with the Los Angeles Tribune, which is so exciting. They launched the Vietnamese journal already, and she has a panel of women that she is going to bring on. And so, Dr. Emily, I will turn the time over to you and let you go ahead and have Rem join.
Could you bring all of them on right now? Or is it just me?
I think they'll have to do that for you. They've not given me the permissions yet. Perfect. They are bringing you all on. All right.
I think we have one more. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you, Mo Rock, for being the visionary. Thank you, Michael Silver, for being my buddy from afar. It's an absolute honor to be here. We represent the Los Angeles Tribune Vietnam Journal. It is the first journal under the Los Angeles Tribune that is, we're different, we're unique. We want to connect all the Vietnamese globally. First of all, on a business sense, but also culturally, historically, everything, technological. I'm the tech challenge. So everything that the Vietnamese are achieving, but maybe people don't know, right? And we are so grateful to have this forum so that we could share with everybody, this is what's up in the Vietnamese community, not just in the US, because a lot of us happen to live in the US. We got Linda all the way in Australia. Jenny is in the US. But first, let me introduce my hosts. So I'm Dr. Emily Letteran. I am the best mom in the world. That is the shortest introduction, and that's all we need. I'd like to introduce Lilian Nguyen, also one of the co-director of the Los Angeles Tribune, coming all the way from Portland. And then Gwen Nguyen, she is the realtor extraordinaire. She is also a co-director of the Los Angeles Tribune, Vietnam Journal, and she came all the way from San Antonio. So Lillian, would you introduce yourself, and then Gwen can introduce herself, and then we will introduce our honored guests.
And Dr. Emily, I'm going to leave and let Lillian continue on.
Okay, I think we are missing Mrs. Rosie Dang. Is there any way that we can get her on?
Yes, she's messaging me. So just go ahead, just go.
Okay.
Introduce yourself,
Hello.
please.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I am Lillian Nguyen. I am here actually in Los Angeles today, but I am from Portland, and I am an entrepreneur, a mover and a shaker. I love and advocate for financial freedom through real estate. Thank you for joining us again, and happy to have all of you here.
Awesome. And Gwen, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. This is Gwen, and I I admire everything Emily Tran do and everything Lillian do. And I have the honor to join these two amazing ladies to spread fire to other women. I think it is so important that, the bridge. So I'm honored to be here.
Awesome. So I'd like to introduce the first guest, because we're waiting for the third one to get on. It's only 4 a.m. in Vietnam, but she knew that before she said yes. So my good friend, we have never met, Linda Young from Australia. We only talk on Facebook, and I think the other day when I call her, she says she never take unscheduled call. She just happened to randomly pick up this Facebook Messenger call, and it was me inviting her on this panel. So Linda, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, everyone. Well, although Dr. Emily Tran and I have never met in person yet, but we have spoken many times. She has been on my shows. So I just want to add that. What do? I do a few things, as you could see on my background. I'm a best-selling author of the book Connection, The Currency to Happiness, which has helped many people achieve their dreams. Many readers have become published authors. 3 Hearts is my contribution project. It has helped many people during COVID. Link Coaching is actually the first venture that I established back in 2016 as a coach. I started as a parenting coach for your gifted kids, which is all these Asian communities. We all know that, right? No bias, but it's just, anyway. So I started Link Coaching for parents, serving parents, but very soon it kept extending to business mindset, to achieving goals and your dreams, and now I serve executives. And then I also launched Coachable. Now, Coachable is a platform for all the amazing coaches to join me to serve other people through my journey. As you could see, I was parenting coach, I was, business coach, and now executive coach. I cannot serve the whole world. So I thought, why don't I bring on board all the amazing coaches? Together we serve, and together we all win. That's the goal. And I'm here today to share just a little bit, conversations, just to say hello to our Vietnamese community and everyone around the world.
Global community.
Global Vietnamese community. I'm in Sydney, Australia. We're very global here. And as Dr. Emily knows, that my platforms are global. Both 3 Hearts and Coachable and Link Coaching serve everyone around the world. So I will have a few tips. Yes, a few tips, because Dr. Emily said she's tech challenged. I'm tech challenged too, but I always learn. I was always constantly learning, and I have a few tools that I like to share with everybody at the end if I have a few minutes.
Awesome.
With the fun AI tools.
Yeah, awesome. Well, Gwen, why don't you introduce Jenny?
Okay. Well, my honor to introduce you, Miss Jenny Ty Tran. Tran. She is not just beautiful on the outside with all of her beautiful Vietnamese traditional dress. She is also beautiful on the inside and very powerful woman. So because of Jenny, this year in January, you took all of us, Emily Tran, Lily Ann, and all of us movie crew to meet the Dalai Lama. That was a wonderful experience because of you. So just want to thanks for that again. And yeah, so Jenny, you create that incredible documentary footage. Um, you create that incredible documentary with footage of the Pope Francis and His Holiness Dalai Lama spanning several years. So you finished the project in 2 years to submit it in Cannes World Festival. What is the vision for your project?
Actually, my project, I target just humanity. I want to bring the voice of the unheard all over the world, like refugees, victims of war, all, like the minority who never have a voice heard. So that's why I want to target on the film about humanity. That's why I want to do films about humanity. And I brought my film to Cannes, to Hollywood, and to the world to share with people how to do humanity through films, through charity work, through a lot of things. Like Dr. Emily, I really appreciate like her friendship because she's my co-producer in the film. She knows what I'm talking about. So we produce stuff that everybody loves it. If you want to become an actress, you can become an actress. See, Dr. Emily right now is actress in my film. See, yeah, you can be anything that you want. That's how I want to empower women, especially like Asian women. Usually we are looked down in Hollywood. We are looked down everywhere, but now we have the voice in Hollywood because right now I work for NBC and also HBO for all the famous series, for example, Sympathizer right now, and in the past a very famous series that is This Is Us. So that's why I said, oh my God, why no Asian women become the main characters in the film? So right now I make all my friends Asian women like become the main characters in my film. So that's how I want to bring my film to the world, to let people know that Asian women can do a lot of things. We successful business women. Look at Emily, look at Lillian, look at Wen. Oh, when I heard that you just sold a lot of houses, so she's very good business. And Lillian is so lovely. She just
Thank you, Jen.
Emily, you are everything. You are
If you think
Well, I like.
appreciate it.
Okay,
But
hang
if
on,
you think I
hang
sell a
on.
lot of house, if you think I sell a lot of houses, wait until you hear Miss Rose Dang.
Okay, so I would like to welcome Miss Rose Dang on the call. I don't know, you look pretty good for 4 a.m.
Very.
Rosie
Good
is
morning. I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
sleepy.
I know you. That's what I just said. You look pretty good for 4 a.m. from Saigon. From Saigon,
In
right? Are you in Saigon
Vietnam,
right
in
now?
Hanoi.
Yeah, in
No,
Hanoi.
I,
Okay.
I am in Hanoi now. Yeah, and
Okay,
the time
okay.
is
Yeah,
4
you look,
a.m.
yeah,
in the
you look,
morning.
you look good. So we were going around introducing everyone. So would you take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself? Because I only invite badasses on here, so we already know you're a badass. So you go and
Okay.
tell us about yourself. 1 to 2 minutes.
Good morning, Dr. Emily and everyone, our very beautiful woman. Okay, I am Minh Anh. I has been working for Vietnam Television for just 6 years, and after that, I just opened my business. I have a manager at international school, and now I have my own company about study abroad, investor, and I am a consultant senator for the Australian real estate. So now I just only sell the house. Yeah, and I am a president of IPF. We have a head office in Singapore. IPF is the International Business Federation. So I has been for experience about like 10 years. We do the communication with the business networking around the world. And now I'm very happy to join IPF, and I has been for 2 years become the president of IPF. So that's why you can see me fly many times, Singapore, Vietnam, and Australia. Yeah. So very nice to see all of you today. Our beautiful women, very powerful, and you know, I'm still very sleepy because it's
Okay,
4 a.m. in
okay,
Vietnam.
okay, Rosie,
Yeah.
there's no excuse. You're already here. Drink up some coffee while we're not looking, right? So let's get this party started. Why don't Lillian? Why don't you take us the first question from
I see another guest, Crystal Chow, who is on with us.
Go ahead and just ask Rosie the question, please.
Oh, okay. Miss Rosie, I see that you are quite the international traveler, and thank you again for joining us today. I heard you were in Singapore earlier, and now you're in Hanoi. I greatly appreciate your, taking the time to join us. You had before you opened up your own company, you were with a television company, and you had a nice stable job. What gave you that motivation to leave that stable job and open up your own company?
Oh yeah, you know that. I will tell you a story. When I was young and grade 5, it is the first time I was in Vietnam television, and I do the MC. Very long series in Vietnam television, and that everyone have a dream, everyone have ambition, you know. So when I grad university, I become a worker in Vietnam television, like a reporter. Yeah, that is a job that everyone does, because very long time ago, Vietnam television is very amazing, the place that you work, and they're very good and professional even now, you know. But yeah, you know, when I get married, I have children, and I want to spend a lot of time for my family, because my husband is in business and very busy. So that's why if I work like that, you know, like we cannot spend a lot of time for children, and Vietnamese woman, we have a lot of care, you know, family, and so that's why it is very difficult to give the decision that I have to stop my job in Vietnam television, because that is very, very, you know, like my dream. I have a dream a long time when I was, you know, right, very school. So that's why, and very good job, very good job. Yeah, make me like a star on the TV, a big show. Even now I still work, but that is some show behind the not in Vietnam television. But I still work like connects the business with the Vietnam television for PR and marketing. So that's why I still can do my job. And yeah, when I finish and spend a lot of time with my children, I do education, because I can spend time. I work at school. So that's why I can take care of my children, and they are learning international school, Singapore International School. And now all my children is learning in Canadian school. So that's why I think, you know, sometimes you have to choice. In Vietnam, we are, I don't know, but you know, that is difficult, but you have to think about your family or your business. But now I'm very happy because my husband and my children grow up, so I can spend a lot of time for my own business. So that's why I still can do social media, and I can do my own business. My own business is very, you know, like connect. I do education. I separate the international summer camp for students. I do study abroad, and I sell the house, the real estate, international real estate.
I'm really impressed that you recognize that your children grow up and also your husband grow up, right? That's very very important. I want to take the next question to Linda. Linda, you create this incredible international platform called Coachable. And to me, anything that works across borders and time zone, that's considered technology. Is there any technological challenge that you ever face while you're creating this massive system? And tell us about it and how did you solve it?
Yeah, that's a huge question. Thank you so much for asking that. You know, now we're connecting through StreamYard, right? So the tool that we use to connect most on Coachable when we coach clients is actually through Zoom. I can see Miss Rosie is still on the main screen, so I hope everyone can see that I'm talking. So when you use Zoom, because so many people use Zoom, so we will bound to run into troubles, right? You know, there's always glitches, you know, there's always delays. And if you are also a leader, a coach, or like all of you amazing entrepreneurs, any business really, right? Any business these days, we use Zoom quite often to connect. If you ever have the problem, I like to share a tip with you. Shall I?
Of course, please do.
Now, if you are dealing with international, you probably would bound to have a WhatsApp or Messenger on Facebook, right? So when you get on Zoom, and if you have a problem, you can just call each other on WhatsApp or Messenger. But keep your Zoom open so that when you have to present, your viewers or your audience can still see your presentation. But the audios might be glitching, so you can speak through on the phone, through WhatsApp or Messenger. Isn't that amazing? So that is a trick that often fixes our problem. Now, if I may also share with you a few tools for fun. Would you like me to share a few tools with you?
Yes,
with
Sure,
AI
of course.
tools.
Hey,
Okay,
one
now,
quick question before you move to the new one. I
sure.
just asked, like you said, we are having a Zoom meeting on the phone, and if has some problem with audio, we can use WhatsApp to use the audio of WhatsApp, or we use a Zoom from another device. Because I work on
Yes.
Zoom every day, I just asked.
Sure. I'm glad you asked to clarify. Sorry, I didn't clarify that.
Yeah.
So usually when I do presentation, I do it on my computer,
Oh,
whether
yes.
it's a laptop or desktop, right? So that is good for presentation. And when you have trouble, sometimes, you know, you always have the voice interruption, then it's not very clear. And that's when I use the phone to complement the voice for speaking.
Oh, so you basically you have to use two devices, one video, and then you can use the phone for audio. That's what you meant, right?
That's right. That's right. That is only if you have problem with the Zoom.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, we use that all the time. I thought that you said you use the same phone and you can do that one device for both. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. So I'll
Yeah.
just share with you 3 slides, actually just 2. So let me see if I could share my slide with you.
Linda, I don't think we're doing that right now. Maybe we can share
Okay.
it at the end. Do you want to just
Sure.
yeah let's just save that for the next
Okay,
one.
sure,
I think Gwen is dying to ask the question.
Okay.
Oh yes. So I'm glad Jenny asked Linda a question about tech, because this this event is also about LA Tech, and we talk about a lot about tech, and we know Jenny's husband is tech savvy, and he's the man behind all of your success, because he does all of your movie editing, and he learned in such a short time, so he was like incredible. So technology help with speed. What is one piece of technology you count on during a movie project besides your husband?
So what's your question again? I really don't understand what you meant by that. So
What is one
technology?
piece? Right. What is one piece of technology you count on during your movie project?
You know, the most important thing that you have to choose the right software to work with. And right now, Premiere and DaVinci is the two friendly user software that I'm using for all my feature film right now. And also for all my documentaries, we have about 100 of them. I can edit that. I can make the film in 2 weeks. You already know our Book of Dead was produced in 2 weeks for our Cannes Festival. And then we got the award, right? So in right now with AI and stuff, you can do a lot of visual effect on the AI, and then I apply all of that into, because right now I can write the script for my film and do the feature things and everything from A to Z. Just thanks to all the new technology that you have right now. Yeah, so that's why I have to thank God that I was born in the 21st century, because in the past it takes you years to do one film, but right now 2 weeks you can do one film, and I test that. We did that.
Yep.
Yes, I could attest to that. It's not technology. It's just listening to Jenny and say, you're coming in 2 days and you need to have this particular costume like Al Baba, and you need to look ugly, and then you just show up. So technology depends on the person, right, Jenny? So we don't care how good the technology is. The person behind it, and it's the visionary behind it, and that's how you create that. Lillian,
Yes.
you want to ask the next question?
Yes. And thank you for that, Miss Jenny. And 2 weeks, that is amazing. I mean, we've we're also producers of a movie as well, and we know how much it takes to do that. And it is right, Dr. Emily, and I want to touch on that point too, is that it is the person behind the technology, because no matter how amazing the technology is, your energy is what pushed that movie forward, and you were able to finish in 2 weeks. That was quite amazing. My next question is for Ms. Rosie. Quite the international traveler, and I'm so impressed with all the work that you're doing. Now, what technology do you use to stay on top of all of your processes and to move your business, like your daily business, and just to move your entire company forward?
Oh, yes. I often do online with my partner in Australia and Singapore often. We always have a Zoom meeting, a team meeting, a Google Meet, and we often to do live stream as well. We have a lot of workshop for real estate and introduce our program for the children for our international summer camp. And even when I do the social network like IPF, so we often to do like you, yeah, we do the online meeting, we introduce, and we have a live stream for, because I do the social media with a lot of, we have to do PR and marketing for the real estate. So that's why sometimes we have to do live stream on fan page with many places. Example, in Vietnam, in Australia, and we have to do live stream and introduce our project for our customer and client to know and understand our project. And so behind this, I'm not good at technology, but because I often to do like a MC or the presenter, or just like talk, not care about what the technology, because my team to do that and focus on that. But I understand, I know what they are doing, and we have to know so we can hand on, so I think very useful for us to travel. I travel a lot. You can see me Singapore yesterday, but now in Vietnam. But anyway, I mean, very good for me, useful for me. Can I still working with our partner, with my friend, and everyone? Because we have very modern technology. Yeah. And even I can share a lot of things like a trade to my partner and client to see, okay, you can see my project in real estate is building now at this moment. So we do live stream, and everyone can, we can talk, we can share the information directly. So yeah, I think that is very useful for me, very useful for my job now, because I am travel a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many, across borders, so would you say, how often does your team spend to upgrade or stay in touch with, the new tech that's being used in the company? Like, do you spend a few hours every week, or is there training that is offered?
We often do we do every week.
Every week.
We, of course, they are updated, but I mean we do the technology and use the technology for every week, because we do live stream our project every week, every Friday we do. So yeah, I think now maybe because we do live stream on page for the real estate project, so that's why yeah, we do day week every Friday. Yeah.
I think that's important to stay updated. Technology is always changing, and it's so important to, even though we're all being very humble and we're all saying we're not very tech savvy, but just to navigate the multiple technology and the apps that are out there, the software, I mean, all of that takes a lot of time, and it's so important to have your entire team on the board and on the same page. And so I'll let Dr. Emily, do you want to ask the next question?
Yes. So Linda, I have 2 letters for you.
2 letters for me.
Yeah.
Wow. How
Two
special.
2 letters. AI.
Oh,
What
yes,
the
that's
heck do we
right.
do with this? Do we do a little bit? Do we go all in? What to do with
What
AI?
to do? Well, see, you can tell I was so excited. I was going to share that already. Let me see if I could bring up my slide. Let me see. Okay. Now, can everyone see?
Nope. I think the team need to do that for you. Oh, there you go.
Is it?
Okay.
Can you see it yet?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so before I share with you the AI fun thing, I'm going to share with you one photo that I consider the most embarrassing photo on planet Earth. Is that okay?
Yes.
Because I think it will speak to a lot of our Vietnamese community and everybody around the world. Because every time I do interview, I share this photo. My hosts just love it. So I thought I'd share it today as well. Okay, here we go. You can laugh with me, but not at me, okay? So can you see she's pacifying her mouth? That was little Linda. So ladies, this is us, yeah? This is us. Well, I was born at the end of the Vietnam War. I didn't have anything. So I just want to take opportunity to share with everybody, to echo Jenny's message. We can do anything we want. And to echo Rosie's message, it's not about technology, and Dr. Emily's message as well. It's not about the technology. Just throw yourself in, just learn it and do it. It is actually just your emotions that is in the way. It's not about the skills. And here we go, the AI tools. Now, I must make a disclaimer. I am not an AI, I'm not a tech expert like Dr. Emily. I'm tech challenged. But I have fun learning along the way. And so I thought I'd share my learning. So if you like to have ideas, you can turn to Perplexity. It's really fun. And if you want to do planning, ChatGPT is your guy, yeah? And if you want to play with videos, I actually have tried ideogram. You can literally just write your whole description, and ideogram will just spit out an image for you. It's really cool, right? So they all are free. You can just try them, and like anything, right? It takes time. It takes time to practice and learn, but you can do it. It's really fun. And after you do that, you will no longer feel like tech challenge. Dr. Emily, have fun trying.
No, I reserve the right to be tech challenged. I
like
think,
the way you put it.
I think that's what kids are for.
Yes.
My sons are still complaining that, Mom, you really need to know how to do copy and paste by now, right? Because it's like every other time I need help. So the next question we want to ask is going to come from Gwen.
Okay, so can I go back to Rosie? and
Yeah,
and ask her one questions?
of course.
I so admire you so much, Rosie, because like you're so young and you're so incredible. You sell high rises, you sell projects in Australia and in Singapore, right? And you provide educations. So you have like education academy. So my question for you is that you are so young and you do so many things from youth education and international business. What if you can only choose one project in the next 30 days? Which one would it be and why?
I'm not young.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
Young,
are. We're
young
all
girl, young girl.
Oh,
Everyone
well, that's
thought
even
that I
better.
am. Anyway, thank you so much for your
25?
question. No, I'm older. I'm older. Anyway, age is not our reason, right? If you want, if you have a dream, if you are motivated, if you have a good partner, you can do everything, and you can touch the dream. I am a very active girl from very young. Behind this, I'm very active. Active because I can join anything activity in a school. I can see because when I was young in my age, we don't have a lot of chance to learn in Vietnam like international. But when my mom is Russia and I have to stay. I stay with my grandma in Vietnam, and after that's when my mom come back and we have a lot of time together. And you know at that time I can travel and I can learn a lot international. And I feel that if you're not confident, if you cannot learn, you can do anything. So that's why for me my job now is not for not many because we connect together and we have a lot of thing knowledge about that. I see real estate when I very young, when I before 18, you know, I when I was student, I do business like I I I not belong to developer real estate. I sell like I actually introduce. I am become a buyer agency, so that's why I can do for so many developer. So that's time. I still work at Vietnam Television, but I do real estate. Like I introduce to so many people. Oh, this one is very good. This one. So that real estate like my how can I say my business back end. Yeah, you can see on Minh Anh on Vietnam Television TV, VTV, but back end I do real estate very long time. So at this time I have experience in real estate for 10 years, and I has experience about 15 years for social media. So now why? Because Miss Emily to know me because you can see me a lot of big program. When I finish Freedom Television, I love and do the big event. But in my how can I say? I am because we are own busy and we have to focus on our business, right? But I still very love and very when I be on the stage. So that's why sometimes I still spend time for special event, international event, very big event. So if I have only 30 days, I still do education and real estate
No,
because
no, no, no. You have to
education.
pick one.
Oh,
I would like
okay.
to see your
The
calendar.
question, the
Okay.
question is to pick one.
Yeah. All right. So I focus on the Australian real estate now because we have
Yeah.
a lot of Vietnamese client and ASEAN client. They care about the real estate in Australia. 2 years later, Australia is an amazing place in advisement that investor and the parents, my parents, to invest and focus on. So that's why I think it's this time we all focus on that our business. We have very good team, very professional, big team, and we have a head office in Sydney. So that's why you can see me. I has been like from Australia for 3 weeks. I stay there for our business. So yeah, I think we are all
Okay,
focused
so
on the
real
real
estate is
estate.
the answer, right? And when she's
Yes.
looking for a visa to come to the US to buy all the homes over here, So you can sponsor her the visa. Okay. I got a question for Jenny. Jenny, you are right now on the global stage, right? Of the Los Angeles Tribune. People are watching it right now. There are going to be people rewatching all this. If there is one message that Jenny Ty wants to share with the whole world, what would that be?
I said, now, just like Rosie just mentioned, have a dream and keep following your dream. Don't give up. Even you own, right now, like me, I'm 58 years old, old and ugly. And I always
No. We're not going to talk about ages right now. Just
I always dreamed that I could work for Hollywood. I would become a star. I would become a director. All of that, it's just fantasy to me like 10 years ago, And suddenly, when I retired at 50 years old, and now everything comes true. All my dreams come true. I become a director, even, for, I didn't want to become a director, but I did directed a film with you in there, Emily, that. And, and then I right now become an actress too for Hollywood, for many commercials and also some short film. And even I don't have time, but I never dream of myself being an actress in Hollywood because that's so hard, because you old and ugly. You never thought that, why me? I asked them, why me? Why they want me to become an actress? And then they said that, because right now in Hollywood, so many beautiful and young people, but what they need is just the old and the ugly ones. See, that's why I said, don't give up a dream. So even you own or whatever, just follow. I keep following my dreams, and now all my dreams come true.
Well, Jenny, a lot of us, when we grow up, we want to be like you. And I really thank you for coming on, because you said, when I asked you to come on, you said, yeah, put me down, but I'm on call. If they call me, I'm not coming on, right? We are all so busy. So I really appreciate every one of us, Minan all the way in Vietnam at 4 a.m. And Linda, I think she got a little bit more sleep in like 6:45 or whatever when she came on. We are all so busy. But with the dream that you say, we will make the time, right?
Yeah.
We will put in the mileage, the effort to do all that. So
I want to just add into that.
Yes.
Just when Jenny said that, my keynote speech is follow your heart, follow your dreams.
Yeah.
So the reason why I show you that black and white photo is because I am known to my podcast host, the girl who lived all of her dreams. And in fact, that's how I began doing podcasts in 2016. Someone find out from UK that I actually followed my dreams. And so they seek out to interview me, PhD, seek out to interview me. And at the time, I wasn't even anywhere much. It was before I even write a book. So yeah, we all here. I'm so honored to be here with all of you amazing women. We all live our dreams, like Lian just said in the chat.
We're all right here, right now, living our dreams. And you women, I all admire you so very much. And I did have a question, but you just answered it, Dr. Linda, is that if you had a message for this younger generation, and I know you work with, young adults, is what would you want to tell them? And even especially with, with the age difference, right? Technology, they're so much more adaptable and much more, they have the hands-on, they're just, my kids, they just pick up on stuff like that. And it takes me so much, so much more effort. What is any advice that you would give them or a message that you would like to share with them?
1 minute, Linda.
Wow. Okay. No pressure.
Give the answer in 1 minute.
Here we go. The answer for any young adult is to become your self-leader. Before you can lead anybody, you need to be able to lead yourself. When you can lead yourself well, you can lead your family well, like Rosie shared. You can lead your business, you can lead your community, you can lead your courses like Jenny. Suddenly she just become a film director. So it all began with the self. As you could see, all of us share that we come from humble beginnings. I didn't know a word of English before I came to Sydney, Australia. I never knew what a computer looked like. I only grew up with black and white TV, and I know Dr. Emily, Jenny, a few of you would resonate, right? Black and white TV, black and white photo. That's why I share with you that photo. Everything is possible. It all begins with you. It all begins with you. And hear this out. I am very technical challenged, like Dr. Emily said, but I learn each step of the way. And the only one thing that is in your way is your own emotions. It's not about the skill. It's not about whether you have money or not. I didn't have anything, right? But I literally live all of my dreams. I opened the bridal boutique, become a wedding dress designer. That was my first dream. My second dream was travel the world. I've been to Alaska 25 years ago, right? The third early childhood dream was to be a teacher. I'm still teaching now on podcasts, on book, and I've been in classroom of all kinds.
Well, Linda, well, I want to be very respectful of the time that we have for the Los Angeles Tribune Vietnam Journal. So what I like to do is just start with you. We'll just ask the next person. Tell us how the audience can connect with you. Maybe it's your website, or you want to give out your address. No, I'm just kidding. Whatever you want to give out so people can connect with you. So we'll start with you first. How do people connect with Linda Yu?
You can connect with me on Facebook, on LinkedIn. I also share 2 websites. If you are a coach, get in touch with me. I'll have a gift for you. I will show you how to put your offers together on Coachable for free. It's valued at $250 or more. If you are not a coach, get in touch or go to my website, lindaduong.com.au. You get a free chapter of my book. Okay,
Awesome.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Awesome. Jenny, how do people get in touch with you? They want to know what you're up to. They want to support your next movie project. Where do they send the money?
Oh, I'm going to do another shooting for my film soon. So anybody want to become a movie star, want to be whatever in my film, producer, actress, actor, just contact me. I have my active Facebook. That's the only thing that I have a little bit of time to be on. That is Jenny Eisen Thai. So that is, I always have cast calling on there when I need actress and actor. But usually, people just come to me to be in my film. They can become producer, like all of you, actors, just contact me. And my phone.
How? Jenny?
My phone number.
Your phone number. Okay, what is your phone number?
714-200-5001.
Okay,
Are you sure you
is
want
that
to
the
give out
same
that? It's going to
number?
be ringing
Is that-
non-stop now.
Is that the same number to Zelle Money?
Yeah, that is
just
the
kidding.
one.
Okay, next I want to invite Rosie. People learn about you in this, of course, this short call. How do they reach out to you? Maybe they want to buy real estate or they want to support you in your education program. How do they reach out to Rosie?
I'm very happy to introduce. Yeah, you can call me my WhatsApp, Viber, or connect with me on Facebook, Zalo, or just Instagram. Yeah. So my phone is for Vietnam and 983699179. So I can share everything with you about our real estate, and I have a lot of my team. I have 100 with sale around the world under me, so they can help all of you understand about the Vietnam real estate, Australia real estate, and yeah.
And
So I hope that I have
American real estate.
I did with Miss Lan and Mr. Michael.
Okay. So,
but I hope that Miss Emily, after and finish our postcard today, you and all of you we have arranged the time so I can opportunity to visit USA in the future.
Oh yeah. I already volunteered Gwen to do that. So Gwen, how do people reach out to you on your to buy home in Texas or to join you in all of the projects that you're working on?
Well, not hard. I'm all all over Facebook, and you also go to Emily Facebook. You find me right there. I'm all over her Facebook too.
Okay. Lillian?
Same with me. And if you'd like any information on our guest today or about me, Dr. Emily Tran, we're all connected. Please reach out to Lillian at tribunela.com. You can email me and I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'm open to calls. I've had the same telephone number for over 30 years, 503-819-5611.
Yes, and so thank you everybody for coming on. I see Alicia coming back on. Thank you, Alicia, for your patience. And people can reach out to me and connect with me at americandreamcoach.com. Thank you so much for joining our panel. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye,
Bye.
everyone. Have a nice day.
Lenny, Lillian, Miss Rosie, Quinn, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Very happy to see all of you. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. And I'm going to bring Dr. Emily back on. Dr. Emily, thank you so much for moderating that panel and for sharing more about the Vietnam Journal, which is part of Los Angeles Tribune's full-on international expansion. We are always global, but there are so many stories and so many phenomenal individuals from around the world that are doing so many impactful things. So it's very important for us here at the Los Angeles Tribune to really build community across the seas through broadcasts, through journals, and through so much more. So Dr. Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I know we met from the movie premiere, A Fragile Flower, and that has really blossomed into this beautiful relationship and collaboration. So thank you for showing up at that time. Thank you for always being there and supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emily. Oh, there was so much that was shared in that last segment, but there was a phrase that was shared that I just want to reiterate. Follow your heart and follow your dreams and become your own leader. And we heard phenomenal stories on that last panel. And our next guest, it is such a delight and such an honor to bring up Deepa Sandhu, who is a business executive. She is an author. She is a coach. And she is so great at catching the soul sparks that fly. And she does this now through her publishing company. And so excited to have you on today with us, Deepa. You worked in Silicon Valley for so long, but you're an author, you're a storyteller. And today we're here to talk about how to stay authentic in this AI world, in this world where technology is evolving and you can create your own self with various different platforms, but how do you stay actually authentic to yourself? Deepa, I gave a brief background about who you are. You are so impactful. Your book, Hello Universe, It's Me, is a Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller. Before we get into being your authentic self in this AI world, I would love for you to share more about yourself and talk about Hello Universe, It's Me, how I scheduled a breakdown to manifest my new life and how you can too, because I think that speaks so much into the conversations that we're about to have. Deepa, over to you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is such an honor to be on the Los Angeles Tribune stage today, talking about how to be you in an AI world. So hello, everybody. I am a recently retired Silicon Valley executive, and I love saying recently retired. I'll say it all day long. But I'm also the CEO of Soul Sparks Press, where I'm bringing sweepingly inspirational stories to the world to make an impact. And yes, it all began with Hello Universe, It's Me, right? We have all lived in a world where there are so many expectations, so many things that we're expected to live off of. And I think understanding what is true for ourselves was like a distant side thought. Instead, many people are just like me, trying to go through the motions of life. I was the queen of the checklist. I could check everything off, working to get to where I thought I needed to go, right? The good education, the good grades, the great job out of college, getting promoted again, climbing the corporate ladder, getting married, having the kid, having the house, living the life that everybody thinks you are supposed to live. Everything that my parents told me, my teachers told me, Social media told me Hollywood, Bollywood. I was busy believing it all. But once I had all of that, that is where the question started to come into me, is like, if I did everything that I was meant to do, that I was supposed to do in this life, why does everything not feel right? And that is what led me on my own soul sparking journey, right? To finally listen to all the ways the world is speaking to us and to figure out what it was that I really wanted for me. Not living the script that everybody else wanted me to live, but to actually find out and live the script that I wanted to live. And so, why is this important today? Why is this important for all of you? Because as we move more and more into this AI world, AI is going to do incredible things for us, right? I am not worried about AI and its influence in our world one bit. And you guys have been hearing from such incredible speakers talking about the impact of AI. But here's what AI is not going to do for you. It is not going to give you your own perspective. It is not going to give you your own thoughts. It is not going to give you the insights that you should have. If you let it or think it will, you're going to lose your own voice. And if you're anything like me, part of going through those motions of life, living up to that checklist, accelerating through, thinking you're achieving it all and doing it all, actually had me losing more and more of who I authentically was and needed to be. And so here today, what I really wanted to get into is how you can be you, capital Y-O-U, in an AI world.
Wow. I mean, you touched upon so much there, Deepika, but before you talk about how to be you in an AI world, how did you figure out how to be you for yourself before you figured out how you could be you in the outside world and with AI and everything else that's going on?
Look, you got to stop and ask the question, right? We don't stop to actually ask ourselves the question, can this life be different? We're so busy being in the hamster wheel, being in the matrix, just going, doing all the things that we need to do in our lives. Just think of whatever you did today. Did you do something for you, or were you busy doing all the million and one things on your checklist that you needed to get done to get to a point in the day where you could do something for you? So it all started for me by actually asking the question, right? Actually asking myself, is this what I created for myself, this life? Is this what I really want? And am I going to be in this continuous hamster wheel until I'm dead? Or is there a different way to live this life? So I think it comes with asking the question and being willing to receive the answer that you receive, right? Because you will hear back. When you ask the question, you'll hear back. And will you trust yourself enough to hear what's sparking through from the inside of you that needs to be done to move into that life?
Wow, that's so wonderful. And when people can really connect to hear themselves and they start to get to know themselves, how can people think about how they can be themselves in an AI world, Deepika?
I think AI is going to fuel the rocket ship, right? We are all going to be able to move beautifully forward, right? With AI. AI is going to help us accommodate for things that maybe we weren't good at before. Maybe we weren't a great writer. Maybe we didn't know how to express something in a particular way. But I've got to know where I want to point the rocket ship. I want to know where I want to go in all of this. And if I want to know where I want to go in all of this, I've got to use my perspective, my desires, my dreams. Neil Donald Walsh says we are meant to be the grandest, greatest vision that we have ever seen for ourselves. You've got to see the vision before you know what tools like AI will be able to support you in getting to that vision. But where you want to go, that's on you.
Wow, that's powerful. So I'm kind of curious, Deepika. How do you use AI, if you do, in your everyday life and technology really as well? And what kind of maybe checks and balances do you put into place so you don't necessarily get consumed in the technology that you're using?
Look, I've been a Silicon Valley business executive for the last 12 years. I've had a very illustrious 25-year career. Many of the apps that are on your phone right now are companies that I have been supporting and helping to grow as they wow the world with their innovation. I've spoken on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I've had the pleasure of being in this space of technology, being a thoroughbred in our entire life, right? It's been this beautiful thread. But the way to use technology is the way that it actually supports you, right? When technology is interfering with you, impacting you, not making you feel good, then that's not a technology you need to use, right? So we talk about people going, oh, I need a social media break. Well, why do you need a social media break? Because this tool no longer makes you feel good. It's like having a boyfriend that isn't very nice to you. At some point, you're going to wake up and realize, okay, wait, I could have a different boyfriend. It's the same thing with every kind of technology that is in your life today, right? How does that technology actually make you feel? Is it additive to your life or is it not? So for me, that's the first way that I like to think about technologies. Is this helping me do what I need to do? So of course I use social media platforms like LinkedIn and Instagram. They have become beautiful parts of my business, both to get my message out to people, but also to be inspired by others. And I love that, right? And in terms of AI, in my prior world, we were on the cutting edge of starting to think about how innovation and AI would support people in the accounting and finance space. Could it make our days easier? And the way I always like to think of it in my consulting days was like, can this make it easier for the other person who's pounding away doing the work every day to actually get home and be with their kids and have dinner with their kids and enjoy that interaction rather than having to sit here pounding away at it? So if technology can do that for me, if it can help me be inspired, be lit up, meet and connect with people that I might not have otherwise met and connect with walking through the San Francisco Bay Area, I want to be able to do that. That's additive to me. But if it's doing something for me that isn't additive, I'm less inclined to want to use it.
Is the technology tool that I am using additive to my life? I love that question. It's one that I'm actually going to put into practice. So you would love to hear for you. You worked in Silicon Valley for so long. You worked in technology and you are making the shift right now as an author with your publishing company, Soul Sparks. What really pushed you to move into the direction of writing full-time, being a publisher full-time, and really being that life expansion mentor that finds that soul spark in the people that you work with?
Yeah, it is a story of being burnt out on life in any way, or burnt out on the business that I was doing in Silicon Valley. I loved it. I grew tremendously. I got to work with, as I said, such amazing clients on the cutting edge of wowing the world with all their innovation and technology. So I did love my professional career. But if I really think through to my most authentic self and who I was, that was about writing, right? And that was about creating. I remember from my very youngest days, I was writing all the time. But every time in my life, when I had a choice between writing and something that was more practical, I always picked the more practical. I was the product of immigrants. I wanted to make my parents proud. I wanted to have a better life than even they had. And that required working hard for it, right? But it also meant that it kind of moved me further and further away from the writing. I ended up studying economics. I ended up, having a career in business. In the consulting industry, and I loved it. And so for me, it wasn't until I actually published my very first book, Hello Universe, It's Me, that, as Alicia mentioned, just is a critically acclaimed bestseller by the LA Tribune. But it wasn't until I published that book that my eyes woke up to the fact that, wow, I want to do this all the time. And the thing is, the world, the universe, source, creator, whatever you want to call it, that power out there was speaking to me all the time about writing, but I would ignore it, which is what so many of us do. We ignore the signs and symbols and the true call of our heart because, well, how could I do it? And our inner critic, our inner hater gets loud, right? And it starts to tell us like, oh no, that's not practical. You won't make any money at that. You can't do that. But it wasn't until I learned to quiet down my inner critic and activate my inner champion, and I really allowed myself to move into writing and publishing as a career. And I am so excited to be in this space now. It just feels on all cylinders like this is the moment I was meant to be in. This is the space I was meant to be in. And we're on the verge of the Spanish release of the book. And it's just so incredible to see how beautifully it comes together. So yeah, for me, just activating that inner champion that finally could decide, no, really, I can do this. That was the turning point. That was the moment for me.
Wow, that's remarkable, Deepa. And it's called Soul Sparks Press, right? And you work with the clients that are part of your community to help them really share their story and get to the true essence of who they are. And when you do that, the soul sparks fly. How do you help your clients really find their authentic voice that can potentially be quieted down by all of the factors that you mentioned, all of the life that is happening around them, to really share their story out there? How are you able to work with them in that way? And maybe you could talk a little bit about an upcoming project that's coming out with Eric, but how you were able to really bring spiritual fitness to life through your unique ability to really truly see people.
Just because you haven't seen something done before doesn't mean that it can't happen. And many times we have an idea in our heart, but we're like, oh, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Would anybody even like it? And I think I'm here to help activate people's inner champions to say, oh, wow, that is an idea that needs to come to life. That is an idea that needs to happen. Eric Bigger is a great example of that. He is one of our incredible authors in Soul Sparks Press. He is a media personality. He is a former contestant on The Bachelorette, a very popular one. People loved him, but he's also my trainer and my friend. And as we were working out, he was building this concept of spiritual fitness. And one day I said to him, I go, look, this has got to be a book. People have got to understand how they too can be spiritually fit, how all these different modalities that you put together create a workout where I don't even know that I worked out for an hour. Like, I want more, right? But because and that's from somebody who is not interested in working out ever in her entire life, right? It's transformed into being part of the spiritual fitness movement. And I just turned to him and said, people need to see this and they need to be part of this. And so we know now through his book, through everything that's coming through for him, he is going to change the fitness industry, right? We're going to transform it. But where does all that start? It starts from an idea that we get in our heads and we say, could that be it? And then we'll find a million reasons why it can't be it. No, nobody will do it. No, it won't be interesting. Nobody will buy it. How would I come up with it? We'll just keep doing the same old thing. And you can apply any lens to that, your own situation to that, to know that you also probably have thought that way more than once, probably just today, right? But with Eric moving into this, it's about helping people break down any of those patterns and programs that are within us that do not allow us to see the biggest, grandest version of ourselves that Neil Donald Walsh, Conversations with God, wants us to be able to see for ourselves, right? Think of everything within us as a computer system, right? You have been fed different beliefs, traditions, cultures, values from parents, from teachers, from anything out there, right? Media, TV, social media, Hollywood, Bollywood, all of it, right? It's all come in to fill you up with different kinds of beliefs that we believe to be our own, even our own situations in life. We're like, whoop, that happened once before. Computer program knows it, sees it, feels it, and it's like, oh, I know how I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond the same way. But we actually have the power to change our own internal patterns and programs. And what I help people with is to take those patterns and programs that we've been filled up with and actually rewire them, change them to create patterns and programs that support the version of ourselves we want to become. I want you to dream big. And I give people permission to dream really, really big and to then put in those tools, those patterns and programs within ourselves that will allow those changes to actually happen in their life, to move you more towards believing in whatever is that grandest and greatest vision for your life. But it's tricky, right? Because our inner hater, our inner critic, our inner saboteur is actually going to push some of those thoughts way down for us, right? It's going to push them and say that it's not possible. But I'm here to tell you it's all possible. And I want you to expand what is possible for you, because the more you expand what is possible for you, the more that next thing will actually open up and start to be possible for you. We are responding to what we put out there. So it's no different than being on your phone scrolling Instagram. All of a sudden you scroll one thing on Instagram about, you know, your favorite basketball team, and your whole feed is flooded with things about your favorite basketball team. The algorithm thinks that's what you want to see. Well, so does this world, right? So if I put out thoughts that, okay, this isn't working for me, things are always difficult, it's never working out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that those are the patterns and programs that I believe and adhere to, well, guess what? The world is responding to that. It's an algorithm. It's responding to that and telling me, okay, you want more of that, I'll give you more. But if I could shift my patterns and programs towards the things that I actually want to see more of, so I don't want to see my favorite basketball team on Instagram. Maybe I actually want to see my favorite football team, or I want to see beautiful homes in Paris. Well, I am allowed to change what I'm looking to see and allow that to be attracted to me too, right? That is how we start to allow ourselves to think and create into existence the activities, the things, the thoughts, the patterns, the circumstances, the people that support that.
Wow, I love what you said there. I am allowed to change, right? Giving yourself permission. I love this conversation, Deepa, because you're talking about so much. It's mindset. It is remembering who you are. It is creating the space. It is acknowledging that, like, maybe this experience I've curated for myself isn't what I want, and I want to figure out how to explore that a little bit further. As we think about how technology is evolving, I mean, we've had so many different individuals on share so much perspectives on marketing and sales and how they're creating platforms in the future and trying to build community. When you're trying to be a part of an interactive community and you're using AI tools to connect with individuals out there, what are ways that people can remember their own voice and their own authentic brand self? You do a great job on social media about sharing who you are, but you've also talked about in the past how you didn't like how you, like, the things that you were showing on social media weren't necessarily aligned with the things that you wanted in life. So how have you been able to come to a place where you can live more authentically and use these tools, but maybe in a different way?
I think absolutely you can, right? Yeah, there was a time in my life that even when I didn't like my life, I didn't like the way things were going, I wasn't feeling the way I thought I needed to feel, I would project out on social media, Facebook at the time, you know, pictures of this perfectly curated life, like, oh, our great vacation, and look how cute my kid is, and oh, my beautiful husband, hey, we're so happy, even if 2 seconds before that picture, there had been like some tumultuous, you know, disagreement on something, right? But now what I've moved to in social media is doing whatever I really feel like doing, showing everybody all parts of me, right? So as a life expansion mentor, as someone who's helping people see bigger, you've got to see that there are days when the contrast does appear, right? There are days when things don't feel as good as they did on a different day. Life is very much there and it can very much get in the way. And I want to be able to show that and show that contrast can be there, but we can still be growing and living. And I think when you're using AI as a means of projecting yourself, right, as a means of writing the emails or a means of doing the articles or a means of even completing your work, you've got to recognize that still who you are, your voice still matters. Your perspective matters. Yes, AI can break down the barrier that allows you to crank out the email faster, crank out the article faster, write that caption a little bit better. But what is the perspective that you want to be sharing, right? And that requires really coming into yourself and understanding who you are, what you are, and really being in that space, right? So for me, the way that I got more in tune with my most authentic self was to quiet things down. I literally did an audit of my life. Okay, guys, I did on one side all the things that fill up my day, and I was detailed. And I put a feeling next to it of what those things created within me, right? And so what did I do? I wrote down every little thing. Commuting, poop emoji, hated it, right? Like this pre-pandemic, I was commuting everywhere. I didn't like it one bit, right? But dropping my daughter off at school, big heart emoji on that. I loved it. We would sing songs and we'd chit chat. Like, we had the best drives to school ever, right? I started to strategically remove the things from that list of everything that I did in the day, the things that were for other people, that were people pleasing, the extras, the things that felt hard. I started moving those off the list, slowly but surely, saying no to more things in my day, so I could say yes to more of the things I like to do. Because here's the thing, the things I liked to do in my day, they were reserved for a very small portion of my day. And I didn't think it had to be that way. So I changed it, right? And by being really, really silent, by being really, really quiet, right? Getting to that space, journaling, reflecting, connecting, being less busy. Yeah, that absolutely allowed me to activate my more authentic voice.
Wow, I love that, Deepika. I mean, you can feel the joy in your voice, you know. You work with professionals to help them go from being overwhelmed and demotivated and burnt out to really living a life of balance, fulfillment, and joy. And you actually can feel that when you express who you are fully. And that's a really big part of authenticity. Deepika, it's been amazing for you to have you on today. Would love for you to share some closing remarks with our audience before we bring out our next guest. And I'm going to ask you to stick around for a little bit too. So stay tuned for that as well. But over to you, Deepika, for closing remarks.
And there's a beautiful comment, I think, in the comments here about, you know, AI not replacing the warmth, AI not replacing the glow within you, right? You have to activate your innermost magnetic self, your innermost authentic self. We have to bring out the version of you that you are wanting to be, right? You can get enhanced with all the different things, the avatars and the AR and the this and that and the other stuff, right? Of course you can. But who you are fundamentally needs to come through. And the way it comes through is up to you. You have to understand who you are. You have to get to the root of it. And you get to decide who that person is, right? You get to decide. And I want each of you out there to think bigger about this. Get out, dream in the clouds. Who do you want to be today? Who do you want to be as you move through this life? How do you want to show up every day? What do you want to be doing? I always say I had to schedule a breakdown. That was the subtext of the Hello Universe, It's Me, of my book, Hello Universe, It's Me. But everybody else sort of got that as part of the pandemic, right? You had everything quieted down, so you had to figure out who you wanted to be and what you wanted that to look like. Ask yourself the same question today, now with the pandemic in the rearview mirror, with life going back to normal, with all of that stuff. How are you going to glow? How are you going to be the magnet? How are you going to show up? How do you want to show up? And if you're not showing up that way, what needs to shift? Because it can all shift.
It can all shift each and every day, each and every moment. I love that you said magnet. I love today, because today, for those of you that are tuning in, we are at LA Tech and Everyday Life. And we've had so many different dynamic conversations around mindset, right? Self experiences, evolutions, dreaming, and how people use technology in their everyday lives. And so for all of you that are tuning in right now, be sure to register at latech2024.com so you can get these beautiful recaps and summaries of the day. And just having these conversations, like Deepika, you're someone that has worked in these technology companies for so long, and where you're hearing your perspective of how you've continued to evolve and how you set limits with your technology. That's what it's all about. Deepika, it's been so great having you on. In a moment, I'm about to introduce our next guest, but stay here and stay tuned, because I'm going to bring you back up in a second. So thank you so much, Deepika. Hello, everyone. If you're just tuning in, you are here live at LA Tech 2024 Tech and Everyday Life. As I just mentioned, you can register at LA Tech 2024 to get more event updates, to get resources that were shared by the speakers that have joined our stage. If you are just tuning in, we encourage you to comment in the comments, share your thoughts and your perspective, ask questions. It is such an honor and a delight to bring up our next guest. B. Pedros Minor is an award-winning founder of Divergent Ventures, BPM Consulting, and the Wealth Salons. B is a product strategist, a podcast host, a startup advisor, an investor, a coach, and very well respected in the thought, leadership, and agile technologies. She has a fierce drive to promote diversity in tech and impact authentic change, which really resonates with all of the work that she does. She also is really keen on finding the next technologies that are going to change this world. And there's so much more that I can say about B. She's worked on so many tech platforms that you all have used. But B, I just want to say welcome. Thank you for joining us here at LA Tech. And I would love to go to you to share a little bit more about who you are. Welcome, B.
Hello, hello, hello. So first and foremost, I have to gently and nicely correct you because my pronouns are they, them, theirs, and not she, her, hers. And so that's actually the first things that people should know about me is that I am a direct, truth-telling human. The last speaker, she was talking about, authenticity and how that authenticity has really allowed her to be successful and that others should think about those similar things. And through our conversations, you and I have talked a lot about that as well. Like, being able to specifically show people every day that this is who I am. I don't have to have like bifurcated experience is super important. But having said that, I am a tinkerer, right? I've actually fell into everything I've ever done. I'm a very curious person. So when I first started out with my mom was like, well, what do you want to be? And I was like, an engineer. But then I found out that science sucks. So I'm great at math, science, and we not cool. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to be Claire Huxtable. And it couldn't just be anyone. It had to be Claire Huxtable because Claire Huxtable is the baddest chick to like, one of the baddest chicks ever to be on TV because she could do everything. She was smart. She could be a parent and she could make the City of the Elite squirm because she knows down to the book number exactly what she's talking about, right? And so, but during that experience, what I found out is that it's really boring being an attorney. Like, it is ridiculously boring. Like, and it's not that what attorneys do isn't great. It's that you are reacting to things, right? Like, you're constantly like something happens and you go, is there a law for it? If there's not a law for it, or we don't have to keep suing people until we can get a law for it. So it's always this reaction. And I realized at some point I just really wanted to affect change, right? Because I don't really have time for things to come up to me. I need to figure out what needs to be done so I can go off and get that thing done, right? At least that's how I think about my life. And so that's how I ultimately ended up moving from, a history major to a business, MBA grad to a tech person to a product leader at companies like Apple and Netflix to deciding that I actually hate corporations lately. And so now I have my companies, the Wealth Salons, which is a nonprofit that really stemmed from my desire to figure out how to connect people with the types of resources that they need. And what that means is that what they define that they need. One of the things that I always hated being a kid from Mississippi is that people would always assume they knew what I needed. They'd be like, well, B, you need, this because you're from Mississippi. I said, Mississippi got great food. We actually have great education. We have all these things. We just don't always have the ability to combine these things and take advantage of them, right? Because we don't know about them. And so the Wealth Salons really came about because of that. And then Divergent Ventures came about before that because I realized I was like, I'm the first person in my family with this much money and I don't know what to do with it. And I started really thinking about what had made a difference in my life. And it was really great startups, right? Startups that were run by people who really just are average, everyday Americans who are from middle America, who just had an idea and then decided to take it out there. My very first real job was at a company called ShareCell. They never had more than 25 people, right? But it ended up being acquired by a very large company because they did what they did better than anyone else in the world, right? And I think that there's something powerful about that and honoring the fact that so many talented humans all over the world don't get the same opportunity to do great things that they should. So that's a little bit about me.
I love that, B, because you showed you took us down a journey of all of your experiences that you've had, and what you've gleaned from them to create where you're going. You mentioned the wealth salons a little bit, and we're going to get into that in a moment, but would love to dive into Divergent Ventures. Divergent Ventures is your fund, and you are all about investing in companies that are really making a change and really making an impact in the world. Can you talk a little bit about why it was important for you to start Divergent Ventures and the types of companies that you have been working with and investing in?
Yeah, so so essentially throughout my career, it's like 16 years I spent in tech, right? So going from a small startup like ShareCell, 25 or less people the entire time it ever existed, and then I went to companies like Cars.com and Sprout Social and Wyzant and Apple and then Netflix. And what I realized as I was kind of going through that process is that most people who work at those places are people like me, right? They're not necessarily people who are from huge urban areas, right? Who, always knew that computer science existed, that always knew that product management existed, that always knew that data sciences existed. But, they were fortunate people who were curious, who happened to leave their hometowns to go out and do great things. And then once you start doing great things, usually you end up at great places, right? And so, and this became a common thing, like, especially like my team at Apple. I like looked around the room one day and I was like, a single one of us had ever been to a major city before we went to college. And none of us had. Most of us, we were like, now, like the first time I ever got on a plane was when I went to college. Like, the first time I ever left my state was when I went to college. And that really resonated with me because these are the people who built Apple Music, right? These are the people who built Netflix. These are the people who built, Sprout. So these are people who built billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies, and they are all very similar to me. And I was like, if they're very similar to me, then why the heck is all the money in like these like couple different places, right? What if it had been that when I was in high school, like my son, because he lives in California, if I had robotics, right? What if I had computer science? What if I had, a great, example CEO who was local to the community? Because like where I'm from, the biggest one was FedEx, right? So everyone was like, well, if you could create like a company that does services, and that's how you're gonna be rich. But it turns out you don't actually have to do that. I mean, honestly, people get rich really strange ways now, but the whole point is you don't have to go out somewhere to emulate something else because there's so much room for all of us to create amazing things because there's a need. Like, for instance, I was talking to someone recently that I didn't think I was going to invest in as many health companies with Divergent Ventures because we're very agnostic. Like, my goal is to find the absolute best companies in the Great 38. So the Great 38 are the 38 states that we invest in that are in the middle of America. They're essentially just not the big, y'all know which ones. If you're from those places, you know where you're from. It's not those places, it's the other places, right? And so those places, right? What was really like so interesting is that like, as I started actually going out and talking to people, what I found out is that there's also so much money, right? Because in these 38 states, it's actually, 2/3 of the US population, right? If you think about every diversity category, the largest percentage of that diverse category is in this region, which is also why there's always going to be all these different needs. And so for me, when I've realized what the healthcare thing is, like I have this weird eye disorder that I was diagnosed with recently. I had no idea that you could have so many different issues with the eyes, by the way. It's very fascinating. But when I actually started doing research on this eye disorder, I found out this is like at least a $50 billion business, right? At least. And I had no idea that this like little eye drop, right, that's this big could be that much money. And then all of a sudden I'd look back to my team and I was like, you know what? This is why we got to just keep living because every day you find out about a new industry, about a new human, about just anything, right? And then all of a sudden you go, wait, I've had a very limited view. And as long as I have this limited view, there is no way I can reach my own potential. And so that's why Divergent Ventures, it works out that it was founded by me, right? Because I'm a person who assumes nothing and hopes that everything, essentially goes well. My business partner's like, so what's the plan? I was like, well, the plan has been, I'm going to be real nice to people. I'm going to listen to people I'm gonna promote the heck out of folks, and it's worked so far. So we're just gonna keep doing that at scale for the rest of our lives. Bet? And he said, yeah. And so that's essentially how Divergent came up, and that's how we choose our companies. Like, we choose people like us. Like, my partner, he has had numerous exits. He's had numerous companies go exceptionally well. I've had numerous exits. I've had numerous companies, do exceptionally well. And so it's just like, hey, since that's the case, then I think we're on to something, right? I think Mississippi wouldn't mind a few hundred more of me staying in town instead of leaving.
That is so powerful and so impactful, B. You work for a number of different technology companies, and now you've shifted, evolved, and are an investor looking at and evaluating these companies. How has working in tech impacted your perspective or approach on how you actually look at and evaluate companies?
Oh my gosh. It really sucks sometimes. I'm going to tell you because, one of the things that's interesting. So I don't know who said it, but let's pretend someone intelligently said what I'm about to slaughter. Every single founder has to be a little crazy, right? Like batshit, honestly. Like he'll be like, this person, like actually the other day, so someone came to me and was like, I'm creating a whole new concept. And I was like, oh, what is it? And he's like, it's an app for people who aren't quite out yet, but want to be able to know that there's other people who aren't quite out yet who might be interested in the same room. I was like, so a down low app? And he was like, what are you talking about? I was like, it sounds like a down low app. I was like, and also you could just do that with Tinder or any of these other apps. He's like, no, because it's for gay people though. And I was like, but bro, gay people on Tinder, like whatever. And so the reason I say that is because it is this like really, really fascinating process as I'm talking to these folks and going like, I don't understand why you haven't explored more of the other products that are in your field and how it works and how you can differentiate yourself. Because by the time you get to me, if you don't have a clue about that, I'm the worst person to talk to because I'm going to go down my list of companies I either worked at or I have friends who worked at, and I'm going to tell you all the different ways that your product is actually an idea that we got rid of like 12 years ago, right? And the reason for it is that we realized it could only scale up to this amount. And so I end up on the unfortunate situation where a lot of times I'm telling folks like, hey, like, truthfully, I don't think that you should take VC money, period. I think you have a nice, solid business, right? And I think that that's what I really get from working in tech because we did, like, there's so many companies, right? So many of the companies that I first started off with were very small startups. And so all we did was spend our time with our peers talking about what we were doing, what they were doing, and trying to figure out how to do it differently. And so I always figured out is that execution is the only difference between a great company and a failure, right? It has nothing to do with people's internal talent. It has nothing to do with people's desire to do well. It is always about their ability to first figure out what the heck they're going to try to do, and then figure out what tools they need to execute on that thing, and then find people who are their force multiplier to achieving that goal. And so, yeah, so in the end, being a product person, it is great because I often am able to just eliminate 80% of the conversation. Like, I have this 15-minute scheduler, but usually I see people's decks before. So I usually take about 7 minutes, like explaining to them why the product sucks. And then I spend the next 8 trying to explain to them what they can do in life to be successful. That they don't have to be an entrepreneur. They don't have to have a $1 billion company. Because guess what? Most millionaires do not have $1 billion companies, right? Most millionaires on average, I think the statistics is they make something like between $75,000 and $85,000 a year. They are generally married. They have 2 to 3 kids. They generally had a 2.7 average in college. 2.7, by the way, I think is like, was it a C plus or B minus, right? And so I provide all those things because like that means that when I'm looking at founders, when I see folks who all they say about themselves is, I went to Harvard, I went to Penn, everybody has gone to fancy places and everybody has gone to not fancy places, right? Like, it does not matter where you came from. What matters is, do you have enough clarity of mind to understand that what it takes to build something great is so much bigger than who you are.
That's impactful. I want to let that sit. I want to let that sit. And so, as someone that is working with some of the portfolio companies that you have, and as someone that has been an advisor to so many companies, what do you think through and what do you try to share with the companies that you are advising to, whether they are one of your portfolio companies or one of the companies that you have the opportunity to consult with?
Yeah. I mean, it for me, it always comes back to being realistic. I think people are so mean to themselves, honestly. Like, they're so hard on themselves because, like, it's the same thing. Like, actually, and I used to be like this too. So I just want to clarify, it's not something that everybody has this, right? Because you'll be like, okay, I graduated college. Like, you see your homie over there already has the banging job, already has a condo, and you're like, why don't I have that? I am failing, right? And so the same thing as a founder, right? Because you're like, okay, I went to Techstars at the same time as this dude, and he's doing his Series C, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get my seed round up, right? The simple fact is that idea was ready right now. Your idea is still marinating. Yeah, you might have to do 15 more pivots before you get to your idea, but that's fine, right? If you look at my life now, like, people would think that I have, like, it's just been going swimmingly from A to Z since I graduated college. But I graduated in 2008. Like, so I say that because I had the fancy consulting job. And then literally 3 months after I showed up at training, I didn't have a job and I was a barista at Tivana, right? And my tea was slamming. I was serious about that because I got tips. Y'all, tips is king, all right? So I made sure I got my money. But the reason I say that is because everything happens in time. Like, Viola Davis, I think it's something, she didn't really start hitting her mark, she says, until she's like 38, 39. That's when she started getting acclaim. You know, what's his name? The beautiful, beautiful man that's in Sing Sing. I'm gonna be so upset. Coleman Domingo. Coleman Domingo did not get Fear the Walking Dead until his mid-30s. Do y'all see what that man be doing? Like, man, I don't like boys, but if I liked a boy, it would be him. All right. And that's what I'm saying, that because people think this trajectory is that, like, what we have seen on TV. TV is a lie. TV is what people's dreams are made of, right? Like, we are only getting to reality TV now, and that's still scripted. So we still haven't got to reality TV. So we have to remember that our story is our story. We are the number one character in our story. And that means that the juxtaposition, the storyline, it's going exactly as it's written to be, right? In every other story, you are a big character. Big character is not supposed to no, of course you don't know why that person's doing well. You don't have the context that actor has, right? So stop trying to be an actor in that show, right? Because like I said, Viola Davis, all of her first acclaim came from being a supporting actor, and she got her Oscar for supporting actors Oscar, right? It's easier to get the supporting actors Oscar because it's easier to steal a scene than it is to keep someone's attention. So sometimes it's cool being a supporting actress, right? You know, get that over there, work for the right companies, talk to the right people, be the friend of people to get all the information. So when you are finally ready to be the leading actor in the screenplay of your own life, because sometimes people ain't ready, right? You're still a sub character in your own life. When you're ready to be an actor in your own life, you won't be like Leo and have to wait 15,000 years. You can just do Revenant right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why we have to understand with ourselves, because it really makes a tremendous difference, right? And ultimately, that's how, and being the supporting actor is usually why you end up being the leading actor, because people are just so delighted by how you supported them that they go out of their way to help you.
Wow. I love your response, B, about it's not about other people. Timing is key. Who you are is key. Deepa, I mentioned earlier that I wanted you to stay on and hang out for a little bit because I thought about your journey, spoken to B in the past, and really wanted to invite you to be a part of this conversation because you've had your experience where you had the car, you had the house, you had the job, you had the life. It seemed like what it was, but on the inside, I don't know what it is, but it's not this. And how can I pivot? And so really wanted to kind of invite you in to join in on this conversation that we are having with B right now.
I love, B, what you just said, that our story is our story. And we get to decide what we want the story to be. Like B just said, you get to either be on the sidelines and keep playing the supporting character, keep playing the victim. Woe is me, everything keeps happening to me. Okay, I'm over here, I'm just doing what I'm doing. That's okay. That's a choice. That's a decision, right? But you can actually change the story at any time. The story is your decision, right? And it's your decision to make that story be whatever it is you want it to be for yourself. So I just love that you said this, because every day is an opportunity to create the next chapter. Every day is an opportunity to self-define. Every day is an opportunity to show up the way that you want to show up. And it's even more interesting, I think, for me, B, kind of being in the same spaces that you are, is how are you able to actually be you and be that true, authentic self in an environment that is different, right? Like Silicon Valley is pretty homogeneous. It's not, it doesn't have as much diversity as any of us would probably like it to have, or it has very selective maybe in that way. And there aren't a lot of people, like you said, that are from outside of places where maybe like this kind of tech talk is not like served for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? And how do you stay you in that environment? How do you still write your own story in that space? Because clearly you've done it.
Yeah. So I want to clarify one thing, because one word you said bothered me a little bit, and I just want to go back to that word, and then we can go into the rest of it. So you mentioned, like, don't play the victim. And so I struggle with that term, because a lot of times people are simply, they don't have the tools yet to know how to operate in that circumstance, right? And so I always tell people that for a long time, I was not myself. So I am a trans, non-binary, lesbian, Black Southerner, right? That's a lot of stuff. And I didn't become a person who could say all that at one time. What happened is a lot of people stood behind me, and they loved me as the supporting actor in their story. And they're the ones who taught me all these things that allowed me to then move into my leading place. And so I think tooling and resourcing people is huge. Now, having said that, I'm really fucking awesome at what I do. So it's always easy. Like, this is the thing. Like, I've always been like the only Black person or the only LGBTQ plus person on virtually every tech team that I've ever been on, right? I'm either one or both. It's just how it happens. And then I'm also usually the only one who doesn't come from like a middle class or affluent family. So I've always been super different. And I think that sometimes when you're so different from people, you just lean into it. Like, I remember the first time I went to a fancy restaurant, I did not know about this, like the Niagara Falls thing. And everybody else over there, I could tell other people didn't know. I was like, but I am country. I am not going to sit up here and not eat food because I'm too. So I asked the lady, I asked the little server lady to come over. And she sat there and she explained it to me. Then she taught me how to use the crab, crab thing. And everyone was like, how could you just say? I was like, I'm hungry, right? And that's why I've got to, if you are so uncomfortable, because this is what usually happens in my opinion, like people who are truly uncomfortable in their skin, you're so uncomfortable that you do not perform well, right? And so I say I'm hungry very seriously, right? After I had that crab, after I had nice steaks, after I had, all that stuff, I always wanted it, right? And the thing is, people from my background don't usually get to eat that stuff very often. And so I had to figure out how to feel very, very, very comfortable in these spaces, because I couldn't afford to let them fire me. I couldn't afford to let them run me off, because I had a personal and real responsibility to eat well myself. And then, of course, my mama. I brought my mom. I remember my mama came and picked me up from Duke University, right? And I literally took her to this restaurant, and we were just in our normal clothes. And she was like, why didn't you tell me it was fancy? I said, Mama, these rich people, they actually don't normally dress fancy. This is just, don't worry about it. And she was just like, I can't believe that all it took is for you a year and a half to figure out the game. And I was like, it's not that. I just found out that by spending all my time with these exceptionally rich Duke University students, that it turns out that asking for what you want is actually not a bad thing, especially when you ask nicely like we do, because they don't be asking nicely. So that's ultimately what it is.
Wow, that's so interesting. B, would love to shift gears a little bit here, because what you and your colleagues are doing with the wealth salons, we have to take a moment to talk about what you are doing with the wealth salons, with financial literacy, with meeting people where they're at, and sharing and curating spaces where individuals can learn and grow together. Would love for you to share what some of the driving factors were behind starting the wealth salons. You touched upon it a little bit earlier, but I would love for you to talk about that, because when we talk about technology and we talk about creation, being able to keep what you create is a big part of that. So would love for you to speak more about that, B.
Yeah. So, it's so interesting. So when I first started Divergent Ventures, I started going out. So for people who are on this call, I'm in LA proper. I live very close to Hollywood. I now hang out with people who are in Hollywood. By the way, it's not as abnormal because y'all are neighbors. It's not as cool as you think it is, but I just want to provide that clarity because it would explain my next point. So I started going to some of these celebrity people and saying, "Hey, do you want to write a check into Divergent?" And our minimum check size is like 25 grand. And a couple people were like, "Yeah, no, I can't do it." And I'm like, "I've been watching you on TV for 25 years. What is going on here?" And so then I took off my, investor hat and put on my human hat. And I started asking them questions that I got asked by my financial advisor the very first time. You know, he sat me down. I was like, "Well, do you have a life insurance policy? Do you have an estate? Do you have a trust? Do you have?" And they didn't. And then I was like, "Okay, so well, that's one thing." It's like, "But why don't you have money as well? Like that doesn't make sense." And they're like, "Well, because I had to put this much to this and that and this and that." And I was like, that's not how business works, though. Actually, it's like business works that like if you have a business, you should not be putting your personal capital into your business that is a fully functional separate entity because you are literally giving away your wealth to your business. So if your business fails, your wealth is going with it too. And after talking to that individual, I started talking to more, and I realized that especially in areas like entertainment, like sports, like all of those things, right? It is a huge, 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 huge issue, right? For people that they get set up with their agents and their business managers, but those people only know about those businesses, right? True, are they smart enough to do some research and start looking into it? Of course, but if you don't have someone, it's just like acting. Oprah Winfrey said that she wasn't going to really focus that much on acting anymore because she realized that in order to be an actor, you really have to do it all the time. She's like, in order to be the type of actor that would be worthy of the type of roles that I would like to do, you have to do it all the time. And I feel the same way. If you're a realtor, you need to only do real estate. If you are a banker, you need to only do banking. If you are an investor, you need to focus on investing. You need to focus on the areas where your knowledge and expertise is so great that you can be responsible to those humans that are on the other side. I mean, I take it to the step that, even when we post on LinkedIn, TikTok, we make sure we tell people this is our opinion and you should talk to a professional. And so all of that combined got me so pissed, and everyone who knows me knows in the middle of the night, it's usually between 3 and 5 a.m. I don't know why. I decided to start a company. The company ends up existing. And then for us, the first one's October 24th. So this October is our 1-year anniversary. Gabrielle Union Wade, one of the most amazing, generous humans I've ever met. And also, by the way, her skin is flawless. It's not, I'm not kidding. Like we were like 20 Black women were in a room, right? And we were all just like, they were like, "Damn, that's some genetics right there." Right? Because her face is beautiful. It's just like, wow. Okay, I'm sorry I had to say that because that's how great her face was crazy. Her skin is amazing. And so since then, we've continued to expand. So we started off focusing on Black folks. We've moved over to women. And now we've also launched for the LGBTQ plus community. We call it our Queer Wealth Salon. We will continue to expand. And the entire goal is to meet people where they are. Because again, where I'm from in Mississippi, if I come in talking about a Roth and a 529, they don't know. But if I say this is how you take care of your baby, right? You do these types of things, that works. And our goal is to start with just giving them these basic pieces of these information. And we do it both virtually and in person. And the cool thing about it is my whole goal was for this to kind of be like TED Talks, where if someone likes it and they want to do it in their area, I say go for it. And that's what it's been doing. People are like, "Hey, yeah, I decided to do something." And in fact, even tonight, one of my members sent me an invite to a fundraiser, political fundraiser. She was just like, she's like, "I know that you don't really care about this," but she was like, I just really appreciate you, and I think you should be in the room. And when I leave on that note, because that's exactly the goal, right? You know, to connect people so that you can do great things together, that you can provide additional resources to them, and so that all of us, and so many of us who are first generation, affluent, diverse people, we don't have peers like in our family. And so now with the communities, we have safe spaces that we can talk about the salacious things that we would be scared to talk about with some of our family members. And it's been pretty freaking awesome. And most importantly, I get to buy really nice outfits consistently, and my wife cannot complain because it's for charity. Mhm.
Love it, B. What you're doing with education, how you advise, how you're bringing your different perspectives that you've gleaned across your career that continues to evolve to not only advise companies that are your portfolio companies, advise companies that don't make it into your fund, and then to really help people think about what it means to create generational wealth and what it means to really set themselves up for success, but set up their future, their children for success is truly phenomenal. You all are in for a treat because as part of day 3 of LA Tech tomorrow, one of B's portfolio companies founders is going to be coming and being a part of LA Tech. So one of the companies rather that B has been talking to that very soon is going to really, really make an impact in this world. Parisa, you've joined us. I know that you've been tuning in. Would love to hear some of your thoughts on today's conversation. And then B, we are going to hand it back over to you to share some of your closing remarks. Hi, Parisa.
Hello, hello. I have been definitely listening in. And one thing that really stood out to me, B, is that you're talking about going and you're at dinner and there was crab and you're wanting to ask how to use the tool to eat. And how simple it was. You said, I'm hungry. I need to figure this out. Like, I'm just going to ask. I'm going to state that I'm hungry. And that you didn't want to let that opportunity just go by and allow yourself to remain unspoken. And although a very lighthearted example, I think that's a really impactful illustration for a lot of how we show up to many circumstances in life. I know that as you were sharing that, I was looking at myself like, wow, where am I doing that? Where am I not speaking up? Where am I having an opportunity that I'm not speaking up because of XYZ? And I think that it's very human of us to do that. And we have so many doors that might be open that we're not even understanding, or we're not knowing how to navigate through, but we don't know how to. Like, we don't have to know how to. We can just speak up and say, I don't know how to use this. Can you show me? Can you teach me? I'm hungry. Whether it's a physical hunger, a metaphorical hunger, that was very powerful.
Mhm. I mean, so you saying that actually that leads me to my final thought. So I have a toddler. He's going to be 3 in November. This kid, well, one, my wife and I talk all the time. We're like, we can't do, we have to end generational trauma. We want him to feel safe and like all this other stuff. And it was so funny because the other day we were like at a park, and he was just like going up to people, like someone had a toy. He's like, yeah, that's my toy. And I was just like, you just gonna jack somebody just on the park play. And I was just like, wait, but he doesn't know that that's a wrong thing to do, right? And honestly, I think we all should live our lives more like toddlers. Like, this kid will walk up to a stranger if I have said no to him on like an ice cream and be like, can you get it for me? Like, it's like, he's just like, no, because toddlers are just like, everyone who's bigger than me is here for my service. I'm not saying that everyone's here for your service, but I am saying that lots of people do want to be of service, just like you said. For me, I think so. Actually, even Alicia. So Alicia and I have had conversations. I was like, yeah, sometimes I'm surprised by it. She's like, why? And I was like, it's not that I don't think that I'm good at stuff. It's not that I don't think that the things I'm building is what the world needs. It's just simply like, if you ever get comfortable with the fact that so many cool things happen to you, that's weird. But at the same time, be as like excitable as a toddler, so that when really good things happen, you could be super loud, because you kind of have to shed a light for everybody else, right? I tell folks a lot of times, like, one of the reasons I am so loud is because I am so different, right? And I'm so privileged and different, right? I went to the best schools. I'm married. I never had anyone really, be negative towards me after I came out. I mean, people said stuff, but like I don't really pay attention to the internet, so I forget things. But it's just this general idea of if you are fully tooled, right? Because like I said earlier, I struggle with the term victim because I don't think anyone's a victim. I think a lot of people have dealt with tremendous trauma, tremendous harm, and they're tired, right? They don't have the ability to spend 5 extra minutes, trying to go study, Java, right? Because they're still trying to heal from what has happened to them. And so I really, really encourage everyone that if you can be a beacon of light. So if you're already the star of your show and you see a couple cool looking supporting actors out there, and cool looking, that don't mean that they look and fly. It just means like, their spirit, when you met them, you're like, that it felt right, right? Put a little bit of your light over them, right? And then shine a little bit of your light over them, because you're going to help them become a full character too one time. And then they're going to do the same thing for someone else. And so that would be my final thing, because it works in everything. Like, it doesn't matter if you are an independent investor, having great conversations with people will lead to an investment one day. Doesn't matter if you are a executive assistant for a douchebag CFO. What matters is that if you're nice to all the other executive assistants, you'll find out which one isn't a douchebag in terms of the other executives when you go for your next role, right? And so all of that just kind of comes together. I think that that's what creates a tapestry of a really amazing, successful life.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you so much, B, for joining us today. We're going to get ready to bring our next guest up, but B, hang out for a little bit. I have a feeling you're going to want to stay for a minute. If you can, I know you have your toddler. I know. But
and I have to get ready for a political fundraiser. This is a lot.
I know you have a packed day, but it's been such a pleasure to have you on. And thank you so much for sharing so many gems and insights with our audience today. Thank you so much, B. Teresa, go ahead.
That was so great. I like the energy, the insight, the very candid storytelling, and it being within venture. I mean, that meets me where I'm at, because it's not my world exclusively or at all. So to keep me captivated, and intrigued, and learn throughout the process, what a great educator B is, really. So our next guest we have on is Min. Min is kind of like a lot of everything, and that's why I wanted to bring him on. He's a builder, he's a filmmaker, he's an educator, and because he's a filmmaker, he's also creative or a creator, and massively uses all of these AI tools that I am not really 100% familiar with. I'm familiar, not 100% familiar. And he also creates and cultivates community. Now, I'm not doing what he does justice, which is why I want to bring him on and have him introduce himself. But he is truly a gem that I felt was such a pivotal part of experiencing during LA Tech. So, Min, would love to have you up. There you are.
Hello.
Good to have you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. What a tough act to follow. B was awesome. I listened to most of the talk. That was great.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say now. B covered it all.
Well, it's additive, right? It's always adding.
Yeah.
Your flair. It's what the perspective you bring forward.
Yeah.
But I'd love to have you, share a bit about yourself. I am never going to do a good enough job, and I gave just a little tiny idea. I'd love for you to share with our audience what you're about.
Sure. I guess, yeah, I'm one part educator, one part entrepreneur, and one part filmmaker. And so I spend a lot of my time, teaching folks and how to integrate AI into their workflows, into their offices, into their companies. Spend another third of my time cultivating like an AI film and arts community. And then one third part of my time is just building AI tools with my own agency. So that's kind of like what I do a lot of the time. But I think my first love is probably the AI filmmaking stuff, which is like accelerating faster and faster every day. it's crazy because next week, or actually tomorrow, I'm flying to Seoul to do an AI filmmaking kind of accelerator over there. Then jumping over to Toronto, and then New York, and then LA, and then San Francisco. So it's kind of a hodgepodge, and it's really interesting because every day another tool drops or another tool updates, and so the community is like trying to figure out what to do. How do we integrate this into our flow? And that's all really interesting to studios as well, and different production companies who are also, even though Hollywood and the unions are like anti-AI-ish, they're also kind of like, we got to figure out what to do. So it's kind of an interesting intersection to be at. So yeah.
That is very, very interesting, Min. Would love for you to share more with our audience about what it means to be an AI filmmaker, what goes into that experience from your perspective. And then you also touched on the studio's perspective of a little bit reluctance, but also what's going on. Are we a part of this? So would love for you to just share a little bit more context for our audience about what AI filmmaking is all about.
What is AI filmmaking? You know what? I don't even know. I feel like I'm still trying to figure that out. I think a lot of the people that I interact with are much better than I am, are also trying to figure that out. So that's one side. I think it's also, at least the people that I meet who are, I would say like more senior in AI filmmaking, who've been doing it a lot longer, they're a lot deeper, they probably have background in VFX. They are maybe not in traditional Hollywood, and they have now found this like a new place or a new set of tools to be able to tell stories that they maybe never were able to tell before, right? So like I worked with a musician. She's a Guyanese Indian woman, and she's a pretty good musician, and worked with a lot of really big artists, but she has all these stories she wants to tell about her grandmother or her family's immigration story. And it's like, in what world could she have produced like a full music video which featured all these different elements of this story without a lot of funding or getting some kind of studio to say yes to it? In this case, we just worked together and we made it and we put it out there. So I think that's what we're going to see with a lot of AI filmmakers, is that their barrier to entry is much lower to create what they want to create. Maybe distribution is still a problem, but they can still go directly to their fans if they spend the time to do that kind of social media influencing marketing kind of stuff, right? So I think that's one side of it. And then the other side of it is, I think eventually we're going to get to the point where we are seeing like people like Donald Glover or Childish Gambino and others who are experimenting with AI. And so bigger and bigger names are doing it. So there's going to probably be a tipping point in the next few years where a pretty big filmmaker, a traditional filmmaker, is using AI, and then the avalanche is going to happen, right? Where everybody and their mother are using AI films. And this is the thing that I've thought about recently, is that the tools are getting so easy, right? Like by the minute, that it took me, let's say a year ago, it took me maybe 3 weeks to use all the current AI tools of a year ago to make a nice 2-minute short film. But in a year from now or 2 years from now, I am going to be walking down the street on a walk and like, oh, this would be a great idea. I just whip out my phone, I speak to it, and that short film is like, on my desktop by the time I get home,
Okay, I want to dive into that a bit more. So this is where I'm going to say, I'm going to request you to break it down Barney style for me. When you say that it only takes you 3 weeks, but then in next year, it's going to be even less than that to create a 2-minute, segment. So what tools does that include? What tools are you using to create these things?
So I guess right now, the traditional tools are Midjourney, Runway, Kling, Luma Labs, UDO, Suno for music, and then the traditional suite of editing tools. So that's like, Premiere Pro, and all that. And there's I could list, the list is endless. And there are scenarios where some of the very experienced filmmakers I work with, they are only using like 3 tools, like Midjourney, Runway, and an editing tool. And then there are 11 labs maybe for voices. And then there are people who are like, they use 30 tools. They're combining all of them. Like one specific transition requires Creo. One specific transition requires Luma Labs. and all that, because each tool is getting better and better at different things. And so people are finding, okay, this tool, it does a better job of like shifting a camera angle, right? And this tool does a better job with, you know, making hands or making animation, right? So one dilemma that we've been facing is that a lot of people want to make animated cartoons, but most of the training data is probably YouTube, which is probably humans, not animation. And so animation is very copyrighted, hard to get, etc. So scraping that data is harder. It's also less. And so a lot of the time, like we're making like an animated cartoon and then it turns into a human, right? It turns into like, looks like live action. And so these are the kinds of dilemmas that people are facing where they're like, okay, I see that this tool or a lot of these tools don't do that very well. So we're gonna have to piecemeal multiple tools together to get that exact shot that we want. And so it's kind of an interesting dynamic here, that kind of space between your prompt and the actual output is forever, I think, going to be this, you know, interesting area that people can be really creative in.
Okay. Something that you mentioned right now that so many other people have mentioned earlier today and yesterday, but something that I feel like is it comes up so often on these AI generated videos of people are the hands. You mentioned hands. Like there might be a tool that's just used for hands. Why is it so far, for the most case, like why is it that hands are just so off of all things, and how sophisticated the technology is, yet the hands, and I know it can be just a very simple reasoning why, but I feel like that's the one thing that continues to pop up for people, and it's been you know, mentioned many times in the last 2 days.
You know, it's so funny because I feel unprepared to answer this question. but you know what's funny is that has been solved mostly. If you're in Midjourney 6.1, if you're in Flux, the hands problem has mostly been solved. There's definitely still like situations where you would see that, but most of the time that solved. The bigger problem, at least with animation especially, is like object permanence. Like if I have a picture of me like this, right, and you want to animate me to like jump up and down, it will jerk, or it will make some weird, it won't get the right camera angle and things like that. So that's more the problem. I don't really know why hands are the issue. I have seen some people joking around about lucid dreaming. I don't know if you've heard about this.
That came up yesterday. It literally came up yesterday. So.
Yeah. So I mean, like that's kind of funny, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure why that is as much of a problem as it is. But yeah, again, it's solved mostly.
All right. Well, learning curve then, I guess. More creators get to become more refined at their skills.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question for you. Then I want to pass it to Alicia so she can hop in and ask you some questions. And so if there are any other filmmakers that are or creatives that are listening to you right now that are wanting to dive into, even just start diving into filmmaking with AI, what would you recommend them do?
I would just recommend 2 tools, just Midjourney and Runway. Really, I think those are very good foundational tools. If you want to get fancy, it's Luma Labs and Kling and others. But really, Midjourney and Runway are a good suite, because Runway also has like a bunch of other tools within its suite for beginners. So it's good as just a combination. I feel that Midjourney is at least personally, is the best AI tool. It's probably going to get lapped by Flux eventually in some ways, in some areas, because Flux is an open source model. It's very, very good. It just came out like, let's say a few weeks ago. See, like it's just a few weeks ago, and I'm like, look, things are changing already. But Midjourney is great because, those of us who are doing a lot of AI filmmaking, it's like we get into a flow state, right? We sit there and we prompt. Sometimes I've sat down and I'm like, all right, I'm going to work on my little sci-fi short, sit down at 6 p.m. and it's like, I blink and it's 4 a.m. And I'm like, I just spent, and the thing is that I'm spending all this time trying to get one image, and then it's either this fight to get the exact image that I want that's in my mind, or Midjourney gives me back something that I didn't even expect. And then I'm like, oh, and I'm like changing my image and my whole story, my whole process. By the time it's 4 a.m., I'm like, oh my God, I could do all these other things, So that's the dynamic that I love to have with AI. And that's my advice, is that just get in, play with Midjourney, play with Runway, and just see what happens and let the AI kind of guide your creativity.
Got it. Go for it, Alicia.
It's great that you just use that word creativity. So how do you find that balance between your creativity and your thoughts and where AI is guiding you and agreeing with what the AI is providing versus what maybe you thought your original idea might have been or could be?
I guess maybe my sense of, this is a great question, because I guess my sense of originality has become more flexible, but it always was a little bit flexible in a way, in that like I feel like I personally feel very creative when I'm in a conversation with people, especially with people that in a field that I don't know. Like if I talk to a physicist, then my imagination starts running and I'm like, oh my God, like what if a spaceship was this close to a black hole? And then I starts thinking of stories, right? And I feel the same way about AI in that, like, or when I'm journaling as well, I start getting ideas when I start like taking a look at myself. And so like journaling and conversations in a way are almost like analogies to AI, in that I want a unicorn giving a back rub to a dragon, right? And then halfway through it doesn't work, and at the end of the road I'm like, the dragon and the unicorn are on a road trip together in an RV, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I never would have thought of that, but I allowed my creativity to kind of run with it. And I felt like I inserted myself into that process, because the AI gave me back some stupid stuff, or it's even gave some great stuff, and I'm like editing, and it's my taste of that that's like kind of like, I think I mean, maybe it's a dumb idea right now, but I just came up with it. But unicorn and a dragon and RV on a road trip across America, because they're trying to find, they're fundraising for, the president of the United States. I don't know. Like then I'm kind of like playing around with weird ideas at the end of that journey, and I'm extracting what I like. And that's where I feel like I'm inserting myself in that process. And I don't feel that AI is like hurting creativity or hurting originality. I feel like it's pushing us to move the needle of taste and understanding, right? Of what we truly care about, what we truly want. So maybe that's the idealistic side of me,
I love that. Yeah, yesterday we had Omar Lazadi on, and he was talking about AI and how at one point machine learning models were taught how to play chess, and they taught each other how to play chess. And then at one point they started moving the bishop back and forth, and how normally in a chess game, people wouldn't do that, but the model was doing it, and people are like, oh, that's an interesting idea. Like, how can I actually now use this in my own game? And it's not that people are only playing with machines or AI when they're playing, against a machine. They're still playing with each other, but it informs how they approach it. So that's an interesting perspective.
Right. And I think in general, humanity is going to have to adapt around what we feel is original, what we feel is creative, and what we feel is innovative. Because I would imagine that in that scenario where chess, like it has pushed chess to a whole nother level. And so it's going to do the same thing with art and film and all that. And we're going to have to already, I think the audience is kind of bored with AI art, right? We kind of tell to a certain extent. I mean, every day I see another post where it's like, oh my gosh, this is AI. It looks like a candid photo. But I think we humans, our brains are so flexible that we're going to start seeing it. We're going to start getting used to it. We're going to start recognizing, yeah, maybe that's real, but that's not interesting. That's not what I care about. That's not what resonates with me. That's not visceral. That's not real, so.
Wow. If that's not the statement of the day so far with AI, it's like, who cares if it's real or not? It doesn't resonate with me.
That part.
That would be the response to so many of the fear conversations or the fear perspectives that people do have and that are brought forward regarding we're not going to be able to tell what is real, what is fake. Like, yeah, that we get to be responsible with that. Yes. And we get to be very wise about what people are putting out there, what we are becoming aware of. But if it doesn't resonate with you, move on.
Yeah, totally.
Move on. It's that choice, that choice of engagement, right? And we still get to choose, just like people still get to choose how they create. We get to choose what we connect to. and how we connect to it. And I love that you brought the conversation there, Min, around originality and what it means to connect and how it's going to evolve and how it supports and expands your creativity, but gets you to think about creation in a different way. I now have so many questions running through my mind around, the world of AI and what is original and what isn't, and how do we get to redefine that word and how that's going to evolve across different industries and what is considered a standard or not. So thank you so much for opening up my thoughts and perspectives. And I hope that those that are tuning in share your thoughts and your comments in the comments if this conversation is resonating with you. Share it with somebody. Min, would love to go to you for some closing remarks that you'd like to share here with our global audience.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I guess maybe something I've been thinking about a lot this summer in particular is like Charlie XCX, Kendrick and Drake beef, Taylor Swift. Like, I feel like these are these big tentpole moments that just wouldn't matter to anybody if not for the narrative that took us there. Like Taylor matters because we've been watching Taylor for a decade or two decades, and that is what feels. That's why I'm going to go and buy a ticket to see her and see Kendrick and all these things. And I feel like that's not going to go away with AI. Like, I feel like that's what is still going to be true, like this extremely human element. And I guess I'm just really excited for how AI is like kind of like seasoning on those things. Like, how is it like the spice that makes those things like way more crazy and way more interesting? So that's what I'll end in. And thank you so much for having me. This was really fun.
That was so great. I love that. It's not going to remove the human element.
AI is the seasoning. That's going to stick with me. You heard it here by Min first. I don't know. That's literally going to stick with me. AI is the seasoning. We can do so much, but it's like that. We had Deepa on just a couple of segments ago, and she was talking about authenticity in the AI world. And AI being the seasoning is almost like there's still the meat, the vegetable, whatever is there, but it is a layer to spice it. It can enhance the flavor. It can shift the flavor. But the core of it is still there. That the core vegetable or the core meat, whatever you're cooking, is still there. But AI might change the flavor of it and the taste. So very, very interesting perspective. Thank you so much, Min.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Parisa, what a dynamic conversation, and I want to definitely deep dive into that when we do our closing remarks at the end of the broadcast. But before we do, because I think there's so much we can unpack from that conversation with Min, would love for you to introduce our next guest, who I'm so excited and delighted to have on today and hear from.
So good. Okay, so our next guest is Keith Koo. So per usual, those that are coming on as our guests are so dynamic as people. They are not just masters of what they do. They are so well-rounded with how they show up in the world. And Keith is no different. Keith is actually, I feel like, one of the ones that sets the bar for this personally. Okay, so he is not only a radio and podcast host, he's also a career-long investment banker. He advises Fortune 500 companies. He works with family offices. He's also an advisor globally to startups. He's kind of in a lot of things, and he does a lot of things really, really well. So with that being said, I would love to bring up Keith Koo. Keith, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, LA Tech 24.
Hi, Parisa. Hi, Alicia. Thanks you so much for the intro, and thank you so much for having me. It's been great. And just one clarification, because I don't want to be overstated. I fell into investment banking. I spent most of my career in corporate tech and corporate banking, but that did lead to investment banking. So I just want to make sure that it's not too overstated. But thank you for the intro.
Humility and integrity, always on key. Oh, yes, I love it. I love that you started off with even a simple statement like that. But what I do, I would love for you to dive in a bit more about what you do, because of course I just barely skimmed the surface of it. But as you share a little bit more about what you do, I definitely would love for you to dive in particular into your podcast, the Silicon Valley Insider, which is what you have on your next to your name as well, because I think that is something that is wildly intriguing and such a key point of having you on today.
Thanks for the question. And I really did enjoy the last speaker, Min, and his talk on AI as well. So what I do is that I spent most of my career in corporate, learned to be a banker, but at a very pivotal time, ended up doing M&A and for Wells Fargo, and then that led to a career at Cisco Systems, which most people know me for in terms of integrating companies during the .com era. And that gave me a really well-rounded experience in doing technology deals. And then when the .com crash happened, then doing actual commercial deals with partners and technology. And so, over the now 3 decades, that really led to a really broad understanding of how the Valley moves, how technology companies scale and get acquired, but also all the things you hear about the challenges of funding and fundraising. And so really, in terms of being an investment banker, we now look at how companies can grow and scale at the right moments. The last 2 years was a very difficult period in the venture community, and alternative investments, alternative advisors to investments turned out to be a very good path for many startups who were frozen out, so to speak, during the last couple of years. In terms of the show, to be quite honest, and Priest and I have known each other for quite a while, I fell into it. I never grew up thinking I was going from corporate to becoming a radio show host. Literally here in Silicon Valley, a local radio station, that's the business network KDOW, called me up one day and said, "Want to do a show?" And as much as I've now had the show for finishing up my 7th season right now, I had just to be an encouragement, I had no clue on how to do a show. My first show, we had like 30 first takes because I was just so nervous and I couldn't actually start the show, as much as people find that hard to believe now. And I think what I'm trying to say is certainly a radio show is one thing, but anyone who's got a passion around something, and that's why I have 2 shows, but we'll talk about that one later. I think that if you've got content and it's interesting, you have an audience. You should live that passion. You should go for it. You can start off on podcasting. Right now we're doing live stream. And I think the medium for audio, I know we're doing visual right now, but the medium of hearing and seeing somebody in this format is very intimate. I think you get to know people a lot better. So that is how the show got started. When most people niche down, I actually cover quite a broad range of technology topics, investing, book authors. I talked to Prisa before this conversation that I was going to be interviewing a common friend from our Clubhouse days, Darian Sanders, The Lion King, and he's talking about his new book. And so over the last now 8 years, it's been a very, very rewarding experience. And it was nothing that I ever expected to do.
Well, thank you for sharing all of that. And this is not something I even thought about asking you, but as you're sharing and in respect to all of the diversity of people you've had on your show, what's one thing that you've learned about people, about humans, that you didn't necessarily expect to learn after 7 seasons now?
So this is an interesting question. I'm glad you brought it up. As I look back on my show and if people look through my catalog, one of the real reasons that I was reached out to is that the Silicon Valley and Bay Area happen to have a large ethnically Asian population, so East Asian, South Asian, and they literally said, we want an Asian radio host. And I'm like, I don't speak, I am Chinese American, but I don't speak Chinese. I said, I'm not going to do this show. And I'm not going to do a show. And they worked on it. Like, you can do whatever you want. So I said, I'm going to do a show where I happen to be an Asian host. So if you look at my catalog, easily 3/4 of my guests have been women in underserved communities. And that's not been an intentional targeted thing. That's just because there's many, many more stories to be told that I find interesting. And not limited, since it's my show, I'm not limited to who's on or why they're on. And that's been very, very, very rewarding. About a year ago this time, NTT, a global technology leader that I often partner with on strategy and events, we had a diversity and innovation leadership event in San Francisco, 75 executives, all colors, ethnicities, backgrounds, identities. And we were just talking about the successes that we've made and where we're headed next in terms of innovation and strategy. And these are things that AI really can't do right now. That's one of the unique things, is these are topics that, as much as AI can do, very well in what I'd say repetitive or mundane, or even some type of basic art. The human aspect is still not there and still quite a ways away.
Wow. Okay. Alicia, I'm going to pass it to you. My thoughts are just brewing right now. I'm going to let them land for a minute.
So I'm sitting with that last comment that you just made, Keith, around how you think about who is coming onto your show and the stories that they have and the stories that you want to tell, and how AI can't do that because AI doesn't know what it doesn't know. And someone's story is so unique to them that if they haven't told it yet to the world, AI can't necessarily find it because it's within them. And so it's a really interesting perspective, I think, that you brought up, because, you know, we've definitely been talking about emerging technologies and how technology is really shifting and shaping the future and evolving it and all the tools that are out there. But you just, I think, so well pointed out how, like, humans are humans, our stories are our stories. What we haven't shared with the world won't know unless we step forward and we share it. And so when we think about storytelling and when we think about some of the stories that you've been able to bring out and share with the world through your show, what has been some of the impact of those experiences? Just so curious.
And there's been a lot, so thank you for the question, Alicia. So a recent show so sometimes my show will air on the radio as scheduled, and the podcast will come out later. So this one's not out yet on a podcast, but it will be out soon. So my friend Dina Anglin, she is a PhD in AI, and she worked for Google. And she was in a group that was called, they have an entrepreneurship group. And I've done shows on entrepreneurship, which is where, like, especially in technology companies, you have a group of innovators that are basically doing startups inside the company, such as Google. And when ChatGPT came out, it was quite the news when Google laid off a bunch of people. Well, believe it or not, Google laid off their entire entrepreneurship division, signaling that they were going all in on generative AI and any other AI. Even though she's a PhD in AI, worked there for 12 years, that was no longer the right AI. And you would think that that's a bad story, except Dina took the opportunity to then start her own company. And that company does, I'm not going to pitch right now, but that company is doing branding kits and strategy kits using generative AI as augmentation for your ideas. And Dina happens to be a person of color, Jamaican of ethnicity. And, you know, you think about all these opportunities. I think the greatest story is she's living the American dream. She's a woman of color. She's been at a company for 12 years. So there's no question about her value, her longevity. And she took those learnings and she brought that out, and she's creating a product for small, medium businesses.
That's so interesting that you say that point too, because there is a fear with AI right now that AI is replacing a lot of people's jobs. Like, yes, we could call it how it is. That is a conversation that happens. But what we've been hearing a lot the last few days is how it's like what people can do with their own creativity to actually bring more to the world, right? And how can you use the tools to bring more to the world or pivot? And so kind of curious for you, Keith, because you work in investment banking, but you have an opportunity to have really dynamic conversations with different guests on your show. What are some of the ideas, insights, or perspectives that you've gleaned from guests on your show that you had then intertwined with the work that you do now from an investment banking perspective, and how you work with some of the companies that your firm works with?
Great question, Alicia. So I think to talk about investment banking as an industry, we happen to work for a middle market bank, US Capital Global, and we specifically say middle market because we don't have a limit on how large of a deal we'll work on, but functionally at certain, you know, $500 million, $1 billion levels of investment, we're going to run into a JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. But we are industry agnostic. So although I'm more known as a tech banker, I've moved into also health and biotech. I do a lot of real estate deals. One of the funnest deals I'm doing right now is a movie studio outside of London. It's a working studio, it's a castle and 2 adjacent parcels of land. And that's an investment offering we have. I think that working for this particular investment bank, 27 years old, I get a lot of deal flow through relationships. And so if I'm not an expert in a particular area, I can actually partner with one of our experts in our bank, and we're very collaborative. So that's on the investment bank side and how we structure deals. What your question about how I've learned and what have I integrated from the radio show, I came into my radio show mainly as a business technologist. And so all those deals I had done, all those relationships I had formed, made me understand why people buy technology and what technology functions for. Also, when we go back to the AI conversation, I actually will state it right now, because I was prediction. I think there'll be 4 big players or so, maybe 5, in the generative AI space, 1 to 3 years from now. So I'm just going to say that. I won't say which ones, but you can kind of guess. The show helped me grow, and that's why I no longer, it's Silicon Valley Insider, but it's no longer just a tech show. It's a tech and business show. I've had thought leaders, I've had book authors, I've had motivational speakers. The list goes on and on. The show that I once did with my good friend Chester Santos, he's like the world memory champion. We talked about how memory, human memory, can be akin to a computer, and how the things you have to remember. That was way before ChatGPT. And think about the uniqueness of humans, that our brains are really one big flash drive. And that's why when we die, everything goes away. We're not a hard drive. We are a flash drive, and we keep all of our thoughts and experiences up here while we're alive. And so just the human aspect of more than just the tech, that became possible in learning with my show, and why I keep doing it. Because I just keep learning and meeting more people. I've met Prisa and other friends on social audio, and really back to what I said a little bit earlier, the aspect of an audio only format. I know video is good as well. You learn so much about the character of a person. You learn so much about their authenticity. This is a total aside, not related to your question. On this platform that Prisa and I were on, in the last 3 years or 4 years, I've actually met 400 people in real life. And the biggest compliment I ever get is that I sound in person just as I sounded online. And I know Prisa gets the same comment all the time. So, I mean, that is my biggest compliment when I'm meeting somebody. Maybe 15 times the last 3 years, somebody's tapped me on the shoulder in Dubai or in London saying, I know your voice. And that has been like the coolest experience ever.
So good. Yeah, I will hop in on that one. I will say, you can say that it's Clubhouse. It's there is something so unique and so special about being able to hear the inflection, the pacing, the intonation, those pauses that you grow to learn about a person as they're speaking. As I'm speaking right now, if you were to close your eyes, you can start to get to know me more than if you're actually looking at me. And that was the magic of being able to connect in a space on a platform that was exclusively audio only. And yes, I get the same response from people. It's like, you're the exact same person, that I've been talking to, or that I've been listening to, this whole time in person. And it is the best compliment, I will say. And for me, it's a compliment because it shows me that I am comfortable with myself on a platform where I'm not fully being seen visually, but that I'm myself in all circumstances. And that is my desire as well, though, is for people to experience me exactly as such, and to experience that true connection that a podcast can offer, that a social audio can offer, that being on video can offer. It's all different forms, different mediums, but to experience that true connection and the consistency of that connection, which then becomes authenticity, it's so special, truly. So good. Okay. Alicia, do you have anything about the podcast? If not, I would love to dive into another element of this.
Go for it, Teresa.
So, Keith, I know you work with a lot of startup founders. And we had a gentleman yesterday on that dove into a lot of he was sharing so amazingly about a lot of the experiences he was having as an investor into these conversations with startup founders, and the hiccups that happen, and I'd say like that gray space in between actually receiving and being approved for your funding versus just going around the hamster wheel yet again. He was talking about how really understanding and being confident and being clear on your story and how your technology ultimately is going to impact society. Now, that was his response. But I would love to know what your response would be as you've been working with these founders. What is the one thing that remains so consistent that they're needing to be reminded of or be affirmed by? What would that thing be? Because I'm genuinely curious about this.
That is an awesome question. I'm glad you asked it. I would say that not just in my work at investment banking or even in the VCs I work with as well, the family offices, as much as people think that they're investing in a product, a platform, a service, it really always comes down to the team. We're investing in the team. My wife and I happen to be LPs in a venture fund called One Flourish, and this is a faith-based VC. And you don't have to be of faith to get funding, but your values have to be aligned. And we just did a discussion this week by the general partner. So I'm an LP, so I don't have any decision making in this VC. We did a live stream, a webinar on DAFs. So this is, of course, I forget the donor advised fund. So this is where people, high net worth or people with investable income can invest in a DAF in order to get benefits, both supporting the startup, but also getting tax benefits, right, or tax advantage benefits. But the key thing for One Flourish and the motto is that we are investing in companies with character and with values, and that statistically, companies that align with characters and values outperform companies that don't. And so what I'm saying is this doesn't have to be something based on faith, although I am a person of faith. This is to do with character and values. If you have a team of founders that are of high character, high value in an objective measurement, like you take these surveys, that they will outperform other founders and other teams. And so when I look at my own personal investments, I am looking at the character, the value, and the grit of these teams. And that's also why, not that I work with all levels in all age ranges, but there is a high correlation of say older founders, first-time founders, and a higher correlation to success than younger founders. I'm not saying that's an ageist thing. I'm just saying that that's people that have got experience, people that have built things for companies and haven't taken that leap. And I think right now, because of the economic climate of the last couple of years, people have gotten laid off even. I think there's been a lot more experimentation for people who are mid-career or late career to try something new. But those same characters, I just met a young man because I also mentor a faith-based group of startups, and I mentor non-faith-based group of startups. He's 21 years old, a university student, and he's crushing it on shorts on YouTube. Not TikTok, just YouTube. He's monetized it. He's got partnerships with ESPN. He's got partnerships with Gatorade. And his goal, I'm just going to give him a pitch without saying the company. His goal is where a lot of TikTokers are working on what we call brain rot, these little short clips to like get you mesmerized and stuff. His whole thesis has been, I'm going to work on content that is optimistic, positive, and these are shorts, and I'm definitely not doing brain rot. And actually, in his own worldview, he has actually turned away contracts from no judgment, but from anything related to alcohol or anything related to gaming. When I say gaming, gambling versus video games. And so that is a young man who's 21 years old, a university student finishing up, and he's already made those types of decisions. So whether you're young in your career or whether you're mid-career or late career, I think there's a lot of something to be said about people of character and of values.
Wow.
I love that. And love that he has made up his mind about really wanting to put positive content out there in the world. We here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we really stand by that, putting out positive content that has impact, that uplifts individuals, and that is very educational in nature. And for him to have that kind of success on YouTube Shorts and to have that conviction that I see what my peers are doing, but I'm going to do it a little bit differently, and I'm going to walk in that. And it shows that that alignment within himself has created energetically that alignment with individuals like yourself, right? So that you guys can come and cross each other on each other's paths, and that's wonderful. As you think, Keith, about how you mentor or advise individuals that have startups. We have so many entrepreneurs in our community, and there are people that are tuning in right now that maybe are entrepreneurs or they've never thought about starting their own business, but all of these conversations might, generate a spark or curiosity for them to do something different. What is some advice that you can give people that are trying to figure out, I have an idea and I'm not just quite sure what to do next? What can they do? Like, what is the step or maybe 3 steps that they can take as they try and take their idea from ideation mode to like, I want to actually do something about it?
I would say I'm going to put my risk management hat on. Just as a disclaimer, if anyone's working in a large corporate setting right now, I want to tell you how to do this. But first of all, make sure that in your personal employment agreement that you don't have signed away any rights to anything you've produced on a company asset, on a computer. I used to be an executive technology risk manager. So this is just not that I've ever been accused of doing this, but you don't want to do an idea on the clock of somebody else that they then have your intellectual property. So having said that, that's my disclaimer. I think that I'll tell you a story. When I was at Cisco Systems for my second time back in 2008, this is before the next financial crisis, and I actually do run the Cisco alumni group, right? So Dell had done an acquisition, and because of the financial crisis, Dell divested of that acquisition as soon as it came in. So you basically acquire a company of a couple hundred people, however much money was a lot of money back then, and then you say, oops, sorry, we're going to cancel it because the economy fell. So you just lay everybody off and they're on the streets. Back then, that company was famous because the founders reformed a new company in 72 hours. So that's infrastructure, that's like servers, if you're in the tech space. Well, I wouldn't be kidding you if you knew what you were doing. You could get you could get the infrastructure done in less than an hour today. So what took 72 hours, over 10, 15 years ago could literally take you 30 minutes today. Having said that, if you have the flexibility, you have the spare time, it's never been a better time to ideate on your idea. The whole conversation about AI that makes us fearful of AI is the same reason why you should be experimenting, because as Min just said, if you're listening to Min's portion, there's so many tools available for you to experiment with. And this isn't even with you being technical. I talk about technology all the time, but I'm not an engineer. There are tools that Min had talked about Midjourney, Min had talked about Runway. I don't need to talk about more tools because even those tools or even tools you find are enough. Figma, which was almost acquired by Adobe, you can mock up anything on Figma. So if you have an idea, that is great. What I would say to get your first funding, though, because I think that's really the heart of the question. How do you get your first funding? So you have the idea, and you might have a product, or you might have a product. One of the key things I want to say from my point of view, and you might have other investors or other people that have a different one, is it's not 2 years ago, it's not 10 years ago. We want to see that knowing how fast you can go to market on, say, a SaaS product or quote unquote an AI product, and I'll get back to that in a second. We actually don't care how much you spent so far. Do you have a product? Are you getting traction, adoption, and is it scaling? And if you have a proof of concept or a prototype, is it given away do you have users for free? Okay. Do you have users that are paid? That's better. If you have users that are paid, even if it's $5, $10, $30, is there a positive trajectory? And is that, you might have come out last week, you might have come out last month. We want to see that hockey stick going up. And again, that is more interesting to us in whether or not you're viable over a time scale, because you could be a one-hit wonder, you could be onto something, and you could be something that somebody else wants to incorporate into their platform, their product. So I get pitched to every week, obviously, and those are the same questions. I'm not saying anything that should surprise anybody, because I basically would ask these questions all the time. But yeah, back to the original question, Alicia. There's never a bad time to get your idea off the ground. Just make sure you're doing it in a safe way that you can legitimately say that it's all your own IP. And then if it's a technology product such as software, and it's a SaaS product, something that you can sell online, you should go for it and see what you're doing. And don't bet your life savings on this. You don't have to do it for that much money. The cost of technology today is exponentially lower than it was 10 or 15 years ago.
Oh. There's so much that you shared there, just being aware of what you can create and how, and just being cognizant of that. But the tools that are out there, and really like thinking through what it is that you're actually trying to explore. Like there's something that you said there about it's a good time to ideate. Like there's nothing stopping you from having ideas, but also be aware of the context in which your ideas get to flourish, you know? And so I think that's remarkable. That's something to think about. Parisa, I'd love to hand it over to you for the last question before, Keith, we move to closing remarks. I've been learning so much during LA Tech. If you're tuning in live, please share your comments in the chat. If you haven't registered already, please register at LA Tech 2024 so that we can send you the key summaries of the segments of the day and the key quotes through our engagement resource hub. So Parisa, over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. So this has been such an intriguing segment for me, because I feel like it's brought together so many of the conversations and speakers that we've had so far the last 2 days. I feel like everything's just marinating right now, and it's been so good. And usually I'm very much more hyper focused on the one, but Keith, as you're sharing, you're touching on so many things that have been iterated in different ways from other people, and the way you're bringing it in this one full 360 view is quite profound. I'll be honest with you. It's with the idea, just being free with your ideas with AI, and being mindful of when you are creating, when you are working on what you have going on. What are you doing it on? Is it a company laptop or company resources or their time? Just being mindful of the very honest pieces of your ideation and the time you are doing that isn't touched on enough, I'll be honest with you. And I'm grateful that you brought that one up as well. And the quality of character. We've touched on so many of these things over the last 2 days, but the quality of character, with that being what speaks the most and the boldest and the loudest for you as someone that is advising and helping get these founders to the next step, to really being able to accelerate within the market. That's such gold. I would love to just go to final remarks, because I don't even have any more questions per se, because I'm letting it all soak in, because I truly feel like everything that you've touched on so far has so beautifully tied a bow onto the last 2 days. And without me doing, without Alicia doing, it's just been the serendipity of the moment of you being our final guest on day 2, which is awesome. And I loved how this worked out. But I would love to pass it to you, Keith, for to give you the floor for your final remarks for our audience today.
Well, thank you. And I had no idea I was going to be the final guest for today, so there's a little bit of pressure. First, I want to thank you and Alicia and the Los Angeles Tribune for allowing me this opportunity. It's funny because I don't often get interviewed. I'm getting a little bit more of that now, and I don't think about that. So I really enjoyed this time to be able to actually share what I think more versus drawing it out from my guests. Listening to Min's, because that was the latest topic, and then kind of the theme I want to impart with is back to the theme that AI is going to destroy lives and take away jobs. To some extent, I understand that fear. I did a show on my other show, 10 Talents, which is the intersection of fulfilling your purpose with passion, your calling with passion, that I did a show on AI and ethics. And the key is that right now, generative AI is the amalgamation of everything that anyone can search on the internet. And sometimes if you knew what you saw in a model without filters, because every model has a filter, you might actually get very scared. You might actually feel like, if you ever did image generation for the first time, that these images are freaky or creepy or a little disconcerting. What I'm trying to say with the comments that Alicia and Parisa just had about the totality of what we talked about is that technology is ultimately a tool, and it is not your master. And I know master is a loaded term, but you drive technology, technology doesn't drive you. I have a lot of friends in Silicon Valley who believe that one day the machines will take over. And I will tell you, and I'm very contrarian to that, I don't think machines ever truly take over. It's a term called AGI, artificial general intelligence. I think it mimics, I think it's great at doing things and giving us prompts and ideas. But back to Alicia said a little while ago in this segment, that the humanity is in us. We're the creators, we're the creatives. We're the ones that actually impart our own personalities into the machines. And so from a ethical use is you control how you, back to character, you control how you use these tools in the way you want to frame it, in the way that you want to use it, the way that you, just like our children, I'm a dad, that you create these things and you impart it to people to use as tools. They then take them and it's a reflection of you. And so just to always be mindful that technology is only a tool. It is an awesome tool. It's a powerful tool. We're doing things at the scale. I do think things like human disease and human genome and things we even talk about today, those are going to be solved for with tools. But just remember, there's a human behind that. And I believe that it's always going to be a human behind that. And it's going to be a beautiful human behind that. So that's what I'd like to impart.
So good, so good. I love that.
Done. Mic drop.
I know Emmanuel would say mic drop, but we are the creators and we impart our personality into the machine. You drive technology, it doesn't drive you. Thank you, Karen, for sharing Keith's remarks. But I think that's something that is so important to think about and to remember, the humanness behind it all, and the authenticity that we get to bring to all the experiences that we are having as we engage with technology. And so, Keith, it's been so phenomenal having you on today as our closing guest for day 2 of LA Tech and Everyday Life. We've learned a lot from you today. There's so much that, as Parisa said, I'm just sitting, I'm just letting it soak up, but you really have brought in so many elements and topics that we've been discussing across the 2 days, even when you think about culture, right, and cultural values. I know Aaron Young brought that up on the show yesterday, that the culture of your company will far exceed you if your company continues to grow beyond you. So I just want to say thank you again, Keith, for joining us today as day 2 of LA Tech. To those of you that are watching in live with us, register at latech2024.com. Keith, we'll definitely have to have you back on another segment. I feel like there's so many more gems that you have that we'd love for the audience to hear. So thank you so much. So
thanks so much.
Parisa, I mean, we're wrapping up day 2 of LA Tech and Everyday Life. I feel like we've already covered so much, and in many ways, we are just getting started. We have a jam-packed day 3 tomorrow. We're going to be hearing from Maurice Bernard and having conversations around mindset. We're going to be hearing from technology founders. There's so many rich conversations that we're going to get into. But before we give you all a sneak preview of what the show is going to be about tomorrow, Parisa, would love for you to just hear your thoughts as you've been listening in and tuning in and hosting as part of day 2 today.
Yeah, as much as I love the top of the day when Michael started us off with the AI, and yes, I'm responsible for bringing the AI into this conference, and I'm grateful to be able to do so, because I couldn't have said that many years ago when I was very closed-minded to AI and any kind of emerging technology conversations. So I'm grateful to do that. And when I say that I'm grateful that it's done in a way that is so synergistic with the programming and the character of the Los Angeles Tribune, which is about the human first. It's about the integrity that is felt, is intact. It is completely, fully felt, embodied. Every single person today that came forward was talking about all these some of these like complex things or things that, no one else has been working on yet the humanity was brought into it. The AI is great, and let yourself be creative. Like it was Amy that said last night, you know, be a creator, not a consumer. Be a creator, not a consumer. We're so programmed to be consumers. Yet, if we allow ourselves the spaciousness to be a creator and just be creative in that space and play, just like Keith had mentioned, let there is the space to have your ideas. Let your ideas flourish. You know, let AI, as Min mentioned, let AI be the seasoning. And especially the seasoning and something that Yashvi mentioned earlier today about, you know, obviously her expertise is with product marketing, but there's such power in observing and listening and just paying attention. That's a lot of like the antithesis, I think, that we associate that comes with technology and AI. It's the humanness that's been touched on so much today. So with all of the AI, there's been so much of the beauty of humanity in here. And I'm gonna bring Karen up in just a sec, but there's this one thing that I just thought was so amazing that I wanted to kind of connect here. There's, as Min mentioned, that AI is the seasoning to your creativity and that expression. There's another brilliant creative by the name of DJ Jazzy Jeff, who I was asking him a question about scratching, you know, when he's DJing. And he said that scratching is the seasoning to what's already there. And yes, it's completely disconnected from this conversation, but it's actually just, it's not. It's actually so beautifully connected. It's that any tool, any modality, any adaptation is the seasoning to what's there. And it's the human that is choosing to operate what's there. We're choosing how we're applying it. We're choosing how we're seasoning it. Are we seasoning it a lot? Are we barely sprinkling? How are we choosing to season? And I think that this perspective from these really brilliant creative minds is something to hold on to.
I love that you brought that in, Parisa. And hello, Karen. And you spoke about how DJ Jazzy Jeff said scratching is the seasoning. I also loved how that parallel happened, right? Of just in using that word and in that phrase. But it's really interesting because it shows our ability to allow something to be, but add to it just when we want, how we want, not too much, and then kind of pull back. And it's really interesting. As you were speaking, I was thinking about actually Joseph McClendon from this morning. That's where my mind jumped. And I was thinking about the arrow and the spoon in the FedEx sign. And I remember when we did the exercise, for anyone that is tuning in right now, if you didn't hear when we opened day 2 of LA Tech and Tech in Everyday Life, we had Joseph McClendon on. And he was talking about the FedEx logo and how if you look right before the X, there's literally an arrow in the logo. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, I never realized that there was an arrow there. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And then he was like, now look for the spoon. Could not find the spoon. I was looking everywhere and I could not find the spoon. And it wasn't until he told me that it was there, could I see it? And I realized, like, it's not changing the way I feel about FedEx as a company, and I see the FedEx trucks all the time, but it's almost changing the way I'm engaging with them and their logo, and that's their brand, and they've always been that, and they've introduced these subtleties to who they are, that if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. And it for whatever reason, it brought me back to like AI is the seasoning, because we were talking a little bit earlier about how, like, if it's created by AI, we get to choose how we engage with it, how we feel about it. Do we like it? Do we not? And for some reason, I kept thinking back to that logo. Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. But there are also so many parts that were hidden that I'm like, I guess it adds to the experience, right? And once you know, you can't unknow, but you also can choose what to do about it. And it shows them kind of like the subtle mindset shifts that kind of can be required to engage with information you've been seeing for so long in a different way. And it just led to maybe many more questions about how I engage with certain things in my life and how I see things and I don't. But bringing this back to this conversation about technology, like, an AI couldn't see that for me. I had to see it for myself. So what does that mean in the way I engage with technology moving forward? So I don't know, it's an interesting thought that I kind of ran with there. But Karen, I know you've been tuning in all day. You have been commenting. You have been hosting today. Would love to hear more about what you've been feeling about day 2 today of LA Tech and Everyday Life.
Yeah, that whole FedEx thing with the arrow, I never saw the arrow. When he said, does it point right or left? I thought, I think it points right, but I was just guessing because I thought, most people are right-handed. But then I was like, wait, where's the arrow? And I kept thinking about awareness, about, like you said, you don't see it until you see it. Then once you see it, you can't unsee it. And until you have awareness, you really can't move forward. You can't apply, until I've had awareness about some of these AI tools. I had no idea about the things that we could do and things that we couldn't do. And how, so many people were saying, I think it was Omar that was saying, believe it, believe in the impossible, or I can't remember who said it, but anyway, I just kept thinking that. Yeah, it's probably several people said it, but I just thought about how I am seeing so many more possibilities. I mean, even to write my own movie, with AI, when we were talking to men, I was like, oh my word, I didn't even think that was possible. So yeah, today was full of amazing insights, as well as yesterday. I just keep thinking, can we learn any more? Can it get any better? But yes, it does.
Yes, it does. And, I think there's so much more we get to learn. Yes, someone said, Dr. Lee said, believe in the impossible. Something else that I heard today that I wrote down and I keep going back to, it's follow your heart, follow your dreams, and the opportunity to pivot and being able to pivot using the tools that are in front of us and being able to learn. I think curiosity, right? I'm disappearing again. To delve into what you don't know, and then you get to decide what you do about it. But I think it all goes back to like, technology is going to continue to evolve and curiosity is going to breed innovation, but always to remember the parts that we get to play as end users and like the mindsets that people put into the creations that they're creating as product managers, as innovators. But a word or a theme that kept coming up today was democratize access. Like, what is this expansive new technology doing to be able to create access for people to create or to do or to engage or to exist in ways that they may not have been able to before? And it makes me think of the conversation with Jarrett today and what they're doing with democratizing access to training as it relates to resume building, but also mock interviewing. And so many applications. I mean, we have so much more for you all to tune into to learn about tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a packed day. We're going to have podcasters that are the LA Tribune podcast network come back and speak to you. We're going to have people that are part of the Women Journal come and speak to you. We have Maurice Bernard, who's going to be joining us and talking about mindset and has a really impactful podcast. We have Bill Walsh, who works with business owners and entrepreneurs from a strategy, mindset development shift, and uses a lot of technology in his teaching. We have Jim Keys, who is the former CEO of Blockbuster and 7-Eleven, who is also an author who's going to come in and speak to you all. So if LA Tech and Everyday Life impacted you today, we encourage you to register at LA Tech 2024 and share this with someone that you think can learn, right? Someone that can be inspired, where their curiosity can run. And what I love about LA Tech and Everyday Life is not just about the technology. It's about the mindset, right? It's about being yourself in a world that's always evolving, remembering that we get to be us, right? And so just really, really excited for day 3. For those of you that have stayed with us all day long, we appreciate you. We're all about community here at the LA Tribune. We're changing up the status quo. We're having interesting conversations, but we really want to bring you all into these conversations. These segments are meant to be interactive. So we invite you to come back. We invite you to join us. We invite you to share this on social media or to send us a note and let us know how you feel. So Parisa, I'm going to go to you for closing remarks, and then we're going to go to you, Karen, and then we're going to close out today's show, but we are not finished. We have day 3 in store for you tomorrow. So Parisa, over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. I think that I come from, or historically, I've come from a community that's been more close-minded to, I'd say, technology and the creative elements or the creative applications or integrations of it. And I think that even though that may be one community, it also represents a lot of us. And something that I'd mentioned yesterday, which is something that I will continue with today and tomorrow and for as many days as necessary. And that is that if you have fear regarding these things that are coming forward and finding themselves on your phone or integrated into anywhere and everywhere, because truly that's what it is already. If you have any fear around it, if you have curiosity, if you have skepticism, which I'll say that I've definitely been in that camp, if you are curious to elevate your creativity or your intrigue around it, you want to learn more skills, you want to partner with people that are doing those things already, that are filmmakers already, or that are dabbling in, or maybe a little more refined, a little more accomplished, a little more seasoned. I think that's the word for the night, seasoned in it. I encourage you. The way to do that is to have conversations. And this has been such a profound, a beautiful, a phenomenal place to have these conversations. And I'm grateful the dynamic, robust nature of the variety of conversations we've been able to have here, yet they've all connected so seamlessly, so easily. That's challenging, and it's happened so beautifully. So I say that and I share that piece because, number one, wherever you may feel, wherever you may be at with technology, with AI, it is your responsibility. And you are empowered to have conversations, to join conversations, to listen in on conversations so that you can elevate where you are at, wherever you may be. It affects all people. It affects every single one of us across the world. And to be empowered is to live a life that is filled with integrity because you were embodied in that integrity. Those are my final remarks, guys. I would love to see you tomorrow. If this has been of any value to you today, I encourage you, I ask you to share this. Share this with others that you know that would be curious, that are listening. But there's something that you found specifically that was of value to you. Share that. Talk about it. Create conversations. I encourage you to do exactly as we are doing here and join the community. Karen, off to you.
Thank you, Parisa. Thank you, Alicia. Yes, one of the things that kept hitting me again and again was about how, technology has traditionally and historically been a male-dominated area, and yet we have so many women that are rising as tech titans. We call them that today, and I thought it is so true. And I was recently reading about how women excel with AI because of the intuition. And Abhishka and Deval talked about this yesterday, about the gut feeling and using that to refine AI tools and even to refine Zoom, and so many of the other things that they're looking at. How do people feel when they're using it? Yashvi talked about that. And so many people that talked about AI talked about, how do you feel? Is that even serving you? Deepa talked about, how do you feel when you use it? Is it additive or is it not? And Joseph McClendon talked, first thing this morning about fear. And just like you mentioned, Parisa, there's often been resistance and fear, and it can seem so overwhelming. But if we put that aside, if we interrupt those patterns like Joseph McClendon taught us, and if we believe that it's possible and just try it and try now rather than waiting, because those on the sidelines are going to be left out. And so we often talk about, how do we catch that emerging market trend? And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, I feel like we are riding the wave, and I feel like we're on the cutting edge, providing all of this valuable information for free, just educating people. It's such a rare thing. And I applaud Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and Ava Manuel and you, Parisa and Alicia and Julianne, for producing such an amazing event and providing all of this valuable content. So for all of our audience, come back tomorrow because we have even more for you.
Alicia, I
I'm
cannot
on mute. There we go. Thank you so much, Parisa and Karen, for sharing your perspectives. For those of you that are tuning in, that are just catching us, we are here at LA Tech and Everyday Life. We highly encourage you to register at latech2024.com. We have an engagement and resource hub where you can receive summaries, quotes from the day, be able to watch the replays, and be able to access some of the gifts from the speakers that came to speak with us. I love that today is really about, and yesterday and tomorrow, it's about having conversations, right? Karen, you mentioned earlier awareness, curiosity. Technology is going to continue to evolve. What makes it exciting, even if you don't use it, is being part of the conversation, learning, sharing your insights and perspectives, but also learning, and then also being able to see what can be, right? And maybe you're not an avid user of technology and you don't work in the technology field and you work in another field, but what can creativity bring to your world, right? It's about engaging and learning and then figuring out how that impacts you in your life. So thank you so much to everyone that has tuned in today. Stay tuned for day 3 tomorrow. We are back live at 10 a.m. tomorrow Pacific time. We hope to see you there. In the meantime, share the replay with a friend. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are. And always remember that in the world that's always changing, remember to stay true to who you are. And if you don't know who you are just yet, it's okay, but create that quiet time to really be able to explore all that you are and celebrate who you are in this world. So with that, thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.